Chapter 1. The God of Magic? The God of Licking. Rebirth before the apocalypse. Is my life truly at an end? Guyu, clad in a tattered golden robe, drenched in blood, precariously supported by a purple bone staff, stood resolutely. Once celebrated as the youngest god of magic, who had saved countless compatriots, Guyu now found himself falsely accused of treachery against his homeland. As he gazed at the formidable experts surrounding him, Guyu breathed heavily, one hand protectively shielding the beauty behind him, standing at the precipice of a cliff, with an abyss yawning behind. The 10 greatest masters of his country had united to hunt him down, yet he had managed to slay 3 of them, a testament to his formidable prowess. For a moment, those besieging him dared only to hurl insults from a distance, none willing to take the first step forward. God of Magic, your fate is sealed. You have nowhere left to retreat. God of Magic, surrender your possessions, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Guyu. There's an ancient saying, a wise man knows when to yield. Quickly, lay down your arms. Recognizing the inevitability of his fate, Guyu cast a self-pitying smile at the beauty beside him, only for that smile to freeze in place. A sudden, excruciating pain shot through his abdomen. In disbelief, he looked down to see a dagger, gleaming with a deep violet light, piercing through his body from behind. This bloodthirsty dagger had been custom-made for Lin Roof, a costly investment he had made not long ago for her protection. Gazing at Lin Roof, he could only read disdain and contempt in her eyes. With a sultry gait, she leapt into the arms of another man, who embraced her warmly. This display of intimacy was something Guyu had never experienced. Overwhelmed by rage, his eyes reddened, ultimately giving way to a self-mocking laugh. Ha ha, 10 years. I have been like a devoted dog, fawning over Lin Roof for a decade. How laughable my sacrifices seem now. Her heart has grown as hard as stone, just like my own. Throughout those 10 years, Guyu had carried Lin Roof, treating her like a burdensome weight, pouring all his resources into elevating her to her current level of strength. He had believed that unwavering companionship would earn him a place in the goddess's heart, only to be met with her treachery. The blade Lin Roof plunged into him extinguished any remaining fantasies, revealing the stark reality of human nature in this apocalyptic world. As he felt the last vestiges of life slip away, it was too late for Guyu to comprehend the truth. I shall have my vengeance. Indeed, I possess a super artifact ring. I will not fall so easily. In the next moment, he could only watch helplessly as countless weapons and attacks pierced his body. As he lingered on the brink of death, blood rapidly engulfed his vision, yet the faces of his ecstatic enemies were indelibly etched in his mind. A deep crimson ring flickered with light, and time rewound to a decade ago. Blue Star, Huaxia, Star City. This is a parallel, fictional world, entirely unrelated to reality. Am I still alive? Guyu's face turned pale, cold sweat drenching his body, as if everything that had transpired was merely a nightmare. The once magnificent ring known as the Heart of Phoenix, which adorned his hand, disintegrated into a cloud of dust in an instant. Indeed, death triggered the passive effect of rebirth, and he found himself transported back a decade in time. Guyu furrowed his brow slightly, turning to survey his surroundings as memories long dormant surged forth. The familiar yet somewhat alien layout was vividly clear. This was his home at the onset of the apocalypse. The motion of opening his phone felt strangely foreign, for he had not touched such a device in 10 years. The screen illuminated with the words, October 6, 2050, 11 o'clock a.m. Truly, he had been reborn. On the very day the apocalypse began. 1 hour later, the world would change forever, and humanity would be engulfed in the dread of the impending doom. Yet, the survivors would awaken, igniting a fervor to explore this new world. Thus, new rules were established. In this realm, weakness was a cardinal sin. Such was the law, and it was only fitting. At this moment, Guyu's singular desire was to confront the school beauty who had drained him of vitality for a decade. Dialing her number, a faint smirk of self-mockery graced his lips. Lin Roof, renowned as the most beautiful schoolgirl of the past 5,000 years. In his previous life, the betrayal he faced just before his demise had illuminated many truths. What of Lin Roof's sudden disappearance? The insatiable demands for equipment and resources? The sight of her leveling up alongside that man. It was infuriating to contemplate. After a prolonged silence, Lin Roof's voice, quivering with suppressed emotion, finally reached him. Hello, Guyu, why are you calling so early? What do you want? At that moment, she was beneath another man, rhythmically rising and falling, her body glistening with perspiration, her cheeks flushed. Guyu immediately sensed her compromising situation and stifled his rising anger. Fei, come to my house now. I have something to give you. A bag, a watch, or perhaps jewelry. Is it really that urgent? You rascal. I'm not coming. I still have to work out. Lin Roof attempted to deflect with her fitness routine, yet her words dripped with allure, a tone Suyu had never encountered before. Fei, Haven T, you always wanted my old house. That house was the legacy left to him by his parents. An old property in the city center that had caught the eye of developers who had approached him but were met with rejection. Soon after, school beauty Lin Roof had entered his life. It seemed that all of this was part of a grand scheme. To me, that house offers more security than you ever could. Lin Roof often repeated this phrase, even denigrating him during the apocalypse, claiming he lacked security. Come to my house. I'll take you to transfer ownership. This house is yours. Is that true? Lin Roof exclaimed, her voice brightening with delight. Wait for me. I'll be right over. If you're lying, I'll expose your secrets online, humph. After hanging up, Lin Roof finally released the pent-up emotions she had held back for so long. Once finished, she didn't forget to sneak a playful squeeze at the man beneath her. Master, that man has finally agreed to give me the house. Lin Roof sighed in relief, her voice tinged with playful reproach. The man lit a post-coital cigarette, inhaling deeply with a theatrical flair. He slowly exhaled a ring of smoke towards Lin Roof, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Indeed, there's an old saying in Huaxia, to catch a wolf with empty hands, Suyu, even when you refuse to yield. You obediently hand over the house to me, don't you? Congratulations, master. Once I acquire the property, I shall sever ties with that man. Is that agreeable? There's no rush. We shall savor the torment. Just envision his face filled with despair. Every cell in my body tingles with excitement. Very well, master. I shall return swiftly. Let us meet at our usual spot tonight. Lin Roof diligently tidied the aftermath before departing from the hotel. Haha, you little minx. The man laughed heartily, his gaze turning chillingly cold. According to meteorological experts, the crimson sky that began this morning is a natural phenomenon. It is reported that the ancient Mayan civilization documented such sights. Some viewers questioned whether it signaled the end of the world. Brother, 2012 has long passed, came the response. Dear viewers, trust the experts, consume information rationally, and steer clear of conspiracy theories. The television blared loudly on the news channel. Several well-groomed experts were discussing the peculiarities of the sky. Suyu lit a cigarette, patiently awaiting Lin Roofei's arrival. Chapter 2. Slaying the School Belle's Boyfriend Suyu. Are you smoking? The moment Lin Roofei stepped inside, her brows furrowed tightly as she shot Suyu a disapproving glare. For a moment, Suyu found himself entranced by the school belle before him. Lin Roofei's features were refreshingly natural, her skin fair and delicate, her figure gracefully proportioned. She wore a white dress adorned with pink flowers, complemented by khaki flats. Her attire and makeup exquisitely showcased her youth and vitality. Perhaps in her haste, her chest rose and fell, subtly revealing a hint of allure. If it were the former Suyu, he would have been easily ensnared by Lin Roofei's charm. She had once told him of her allergy to cigarette smoke, forbidding him from smoking. Yet, Suyu noticed that despite her meticulous appearance on her way over, a faint scent of tobacco lingered about her. Where could that come from, if not her own hypocrisy? Such blatant double standards were Lin Roofei's hallmark. The former Suyu, blissfully unaware, now saw it with crystal clarity. With a self-deprecating smile, he mused how foolish he had been. You've arrived? Suyu placed the cigarette on the table, lifting his gaze to her with an impassive expression. Lin Roofei's frown deepened at his indifferent demeanor, her patience wearing thin. On any other occasion, she would have already erupted and stormed out. At this moment, however, she was solely focused on completing her master's task. Enough. Where's the property deed? I've made an online appointment. We need to handle this now. Hurry up. I have other matters to attend to. She cut straight to the point, unwilling to exchange further pleasantries. With a serious expression, Lin Roofei approached and playfully kicked Suyu. Familiar tone, familiar gesture. In her past life, for 10 years, Lin Roofei lived each day as she does now, standing atop her high pedestal, viewing Suyu as a subservient slave, compelling her to willingly and undignifiedly offer her all, while attempting to evoke feelings of gratitude. Had it not been for that treacherous betrayal, Suyu might still be acting like an ardent admirer, obediently at her beck and call. What a farce it is. Suyu rose, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Roofei, as if regarding a corpse. The sweltering midday heat of Xing City sent a chill down Lin Roofei's spine. The foot she had kicked outwards unexpectedly halted in midair. What do you intend to do? Lin Roofei's voice trembled, sensing that the once gentle and affable Suyu had transformed into someone utterly alien. Without uttering a word, Suyu conveyed her stance through action. A resounding slap echoed as Lin Roofei was left dazed, stumbling and falling to the ground. Suyu, have you lost your mind? How dare you strike me, you lowly man? I will call the police. She cried out, but her pleas fell on deaf ears, as the volume of the television had already been cranked up by Suyu. Clutching her swollen face, Lin Rufei crawled and rolled, only to find the front door had been securely locked by Suyu. A sudden realization dawned upon her that this entire scenario seemed premeditated. Suyu slowly advanced, seizing Lin Rufei's hair with a firm grip. With a violent yank, she hurled her down. Fear began to seep into Lin Rufei as she trembled uncontrollably. How ironic it was, demanding my home while reveling beneath other men. Suyu crouched down, and at some point, produced a glinting dagger, pointing it at Lin Rufei's chin, finally speaking. Lin Rufei's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind racing to concoct justifications. This is a misunderstanding. I cannot help how you perceive me. I merely made the mistakes any normal girl might make. My friend insisted I go last night. I don't even know that man. He was wearing your brand. What more do you want? I maintained a distance of at least a millimeter. Truly, I too am a victim. Can't you show me a little understanding? I will never behave this way again. I now realize your worth. Suddenly, the vibration of her phone interrupted Lin Rufei's desperate defense, causing her to appear flustered. Suyu bent down, aimed the fallen phone at her face, and forcefully unlocked it. Upon success, the screen revealed a chat window with her so-called master. Little vixen, do you miss me? Master, you're insufferable. I've become your plaything. Unable to even drive properly. I've already made arrangements with the housing authority. Just take Suyu directly over. All right, master. Await my good news. Little vixen. Let me hear you call out a couple of times. Master, I'm still driving. In the end, Lin Rufei submitted several voice messages, each lasting a full 60 seconds, filled with suggestive sounds, even including a specially recorded video while waiting at a traffic light. Such indulgence. Suyu slapped the phone against Lin Rufei's pallid face. Any further explanations were nothing but a jest. Lin Ruf suddenly erupted into hysteria, setting aside the facts. Do you believe you are without fault? As the belle of Xingqing University, I have countless admirers. Why should I settle for an orphan like you? If it weren't for my master's mission, I wouldn't bother with you at all, nor would I entangle myself with you in any way. Let me make it clear. I have not only the Lin family backing me, but I am also under the protection of young Master Bai Shihao. Just try to lay a finger on me. Lin Ruf's tone turned exceedingly harsh as she spoke, casting a knowing glance at Suyu. The Lin family holds a modest reputation in Xingqing, and Lin Ruf is regarded as their little princess. The Baishir family she mentioned is the most prominent clan in the neighboring Sakura nation, known for their expansionist ambitions, extending their influence into Huaxia. Xingqing serves as their foothold in Huaxia, managed by the son of the family's third elder, Bai Shihao. A subordinate real estate company had set its sights on the land owned by Suyu's family, but after several unsuccessful negotiations, they devised a scheme that allowed them to enjoy the thrill of being the neighborly antagonist while humiliating Suyu. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, Suyu proved to possess considerable capabilities. With Lin Ruf's relentless oppression, Bai Shihao reaped substantial benefits. Ultimately, he orchestrated a scheme to frame Suyu, positioning himself as the leader in the campaign against him. How ironic. Yet, after expounding all of this, Suyu's expression remained unruffled. At that moment, Lin Ruf was utterly thrown into disarray. Suyu smiled faintly, and with swift precision, he brandished his dagger. As a woman, Lin Ruf was no match for Suyu's strength, rendered defenseless in his grasp. Under Suyu's deliberate maneuvering, each strike artfully evaded the areas densely populated with pain receptors. Two swift cuts severed the popliteal veins behind Lin Ruf's knees, leaving her incapacitated, watching as dark crimson blood seeped slowly from the wounds. Before she could contemplate her fate, Suyu struck again, slicing through the radial arteries in both wrists. Instantly, two jets of vibrant blood gushed forth. Lin Ruf felt little pain, yet she was acutely aware of her heartbeat, which seemed to weaken. Another two strikes followed swiftly, staining the white fabric red and flooding the ground with her lifeblood. This vivid awareness of her own mortality was precise at long last. The moment has arrived. The smoke has cleared. In this instant, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration arises from the act of taking a life. The reason for such a deed lies in the aim to secure a kill at the very onset of the apocalypse. As a reincarnated being, Suyu is acutely aware that survivors awaken their innate abilities upon achieving their first kill. In the desolate world he inhabits, this indeed qualifies as a first kill. The level of the awakened talent is not only correlated with one's physical attributes, but also with the timing of the awakening. Theoretically, the earlier one awakens their talent, the higher its level will be. This forms an integral part of his strategy, heralding an ideal commencement. As he dispatched Lin Ruf, the clock struck 12, heralding the arrival of the apocalypse. The familiar sound of the system echoed in Suyu's ears. Ding. Congratulations to the survivor for slaying their nemesis, achieving rebirth, completing the world's first kill, and awakening the talent hand of Plunder, SSS level. Chapter 3. Awakening the SSS level talent. At the precise moment when the clock struck 12 on Blue Star, time appeared to stand still. World announcement. Greetings. Dear surviving companions, good afternoon. I am the Orderer. You may also address me as the Divine Being. Welcome to the new world created for you by yours truly. Global digitization is at hand. You will receive a data panel. And everyone has one opportunity for a name change. The remaining 7 billion individuals have been transformed into zombies by my hand, and they will hunt you down. But fear not, for death is not to be feared. Each survivor possesses but a single life. All food and water sources on Blue Star have been obliterated by my will. Survival is an impossibility. Caution, spoilers ahead. First, every survivor will receive a bracelet, which will serve as a crucial tool for interaction. Second, upon successfully completing the first kill, survivors will have the opportunity to awaken their talents. Third, by defeating zombies, one can acquire experience, gold, equipment, items, and resources. Fourth, the novice development period lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, the aggressiveness and evolutionary speed of zombies will significantly increase. In this world, anything is possible. Prepare to embrace the challenge. Now, after a 1-minute countdown, let us commence. Enjoy this rich yet desperate apocalypse. The voice of the Orderer resonated as if emanating from a pure and innocent child. All information was instantaneously relayed to every survivor. Many dismissed it as mere hallucination or the prank of another. However, Suyu understood the harshness and despair of the apocalypse all too well. Despite his reincarnation, he prudently reconfirmed the rules, which were identical to those of his previous life. Subsequently, he activated his bracelet. Survivor Suyu, welcome to the apocalypse. 209 survivors are recorded under the name Suyu on Blue Star. Would you like to change your name? Or shall the system automatically rename you to Suyu 47? Suyu's lips twitched as he gazed at the prompt displaying Suyu 47. Unable to suppress a smile. Am I really being assigned the moniker A47? Apologies, survivor. A47 has already been claimed. Or was it automatically renamed by the system to A47B? Renamed to Lone Wolf. Suyu sighed in resignation. The current interaction system of the bracelet was still under development, and its level of intelligence was truly inadequate. Ding. Confirm renaming to Lone Wolf. Confirmed. The wolf is a quintessential social creature, utilizing division of labor and mutual assistance to hunt. Moreover, wolves possess a profound sense of vengeance, with memories of their adversaries etched deeply in their minds. Within a pack, the lone wolf stands out as an anomaly. They are reluctant to be controlled by others, preferring to take responsibility for their own actions. Choosing to become a lone wolf signifies a quest for revenge. In this apocalyptic world, the most terrifying entities are not the zombies, but humanity itself. Suyu had witnessed too many instances of brothers turning against one another and couples betraying each other. He himself was not exempt from this fate. In the end, he was left with nothing. Thus, in this world, Suyu no longer easily trusted anyone. He embarked on a solitary path of vengeance, growing stronger step by step upon the corpses of his enemies. Opening the attributes panel. Name, Lone Wolf. Profession, None. Level, 1. Experience, 0-10. Strength, 10. Affects physical attack power. Spirit, 10. Affects magical attack power. Constitution, 10. Affects defense, agility, 10. Affects movement and attack speed. Luck, 0. Affects drop rate and chance of fortuitous encounters. Storage, 0-1. Cubic meter. Equipment, None. Main talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS level. Secondary talent, None. Skills, Utilitarianism, 11. Strength, Spirit, Constitution, and Agility are the 4 fundamental attributes. The order will allocate different initial attributes based on scanning results, with a minimum of 1 point and a maximum of 10 points, while the average for ordinary adults stands at 5 points. Originally, Suyu's attributes were all 5 points. Quite ordinary. However, over a decade in the apocalypse, his combat skills and physical reflexes had been significantly honed. Having returned from rebirth, he had now reached maximum points. He eagerly examined the talent he had acquired. The world's first kill, awakened with an SSS level talent. In the apocalypse, whether human, zombie, or otherworldly beast, their growth limits are determined by talent level. The awakening probability decreases from the lowest F level to the highest SSS level. Specifically, the awakening probability for E-level talent is 1 in 10, for D-level talent is 1 in 100, for C-level talent is 1 in 1,000. 4S level talent is 1 in a million, 4SS level talent is 1 in 10 million, and for SSS level talent is 1 in 100 million. In such an apocalyptic context, the variety of talents that can be awakened is extensive, with higher levels yielding effects that are astonishingly powerful. For instance, the F-level scavenger talent allows for a 50 drop rate of survival supplies. The D-level recovery talent doubles recovery effects. The A-level siphon talent enables blood-sucking when inflicting damage. Once reaching S-level and above, talents become extraordinarily formidable. For example, the S-level talent, Gift of Liberation, increases critical strike rate by 100, ensuring that every attack is a critical hit. For instance, the SS-level Dance of Death, all attacks disregard defenses and shields, inflicting true damage. In the apocalyptic world, there exists a widely circulated piece of motivational wisdom. There are no bad talents in this world, only individuals who lack diligence. This saying encourages individuals to delve deeper, unearthing their potential and maximizing their innate gifts. By doing so, one can discover their rightful place in a particular domain. In his previous life, Guyu, with his A-level talent known as the Heart of the Mage, ascended to the revered position of the Sorcerer of Huaxia. His success serving as a prime example for those who promote such motivational platitudes. However, upon shifting our gaze to other masters, we find that nearly all possess talents exceeding S-level. Inspirational quotes are merely meant for contemplation, yet the struggles and sacrifices involved are understood solely by Guyu himself. Each instance of growth and breakthrough is a testament to his sweat and dedication. Just as some are born as mules and horses, while others arrive in Rome. Talent, Hand of Plunder, SSS level, talent level, SSS level, a unique gift. Principle of appropriation. Survivors endowed with this talent may, upon leveling up, plunder the talent of another being once for each level gained, with the plundered entity losing that talent. The probability of plunder is contingent upon the target's degree of collapse and frailty. The higher the degree, the greater the likelihood of successful plunder. Special talents are immune to being plundered. Current plunder count, 11. Upon reaching this point, Guyu felt a tumult within his heart. As a former sorcerer, he understood profoundly the significance of talent in an individual's journey. It is crucial to note that the awakening probability for the highest SSS level talent is merely 1 in 100 million. What does this imply? With a total population of 8 billion on Blue Star, only 1 billion are survivors. Among these, a mere 10 individuals can awaken the SSS level talent. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. According to the talent's description, each level gained allows for the plunder of another's talent once. In contrast, other survivors, apart from the initial talent obtained through a first kill, must reach level 60 to awaken a second talent. This signifies that, by the midpoint of the apocalypse, they may possess only 2 talents. Considering the maximum level is 100, Guyu could potentially amass 100 talents. Thus, upon witnessing others with formidable talents, he would unhesitatingly plunder them. Moreover, there are no restrictions on his targets. Any being, not limited to survivors, may fall within his purview. This means that even if suitable talents are scarce among survivors, he could redirect his focus toward boss-level zombies, whose talents are likely to be even more extraordinary. With a countdown of 1 minute, neither excessively long nor short, Guyu took a deep breath, closing the panel. As the impending apocalypse loomed, he felt a mix of tension and anticipation within his heart. In the very second the apocalypse struck, as the first survivor to attain an SSS level talent, Guyu welcomed even greater fortunes. Congratulations to the survivor, Lone Wolf, for becoming the first individual in this apocalyptic world to awaken the SSS level talent, thus achieving the singular honor, the chosen one. A world announcement is imminent. Shall we conceal your name? Without a moment's hesitation, Guyu replied, no. He was prepared to confront this entirely new world with a fresh identity. Chapter 4, World Announcement. The Chosen One. All survivors receive the world announcement from the enforcers simultaneously. World Announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first person in the apocalypse to awaken an SSS level talent, earning the unique global achievement, the Chosen One, along with a multitude of rewards. Other survivors looked to him for inspiration. The world announcement played thrice. In the next moment, chaos erupted worldwide. Apocalypse? Lone Wolf. This must be a joke. In a hotel room, a wealthy heir, gazing at the woman beneath him, spoke with a quivering voice. I've read hundreds of apocalyptic novels. This can't possibly faze me. Oh no, I'm surrounded by zombies. In an office building, an intern snapped back to reality, only to confront 6 beautiful zombie women. Lone Wolf, you're so impressive. Hurry and save me. There are so many bad people outside. A little fairy, hiding in a rental apartment, pouted and whimpered. FUC. Lone wolf. Is he Chinese? Wasn't he supposed to be the first kill? A muscular man from a foreign land, armed with a compound bow, shot his companion. As people marveled at Suyu, the cataclysm of the apocalypse descended. In an instant, the entire blue planet descended into chaos. The once pale pink sky, as if reaching a critical point, transformed into a blood-red hue. Vehicles lost power, accompanied by alarms and the sounds of collisions. However, this was merely the prologue to the calamity. Panic swiftly spread among the survivors. The world was filled with frantic crowds. They watched helplessly as comrades around them transformed into the zombies described by the enforcers in mere seconds. These zombies, with their eyes glazed over, trembled with limbs that moved in a grotesque manner, their speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans. With gaping maws, they emitted chilling howls, rushing towards the crowd like mad beasts. A multitude of zombies unleashed thunderous roars, mingling with the screams and shouts of humanity, saturating every corner of the city. Within minutes, severed limbs and bloodied organs appeared everywhere. The blue planet had descended into a hellish nightmare. Numerous survivors perished on the spot, while many more fell victim to infection, gradually transforming into new zombies. The world announcement was not merely an introduction. It also heralded its rewards. The moment the apocalypse struck, the announcement was broadcasted. One cannot deny that Suyu had already secured an advantageous position from the outset. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this world announcement was blissfully claiming his vast rewards. Claiming rewards for the achievement of the Chosen One, 1,000 reputation, 1,000 gold coins, and an expansion of the storage space in the bracelet to 1 cubic meter. Title acquired, the Chosen One. It was akin to Emperor Qin Shi Huang discovering the electric switch. What a bewildering triumph. Reputation is a rare and invaluable asset, encompassing privileges such as discounted purchases, access to special items, and entry to dungeons. Gold, of course, requires no elaboration. Once the 7-day novice period concludes, one can procure supplies using gold within the safety zones of major cities at the system store. The expansion of the storage capacity of the bracelet has finally liberated Suyu from the burdensome backpack. It is worth noting that expanding the bracelet through conventional means demands a considerable amount of gold or specific quests. 1 cubic meter is now more than sufficient. However, the most significant aspect is the title, which is exceedingly difficult to obtain and seems unattainable for the average individual. When Suyu ascended to the rank of mage, he received the temporary title of the First Mage of Huaxia, highlighting its rarity. Unlike the First Mage of Huaxia, this title is permanent. The Chosen One, a unique title in the world, a permanent accolade, and the first survivor to awaken an SSS-level talent in the apocalyptic era. Attributes, permanent 5 to all attributes. While bearing this title, damage dealt increases by 10, and damage received decreases by 10. A permanent 5 to all attributes translates to an effective elevation of 4 levels compared to others. Moreover, it confers the most esteemed percentage attributes. Although at present, the increments of 10 in damage dealt and received may seem modest, they will become significantly advantageous in the later stages of the apocalypse when everyone becomes a numerical monstrosity. The sole drawback is that one can only bear one title at a time. Without hesitation, Suyu adorned himself with the title. Who knows when he might acquire another? The surroundings are filled with the sounds of running, fighting, and shouting. Given the current chaos outside, Suyu decides to wait until the situation stabilizes before venturing out. To emerge only to become a casualty would be rather embarrassing. After a period of recuperation, Suyu stowed some pre-prepared tools into his bracelet and retrieved a bone cleaver from the kitchen. This was the only weapon, aside from the dagger used to assassinate Lin Roof, that he could wield effectively. Until he acquires weapons suited for the apocalypse, he must rely on this equipment devoid of any attributes for combat. As he stepped over Lin Roof's lifeless body, a contemplative expression crossed his face. Lin Roof was merely a pawn. The true adversaries were the Lin family and the principal, Bai Shihao, along with the Bai family backing him. They represent Suyu's greatest foes in both past and present. However, he recognizes that the Lin and Bai families are currently formidable forces, and mere passion will not suffice for vengeance. To seek retribution against them now would be akin to a moth to a flame. At this moment, he must harness the memories afforded by his rebirth and, during these novice days, fervently enhance his strength. He will then pursue vengeance against the Lin and Bai families, extinguishing them in their infancy. Those enemies, regardless of their intentions, be they virtuous or vile, who have inflicted harm upon him, every last one must perish. Resolute in his decision, Suyu immediately identifies a target for plunder within his building. At this moment, the house outside was enveloped in silence. After confirming safety through the peephole, I ventured out of the room, casually sealing off the fire escape, transforming the 8th floor into a secluded enclave. This was a modest corridor, with one staircase serving 4 households, a quintessential commercial residential building. However, only 2 units were occupied, mine and that of an elderly couple residing in Unit 804. Although the door to 804 was firmly shut, a cacophony of sounds emanated from within. This couple had moved in a year ago, and since their arrival, a foul odor frequently wafted from their doorway and windows. It was later discovered that they were scavengers, using their home as a dumping ground. Initially, they confined the refuse to their interior, but soon, the public corridor became a disorganized repository for their waste. Every morning at 6 o'clock, I was not stirred awake by an alarm clock, but by the clattering noises they made as they sorted cardboard or crushed bottles and cans underfoot. Even after lodging complaints with property management and even the authorities, each time someone arrived, the elderly couple would feign ignorance, managing to maintain their disruptive behavior for a couple of days before resuming their antics with renewed vigor. Eventually, the property management grew weary of the situation and decided to turn a blind eye, adhering to the philosophy that it was better to avoid conflict. They even had the audacity to morally coerce me into being more magnanimous. The couple's audacious demeanor, as they privately confronted me, made it seem as if they owned the place, which infuriated me to no end. In a past life, they had transformed into zombies, meeting their demise at my hands. It was a bittersweet revenge, satisfying yet incomplete. Suddenly, the elderly woman burst out of her home, shouting as she ran, "Old man, it's better to be a bit muddled in life. Don't be so calculating. Rest assured, the child is undoubtedly yours. A mere resemblance is all that is needed. I merely made a mistake that any normal woman might make. Please don't bite me." With that, she kicked her bewildered husband back inside and slammed the door shut. Moments later, a series of loud thuds echoed from within, clearly not the sort of noise an ordinary elderly man could produce. Meanwhile, the old woman slumped to the floor, visibly shaken. Goodness, those few words nearly fried my CPU. This woman must be a relic of the 1982 Longjing tea. Her lines echoed those of Lin Roof, leaving me to ponder who had plagiarized whom. Chapter 5. Plundering S-Class Talent. Maximum luck received at this juncture. I noticed the bite marks on the old woman's arm, evidently inflicted by her husband, now a zombie. Given her current condition, it would not be long before she too succumbed and joined the ranks of the undead. Nonetheless, I instinctively checked her basic information, a habit ingrained in me from the trials of the apocalypse. It was a skill granted to everyone upon the advent of the end times, allowing one to discern the status of individuals. For adversaries not exceeding level 3, one could uncover their personal details. However, when observing zombies, one could gather more intricate data, including attributes, talents, and skills. The chilling thought lingers that this elderly lady not only secured the first kill, but also awakened her innate talent. Yet, she ultimately fell victim to a zombie's attack. Her life now hanging by a thread. Lee Tyapi, in the midst of zombification. LV2, no profession, S-grade talent, maxed luck. Suyu was aware that the lady's surname was Lee, yet she was oblivious to the unique character of her name. As the saying goes, a name reflects one's essence. Indeed, Tyapi aptly corresponds to the trivial matters she spoke of, unlike the personal information observable in his previous life. Suyu discovered that through his SSS-grade talent, he was able to directly perceive the target's talent. A delightful surprise. The awakening probability for an S-grade talent is a mere 1 in a million, yet it had manifested in this elderly woman, who was on the verge of becoming a zombie. It is noteworthy that while maxed luck, categorized as a non-combat talent, may be slightly inferior in battle compared to other S-grade talents, its extreme rarity commands respect. In the apocalyptic world, the overall drop rate is exceedingly low. To put it simply, luck can directly influence the drop rates for kills, encompassing equipment, items, and resources. On a grander scale, the chances of encountering hidden tasks, hidden dungeons, and hidden professions are all linked to luck. Thus, whenever an item that enhances luck appears, even if its other attributes are lacking, it will be fiercely contested by various factions. If such an item were to surface in an auction house, it would undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. The esteemed 5-star critic from the beautiful nation, MacArthur, once remarked that given the choice between a well-trained army of 1,000 and a single point of luck, he would unhesitatingly opt for luck. In his past life, when Suyu ascended to the status of a mage god, his luck was merely 2 points, underscoring its true value. Seizing the moment before she succumbed to zombification, Suyu resolutely invoked the Hand of Plunder. Ding! You have used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Lee Tyapi. Li Taiapi's current collapse level, 10, weakness level, 10, talent plunder failed. Suyu felt a reduction of 13 in his energy points. Fortunately, the plunder skill had no cooldown. To his astonishment, he had failed. The elderly lady watched helplessly as her companion transformed into a zombie, suffering considerable harm herself. Remarkably, her collapse and weakness levels were both at a mere 10. After his attempt, Suyu observed that the values for collapse and weakness had indeed increased in her personal information panel. Who would have imagined that this talent possessed such an ability? How exhilarating! Henceforth, when dealing with foes, he could witness their gradual descent into despair. However, to successfully plunder in the future, he would need to elevate the success rate to 100 before proceeding. That would be splendid, after all. She was about to become a zombie, making her a perfect practice target. At this moment, Li Taiapi's body was visibly succumbing to the zombie infection, undergoing changes that were apparent to the naked eye, yet she remained blissfully unaware. She gazed at Suyu, chattering away with a smile. As a woman over 70, she had fallen and seemed oblivious to the need for assistance. Xiaosu, what are you staring at? Help me up. Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders? Madame Li, with her prominent yellowed teeth, struggled to rise, only to be unceremoniously met by Suyu's knee, sending her sprawling back against the wall with a force that belied her weight. The jarring impact caused her freshly fitted golden tooth to dislodge, and she was immediately left spitting blood. Collapse level, 20, weakness level, 20, current plunder success rate, 40. Quite intriguing. Suyu shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence as he mockingly remarked, "How careless of me to have caused you to lose a few teeth. My sincere apologies. Is that sufficient?" Careless? It was clearly intentional. Collapse level, 30, weakness level, 20, current plunder success rate, 50. Oh dear. Assault. Assault. A university student is attacking me. Come quickly. Madame Li cried out, prostrate on the ground, futilely waving her arms in a desperate attempt to draw the attention of others on the floor. When her initial strategy failed, she resorted to another. "Little Sue, my son is Li Gang, you know, from the street police station. They'll check the surveillance and have you in trouble." She pointed a trembling finger at Suyu, her expression twisted with malice. To Suyu, Madame Li was merely inviting her own demise. Without further ado, he swiftly severed her outstretched hand at the wrist. Blood gushed from the wound. Ah, murder, murder. Following a few more strikes, he incapacitated her limbs. It was a logical action to render a human on the brink of zombification powerless, was it not? Strangely, however, Madame Li, due to the spread of the zombie virus, felt no pain. Lying in a pool of her own blood, she was gripped by fear. In her panic, she involuntarily lost control of her bladder. Her urine mingled with the blood, yet she was powerless to act. "Please, don't kill me. I promise to be a good person." A good person? Perhaps in another life. I must admit, I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Now, regain your composure. Suyu interrupted her with a faint smile. Collapse level, 50. Weakness level, 90. Current plunder success rate, 140. Remarkably, even after severing her limbs, her collapse level was only at 50, though her weakness level had increased. The additional 40 could be generously considered a gift to the system. Ding. You have successfully activated the Plunderer's Hand on Survivor, Li Pai. Talent acquisition successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You have obtained S-level talent. Maximum luck. My goodness, is that all it takes? Talent. Maximum luck, S-level. Divine favor. Survivors possessing this talent have their luck value fixed at the maximum of 9 points. This luck value will remain unaffected by any equipment or scenarios. This signifies that even if one were to acquire items that diminish luck or find themselves in situations that reduce luck, they would remain entirely unscathed. Starting with maximum luck can only be described in 4 words. Leagues ahead. Madame Li, having had her talent plundered by Suyu, felt as though something vital had been extracted from her being. Yet, she found herself at a loss to articulate the sensation. Suddenly, her body became rigid, her mind a blank slate. Subsequently, the world around her spun violently, her head rolling in disorientation before finally coming to a halt. Ding. Successfully vanquished Zombie LV2. Earned 20 experience points, 2 gold coins. Ding. Level has been elevated to 2, awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding. Talent Plundering Hand. Remaining uses, 1. Faintly. She perceived a glimmer of green light emanating from beneath the body lying in a pool of blood. With a swift kick, she overturned the detached corpse, revealing a ring radiating a green luminescence pressed beneath it. Suyu instantly recognized the distinctive glow of equipment unique to the apocalypse. In this desolate world, all gear was categorized by rarity, ranked from the lowest to the highest as follows: excellent, fine, legendary, mythical, and divine, totaling 5 tiers. Naturally, there existed a base level of ordinary, comprising equipment devoid of attributes, hardly worth mentioning. Given the already low drop rate in the apocalypse, which predominantly yielded survival supplies, the likelihood of acquiring gear was notably disheartening. After the 7-day novice period, possessing even 1 or 2 pieces of excellent grade equipment would be a remarkable feat to her astonishment. Her first foray yielded such a reward. Brother Long's classic catchphrase escaped her lips. Wow, the drop rate is truly impressive. Hee, what a testament to max-level luck. It was akin to a small sparrow delighting in a feast of oxen. Indeed remarkable. In her previous life, under Lin Rufei's oppressive shadow, Suyu had languished in a monotonous existence, enduring a life of mediocrity. The slightest misstep in conversation would subject her to Lin Rufei's cold and violent rebukes. Thus, she had maintained a state of silence and reticence, perhaps having repressed herself for too long, following her encounters with the campus belle and the elderly Mrs. Li. Suyu's long-buried nature began to surface, transforming her demeanor into one of brightness and cheer. As the saying goes, one either deteriorates in silence or transforms in silence. Rejecting internal strife, she resolved to express her thoughts freely. Why not embrace one's true self? Chapter 6. The intrinsic value of max-level luck. She picked up the ring from the ground to examine its attributes. Ring of Vitality, excellent grade equipment. An everlasting ring. Crafted with a simple spell during its forging, capable of bestowing vitality upon its bearer. Attributes, Constitution 5. Passive, upon disengaging from combat, vitality points can be gradually restored. Set effect, 12 not activated. The Ring of Vitality, alongside the Ring of Energy, constitutes one of the most cost-effective pieces of equipment in the early apocalypse. In the throes of battle, minor scrapes and bruises are inevitable. As long as no irreversible injuries occur, a night's rest would generally suffice to restore a significant portion of vitality. Nonetheless, it remained merely an excellent grade piece of equipment. And when compared to the mythical and divine gear she had previously possessed, its attributes were undoubtedly lacking. However, as it was received without cost, what more could one desire? Moreover, with her prior experiences regarding the acquisition of hidden quests and the unlocking of concealed dungeons, Suyu was acutely aware of the paths to obtaining such gear. Once her strength was sufficient, reclaiming them would be a mere formality. Suyu adorned her finger with the Ring of Vitality. Ding! Ring of Vitality equipped. A gentle reminder, survivors may adorn themselves with 2 rings simultaneously. Subsequently, I allocated all 5 of my free attribute points to strength. Basic attributes, Strength, 20, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 20, Agility, 15. Prior to level 10, in the absence of skills, strength prevails over all flamboyant tactics. For the time being, the other attributes suffice. At this moment, the security door, rated 804, was teetering under the incessant assaults of the elderly zombie. However, these ordinary novice zombies typically rely on their sense of smell and hearing to locate their prey. Hence, when silence enveloped the entrance, the elderly zombie halted its movements. After retrieving the key from the waist of the old lady, Suyu calmly turned it in the lock. The elderly zombie, alerted by the sound, emitted a low growl. Seizing the initiative, Suyu abruptly flung open the security door. Their eyes met, revealing a lean zombie clad in a basketball jersey, its body marred by numerous wounds. Who knows what the old lady had subjected it to moments before? It flailed its mangled claws towards Suyu's face. Suyu slightly sidestepped, extending his leg to trip it gently. The elderly zombie stumbled forward, barely managing to regain its balance. Unfortunately, it inadvertently crushed its deceased spouse's skull beneath its foot. Losing its equilibrium, the elderly zombie toppled into a heap of refuse in the corridor. With a resounding crash, cans, plastic bottles, and cardboard scattered across the floor. Seizing the opportunity, Suyu examined the zombie's attributes. Weak zombie, level 1 basic attributes, Strength, 6, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 6, Agility, 3, Remarkable Spirit. Upon transformation into a zombie, a creature's attributes are augmented from their original state. Thus, it is evident that this elderly individual, in life or death, retained a notable vigor. Otherwise, it would not have persistently harassed Suyu day in and day out. However, with a strength of 6 and agility of 3, it signified sluggish movements and moderate damage. In Suyu's eyes, such attributes were clearly inadequate. The elderly zombie staggered to its feet, clumsily grasping a paint bucket atop its head. Coincidentally, it was green. Suyu would not let this opportunity slip by. He dashed forward, wielding his bone-chopping knife aimed at its neck. The elderly zombie, having finally managed to remove the paint bucket, instinctively raised its arm to shield itself. The force of the blow diminished after severing both arms. Yet it still cleaved through the zombie's jaw. Undeterred, the zombie, even with only its upper jaw remaining and devoid of claws, attempted to bite Suyu. Unfazed, Suyu unleashed a second strike, leaving the zombie with no means of evasion. Its head was swiftly severed and plummeted into the paint bucket. It appears that the green paint bucket was the elderly zombie's joyous abode. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained 10 experience points, and 1 gold coin. Suyu inhaled deeply, his mind racing through a rapid review. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with his recent performance. Theoretically, it should have been resolved with a single strike. Yet he had resorted to 2. After all, in his previous life, he was a mage, and his prowess in close combat left much to be desired. Kicking aside the lifeless body sprawled on the ground, a new discovery was made. This time, it was a universal capsule. Generally speaking, a universal capsule signifies essential supplies in a post-apocalyptic world, an indispensable resource for survivors. It can contain everything from candies and sodas to extravagant seafood feasts and whole roasted lambs. The method of use is quite simple. One merely needs to press the button at the top of the capsule, and the supplies will materialize. However, the capsule is single-use, lacking any recycling function, and any unfinished contents must be stored in a wristband. According to the rules, when the apocalypse strikes, all existing food on Blue Star will rot and spoil. After a 7-day beginner period, the safety zones in major cities will become accessible, allowing survivors to purchase supplies from the system store using gold coins. Survival is not an option. To procure essential resources, one must eliminate zombies. Indeed, the label on the capsule read, a 2L bottle of joyful soda. Based on experiments conducted in the Lighthouse Nation, one can survive for 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water. In the midst of the apocalypse, access to clean water becomes exceedingly vital. The joyful soda not only replenishes hydration, but is also rich in carbohydrates, making it a rare and valuable resource. Upon pressing the button, the capsule burst open, revealing a bottle of joyful soda before Suyu. After taking several hearty gulps, he glanced around the room. He noticed a zombie infant lying lifelessly on the floor, suggesting that the elderly woman had awakened her abilities by slaying it. Ignoring the scene, Suyu made his way to the 9th floor. As he recalled, this level housed 2 families. Sure enough, as he approached the communal area on the 9th floor, he heard the sounds of movement and the distinctive growls of zombies. What a surprise, 2 zombies at once. One, a mischievous child zombie, was hanging upside down from the ceiling, while the other, an older zombie pushing a baby carriage, seemed to have been infected while caring for its grandchild. Suyu examined the attributes of the 2 zombies. Aside from the child's agility reaching 12 points, their other attributes were not significantly different from ordinary zombies. Although slightly stronger than an average person, they paled in comparison to Suyu. Upon catching sight of a living human, the 2 zombies became frenzied with excitement. They emitted a series of shrill howls, lunging towards Suyu with reckless abandon. Their seemingly ferocious charge was, in truth, devoid of strategy. The greatest flaw of these ordinary zombies was their lack of intelligence. They instinctively attacked humans without foresight. Crack! Instead of retreating, Suyu advanced. With a swift motion, he severed the child zombie, who had a slightly higher agility and charged first, cleanly in 2. A spray of blood erupted, momentarily obscuring the ordinary zombie's vision. As it passed through the blood veil, it encountered the bone cleaver, which had been poised and ready, accurately striking its neck. With each encounter, Suyu became increasingly adept with the bone cleaver. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV1, gained 10 experience points, and 1 gold coin. 2 consecutive system notifications chimed, and 20 experience points were credited to his account. At a distance of 60 experience points from level 3, Chapter 7 unfolds with the FBI's crackdown on Vice. After their demise, 2 zombies left behind 2 consumable items. What a stark contrast. Reflecting on a previous life, the journey began with 3 days of hunger. After much struggle, I finally broke free from the novice phase. Reaching into my pocket, I found it emptier than a barren landscape. If not for a zombie dropping an apple, I might have perished during the initiation period. Halfway through, I realized that the apple had been infested with worms. Suyu picked up the 2 items, feeling fortunate. Silverbird Claw, a common-grade consumable that consumes a small amount of energy, enhancing observation skills for 5 minutes post-use. Enemy Luring Pod, a common-grade consumable that consumes a small amount of energy. When thrown, it attracts the attention of humanoid zombies within a 10-meter radius for 1 minute, disappearing upon taking damage. Though merely ordinary, These items could yield substantial benefits in the apocalypse if employed wisely. Excellent. They would prove useful shortly. Suyu smiled faintly and stored them in the wristband. The commotion attracted the attention of others on the floor. In room 903, a young lady, clad in pajamas and wearing a facial mask, abruptly flung open the door. With a severe myopia of 800 degrees, she squinted at Suyu standing in the communal area, placing her hands on her hips and unleashing a torrent of curses. Are you out of your mind? Making noise in the communal area at this hour? This young lady was quick-tempered, and as she spoke, she grabbed her phone to call the police. Suyu, having endured 10 years in the apocalypse, was never one to engage in rational discourse. The idea of reasoning in such dire circumstances seemed absurd. The sole reason for sparing her was that killing her would yield no benefit to him. Unfazed, Suyu discreetly assessed her attributes. Level 1. Unawakened, she evidently had yet to grasp the current reality. He then brandished his bone-cutting knife and approached the room behind her, from which an elderly zombie staggered out. In her blurred vision, the young lady mistakenly perceived Suyu as a provocateur, her anger flaring. Grabbing a broom in haste, she prepared to confront him. It was only upon his closer approach that she noticed the blood-soaked figure before her, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloping her. Startled, she fell to the ground, trembling as she retrieved her glasses from her pocket. Finally, she beheld the gruesome scene in the communal area, causing her to lose control of her bladder. The elderly zombie had awkwardly shuffled to her side, and Suyu suspected it might soon meet its end. The zombie clutched her hand and brought it to its mouth. Lacking teeth, it gnawed for a while, leaving her hand drenched in saliva. The absurdity of the situation almost amused Suyu. The young lady furrowed her brow as a sharp pain surged through her hand. After persistent efforts, the zombie finally broke her skin. Having infected her, the zombie leveled up to 2 and, shuffling its feet, turned to launch an attack on Suyu. Here we go again. Upon encountering this unexpected opportunity, Suyu naturally accepted it with a smile. With just a few swift strikes, he dispatched the 2 zombies before him, thus acquiring 30 experience points. This duo of an elderly individual and a youth yielded a resource capsule containing a delectable spicy hot pot. Indeed, on the very first day of the apocalypse, indulging in cola paired with spicy hot pot could be deemed quite a luxury. After confirming that the 9th floor had been thoroughly cleared, Suyu set his sights on the top floor, the 10th. The owner of this level had leased his premises to a streaming guild, reportedly comprising individuals who had been laid off and were seeking re-employment in Chengdu. Men and women, along with managerial staff, likely numbered over 20. During the day, the streamers entertained audiences on conventional platforms by performing various tasks such as cleaning windows, driving trains, or showcasing stunts, all while enticing fans to purchase virtual gifts. As night fell, they transitioned to adult platforms, engaging in extravagant live shows and amassing wealth, with some even enjoying more intimate interactions with top supporters. Upon arriving at the 10th floor, Suyu was immediately surrounded by a multitude of promotional stands featuring beautiful female streamers. Beautiful streamer, 38, divorced with 2 children. Please note room number, 9527. The runaway princess of Xingqing, just turned 18 this year. Room number, 02825. Do you love me? Step inside to claim your first love girlfriend. Guaranteed to look just like the cover. Live room ID, 11,037. Each stand showcased youthful and radiant faces, yet Suyu was privy to their true appearances. How to describe it? Most were products of beauty filters or even advanced technology, not meant for close inspection. However, there had once been an S-Rank gifted survivor who awakened in this place, becoming the leader of the entire building. Yet he had met his demise in the beginner phase due to his tyrannical behavior towards both men and women. Thus, Suyu retained some recollection of him. Standing quietly at the doorway, Suyu realized that a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. Prepared for this, he retrieved the recently acquired Silverbird Claw. Ding! Using the consumable Silverbird Claw, your observation skills receive a slight enhancement. Duration, 5 minutes. Following the system's prompt, Suyu felt his senses heighten, as if the entire world had come into sharper focus. What was once obstructed by the door could now be discerned through sound. Within the 10th floor, several doors were closed. The doors of rooms 1001 and 1002 were tightly shut, and judging by the sounds, each housed 2 zombies. Room 1003 stood wide open and was vacant. The door of room 1004 was ajar, emanating an overwhelmingly strong scent of blood. Inside, there were likely no fewer than 10 corpses, clearly the remnants of a fierce battle. From deep within the room, the sound of a zombie gnawing and the breaths of 2 humans could be heard. This was the only location on the entire 10th floor with any signs of life. To prevent any further complications, Suyu kicked open the door and announced loudly, "Open up, FBI. We're here to clean up. Everyone, behave yourselves." Before him lay a gruesome sight, severed limbs and dismembered bodies piled upon the floor, comprising both human and zombie remains. Yet, without exception, whether male or zombie, the lower bodies were a grotesque mass of blood and flesh. Crimson blood saturated the entirety of the room, its floor, walls, and ceiling. A robust, naked male zombie faced away from Suyu, crouched in the corridor, clutching a gruesome object, poised to bring it to its lips. The gory spectacle before him was the handiwork of this very zombie. It is worth noting that typical zombies, upon infecting survivors, perceive them as kin and cease their attacks. However, creatures like this one, that directly consume humans, are exceedingly rare, typically embodying the remnants of those with profoundly antisocial personalities from their past lives, transforming into elite zombies with vestiges of memory. This particular zombie, exposed in all its muscular glory, was adorned with an array of tattoos. Its left arm bore a flaming chelan, its right a three-legged golden crow, while a dragon-drawn coffin sprawled across its back, and a wide-eyed Guyu graced its chest. The wealth of symbolism was astounding. Good heavens! In the realm of tattoos, each design was strikingly extraordinary. These were not mere tattoos, they were life inscriptions. Such elaborate inkings required a robust fate to endure. Indeed, it had transformed into a zombie. Chapter 8. Elite Zombies and the Huaxiao War. Bao Suyu promptly assessed the attributes of this formidable foe. Robust zombie, level 3, elite, basic attributes, strength, 25, spirit, 8, constitution, 22, agility, 15. These attributes were remarkably formidable. An ordinary person would scarcely survive a few exchanges with it. However, Suyu's own attributes were not significantly inferior. Like survivors, zombies too could level up through hunting. Attaining level 3 in such a short span speaks volumes of its ferocity. Yet, its mental acuity paled in comparison to the elderly man downstairs, suggesting that this brute was indeed a physically strong, but intellectually simplistic individual. While it might not rival a true boss, it possessed a modicum of intelligence compared to typical zombies. The drop rate for elite zombies was commendable, making it well worth the endeavor. Without further ado, the elite zombie rose, its naked form charging directly at Suyu. A knowing smile graced Suyu's lips as he couldn't help but exclaim, "My friend, it appears you are but an immature little insect." This fellow had once been a manager for a live-streaming guild, tall and robust, yet had now been reduced to a mere insect. Even medication could not awaken his diminutive form. Birds would proclaim, "Tonight, there is food." His inhumane tendencies had fostered his antisocial and misanthropic character. In life, he could still restrain his emotions. However, as a zombie, the vestiges of memory compelled his body into indiscriminate aggression, even attempting to bolster his vitality through mimicry. This elite zombie was a towering, hulking figure. In the mundane world, even the might of a bone-slicing blade would struggle to deliver a decisive blow to its head or heart. The strategy would necessitate incapacitating it first before delivering the final strike. At that moment, the elite zombie let out a ferocious roar and, like the rush of wind, surged towards Suyu. Its claws glimmered with a faint green light, preparing to embrace Suyu in a deadly hug. Just as the claws were about to make contact with him, the elite zombie's body suddenly froze, with all attention converging on Suyu's hand. In his grasp was a vessel inscribed with peculiar runes, exuding an astonishing allure for the undead. Casually, Suyu tossed the lure of the enemy behind the elite zombie, causing a noticeable pause in its movements. Then, in a bizarre manner, it pivoted around. The attraction this object held for zombies surpassed that for the living. Although it proved ineffective against a boss, it was remarkably effective against these zombies. Without hesitation, Suyu bent low, his bone-slicing knife poised to strike. The sharp sound resonating was the blade slicing through the zombie's thigh, followed by the thud of the blade being deflected by the femur. Utilizing the momentum of the elite zombie's charge, he carved a massive gash into its left leg. The elite zombie staggered but did not fall. Suyu was not greedy for further strikes. He retreated immediately after his initial blow. The impact left his hands tingling around the knife's hilt. Prior to the battle, the blade had already sustained a chip, and after just one exchange with the elite zombie, the damage was exacerbated. Fortunately, Suyu had allocated all his attribute points to strength. Otherwise, he would have struggled to pierce its skin. This strike was lethal for a human in the apocalypse. Yet for a zombie, it merely diminished its mobility. That was sufficient. With the muscle of its left leg compromised, its movements slowed considerably. Even turning was a laborious task. The elite zombie, disregarding everything, lunged toward the nearby vessel. Lower-tier zombies, incapable of feeling pain, naturally did not comprehend the concepts of risk and reward. In its eyes, there was only the enticing vessel. With the knife held at an angle, as the elite zombie lunged, Guyu aimed for its right knee and delivered a fierce chop. The bone-slicing knife struck the joint with pinpoint accuracy, creating a shower of sparks upon impact. The patella shattered, and the entire leg bent forward at a 90-degree angle. The elite zombie lost its support and collapsed heavily to the ground. Yet, it still extended its claws, crawling desperately towards the tantalizing vessel just out of reach. Seizing the opportunity, Guyu would not grant it reprieve. With 3 swift strikes, he severed its neck into 2 halves. Ding! Successfully killed elite zombie LV3, gained 60 experience. 6 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to 3, awarded 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Hand of Plunder, remaining uses, 2, few. 60 experience points? Not bad. Just enough to ascend to level 3 with an additional 30 points to spare. Upon hearing the familiar system notification, Guyu finally relaxed. To an outsider, the sequence of actions appeared almost unbelievable. However, for Guyu, who had toiled in this apocalypse for a decade, it was merely a matter of course. After all, he had been acquainted with the various zombie behaviors for 10 years. Unfortunately, the bone-slicing knife had suffered significant damage after the flurry of attacks, with chips and cracks worsening considerably. Clearly, it was no longer usable, and Guyu had no choice but to discard it. The weaponry from Blue Star proved to be quite inadequate against these zombies. He delivered a swift kick, toppling the elite zombie's body. To his delight, he discovered a supply capsule and a weapon. As he picked up the capsule, he was greeted by the inscription, "A sumptuous barbecue feast, serves 4." Excellent. Even a late-night snack was secured. He then set his sights on the longbow. A bow and arrow. Intriguing. Guyu's eyes glimmered with excitement. He picked up the longbow, opened a can of cola, and took a few sips before beginning to examine this weapon. Huaxia War Bow, superior grade equipment. An ancient standard longbow from Huaxia, featuring great tensile strength, high efficiency, and reasonable penetration and lethality. Attributes: Strength 2, Agility 3. Passive: ignores 10 of the enemy's defense. A longbow accompanied by 30 combat arrows. Huaxia War Bow equipped. Friendly reminder: only one ranged weapon can be equipped at a time. Equipping a bow or crossbow-type weapon grants a chance to obtain arrows upon defeating enemies. Splendid. At least he now possessed a weapon capable of long-range lethality. In his previous life, Guyu had awakened the talent of the mage's heart, making a mage class the most suitable choice. Yet, deep down, he yearned to be an archer. Thus, he was well-versed in the study of archery. After shooting several arrows at the wall, he finally ceased his activity. He then stowed the remaining half of the cola into his ring. In the adjoining room, a man and a woman peered through the crack of the door, their eyes fixated hungrily on Guyu's cola, swallowing hard. At that moment, the man wielded a 70-centimeter machete, still bearing traces of recently dried blood. On the bed behind him lay the naked corpse of a male zombie, who had likely been in his 40s, stout, and slightly balding. This was none other than the top supporter from their live stream. Within the confines of the bedroom, everything had long been sensed by Guyu, thanks to the silver bird claws effect. Chapter 9. The oddity of change. The 2 individuals in the room were in their early 20s, appearing youthful but clearly lacking in innocence. The blonde-haired man had an average build, a mouth full of yellowing teeth, and several noticeable scars from knives and cigarette burns. The young woman, clad in a tank top and shorts, with chestnut hair, was petite yet curvaceous, exuding a strong aura of experience. They were, in essence, a pair of illicit lovers, having recently entered the industry, renowned for their bold and audacious live streams. Last night, the top supporter had transformed into a zombie when the apocalypse struck. At that moment, he had been engaged in an intimate exchange with the young woman, while her boyfriend and cameraman, the blonde-haired man, acted swiftly to subdue him. The 2 expended considerable effort before finally slaying the zombie. Whether by fortune or misfortune, the top supporter had dropped a supply capsule, a portion of pickled vegetables with steamed bread. After a prolonged battle and feeling famished, they devoured the food ravenously. When hunger strikes, anything tastes delightful. Lacking water, they could only swallow dry. However, after finishing the pickled vegetables and steamed bread, they were left feeling parched. As the 2 prepared to venture out in search of water, the astute Huang Mao caught wind of a disturbance outside the door. Peering through the crack, he bore witness to the merciless slaughter executed by the elite zombie, a formidable foe they had encountered recently. Subsequently, they observed Guyu's one-sided massacre, leaving them in a state of shock. Their trepidation intensified as they witnessed Guyu deliberately produce a large bottle of happy water. The mere sound of his swallowing and the belch that followed was utterly chilling. In dire circumstances, one might resort to any means. This is the essence of primal instinct. As Suyu scrutinized the Huaxiao battle bow, the two began to converse in hushed tones. Brother, indeed, he resides on the 8th floor, a university student. Quite impressive. Look at his delicate features. He managed to slay Jin Ge. The Jin Ge they referred to as the elite zombie they had just seen. Huang Mao raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence, then utilized a technique he had recently mastered to check Suyu's information. Basic information: name, lone wolf title, chosen 1 level, 3 occupation, none lone wolf. Is he the big shot mentioned in the world announcement? Truly terrifying, exclaimed his companion. No wonder he could eliminate Jin Ge with such ease. The younger girl, eager to emulate, chimed in, Brother, should we go out? He seems so formidable. Surely he can protect us. Huang Mao quickly intervened, maintaining his composure. Have you witnessed the numerous apocalyptic scenarios? Even if we cried for help, waving a white flag, appearing unarmed could lead to friendly fire. Brother, you are so wise, she replied, realizing the soundness of his reasoning. Huang Mao swallowed hard and continued his analysis. Remember that book we recently read, Apocalypse Antagonist, starting by slaying the Chosen One? In the Apocalypse, the antagonist ambushes and kills the Chosen One to assume the role of the protagonist. I noticed he uses a bow as well, in such a confined space. He cannot fully unleash his potential. We shall act soon. After all, this is the Apocalypse. We must take risks. With my S-level talent, if I slay him, I shall become the Chosen One. The younger girl hesitated. Brother, that might not be wise. Huang Mao recalled his enlightening experiences in prison and casually remarked, I have studied law. This is a case of homicide. He deserves immediate capital punishment. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you are amazing. You've even studied law? I have learned much more, he asserted. Once we succeed in this endeavor, we shall be the protagonists, feasting on delicacies every day. Huang Mao even began to fantasize about reaching the pinnacle of life. All right, brother, I will follow your lead. After outlining their strategy, Huang Mao gestured, Princess, please commence your performance. The younger girl nodded, having awakened her talent, which allowed her to transform into the likeness of others. She altered her physique and appearance, even her voice. In a falsetto, she cried out, Help! Help! Someone please! Huang Mao, armed with a watermelon knife, concealed himself behind the door, ready to strike as soon as Suyu stepped inside. Unbeknownst to them, every word they uttered, amplified by the silver bird's talon, was heard by Suyu. Upon hearing the blonde youth proclaim his possession of an S-level talent, Suyu could not suppress his delight. It appeared that the other party had successfully achieved a first kill, thereby sparing him considerable trouble. The fact that the individual had remained silent until Suyu vanquished the elite zombie suggested a lack of intelligence on their part. With measured strides, Suyu approached. Yet his footsteps abruptly ceased at the threshold of the door. Inside, the hearts of the individuals present were racing. If the initial slaying of zombies could be deemed self-defense, this forthcoming ambush would constitute premeditated murder. For the two who had only recently stepped into this apocalyptic world, a sense of trepidation lingered. With a creak, the door swung open. The body of the top-ranked individual lay covered by a thick blanket. In a corner of the bedroom, a young girl with disheveled hair and disarrayed clothing curled up, her modesty barely preserved. The transformed delinquent possessed an elegant demeanor and ethereal charm, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, the inherent air of promiscuity could not be concealed. Suyu promptly scanned her information, astonished by the unexpected revelation of a 2-for-1 deal. Dull miss, LV1, no occupation. C-level talent, facade disguise. Despite being a mere C-level, this ability was indeed advantageous. It allowed for the concealment of personal information and transformation of appearance, an essential tool for any adept survivor. Holding his bow and arrow, Suyu refrained from entering, choosing instead to observe the corner where the young girl was situated. Her wide eyes darted between Suyu and the blonde youth, who, sweating profusely with a knife in hand, anxiously monitored the doorway while occasionally glancing back, seeking some indication from her. Time seemed to suspend as the three found themselves in a delicate equilibrium. The blonde youth gestured to the girl, urging her to ignite another fire. Thus, she shifted her position, the slender straps of her nightgown slipping to the side. Her legs curled together, parallel to her shoulders. As her curves became subtly discernible in the dim light, an overtly provocative display. Thank you, big brother. You are truly remarkable for having defeated the monstrous creature outside, she exclaimed, her innocence shining through. I'm just a college student here for a part-time job, and then the apocalypse struck. Oh no, big brother, my leg is injured. Could you carry me out? With hands splayed and an expression of feigned innocence, she executed a smooth series of flirtations, even evoking a physiological response from the hidden blonde youth, who mused, "Goodness, this is too intense. Is there a man who could possibly resist this? Even I find it overwhelming." He resolved to have her assume this form again the following day, relishing in the prospect. Are the variables changing or remaining constant? Suyu suddenly inquired. A college student, perhaps? Is that a reliable claim? Chicken? Lotus? Are they edible? The girl, lacking in culinary knowledge, responded, her words veering off topic. If you have ingredients, I could certainly assist with a meal. Her naivety was glaring. What legitimate college student would adopt the moniker of dull miss? It was no wonder these individuals were prone to proclaiming themselves as university students. The greater the turmoil, the more costly the catch. The higher the education, the pricier the flesh. The reputation of college students had indeed been tarnished by such individuals. Suyu remained silent, drawing his bow and releasing an arrow. Chapter 10. Plundering an S-Rank Talent. Double strike. Whoosh. As his words faded, Huang Mao felt a sharp rush of wind near his ear. Ah! The little lowly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Suyu had meticulously planned everything. He intended to heighten the little lowly's frailty and seize her talent in one fell swoop. The arrow pierced through her left palm, traversed her collarbone, and was firmly embedded in the wall. Suyu continued to draw his bow. An arrow struck the little lowly's limbs. The excruciating pain rendered her unresponsive, leaving her gasping for breath. In the next moment, Suyu silently deployed his plundering hand against the little lowly. Ding! You have used the plundering hand on the survivor, doll sister. Doll sister's current collapse level, 50. Frailty level, 90. Talent plunder successful. Ding! You have acquired C-rank talent. Disguise mask. Talent. Disguise mask, C-rank. Talent level, C-rank. Disguise, conceal or mask personal information. Can only be discerned if the opponent is more than 3 levels higher. Mask. Transform into the appearance of another person, lasting for 1 hour, usable once per day. After her talent was plundered, the little lowly felt her newly transformed tall figure gradually shrinking. Her originally pure and charming face visibly morphed into one adorned with heavy makeup, exuding an alluring charm. Following the trajectory of the arrow, Huang Mao instinctively gaped in shock. The entire scenario unfolded too abruptly. Suyu's ruthless technique left him considerably unsettled. Had he truly encountered a merciless character in this apocalyptic world? Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to witness the true power of this SSS-Rank talent. Unable to contain himself, Huang Mao brandished a watermelon knife and charged forth, seething with murderous intent. Lone wolf, dare you harm my woman? I will kill you. Suyu remained composed, stepping back silently while scanning Huang Mao's attributes. Killing him would be child's play. It was merely a matter of time before acquiring the talent. Old driver, level 1, no profession, S-rank talent, double strike. Indeed, it was an S-rank talent. However, both individuals were currently at level 1, suggesting they had collaborated to achieve the kill. They each received 5 experience points, resulting in their simultaneous awakening. As Huang Mao swung the watermelon knife, he incessantly slashed at Suyu, his mouth never ceasing. Is it wrong for a woman with an injured leg to hide in a room and call for help? Indeed. But why then do you seek to kill her? Do you not understand the value of cherishing a delicate flower? Damn, what of the SSS-rank talent? Do not presume I fear you. Observing Suyu retreating while engaging in combat, Huang Mao even began to entertain the illusion that he might truly have a chance to slay him. Suyu noted that with each swing of Huang Mao's watermelon knife, a shadowy afterimage appeared in midair. This was double strike. All attacks would inflict damage twice. Excellent. Suyu feigned a vulnerability, and Huang Mao's blade struck the corpse of an elite zombie. The force of the blow was so intense that Huang Mao felt his hands tingle from the impact against the zombie's rigid ribcage. The next moment, Huang Mao lifted his head, but the blade remained suspended in the air, the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. At this moment, Suyu had fully drawn his bow, the arrowhead poised against his forehead. The yellow-haired man understood that the instant Suyu released his grip, his head would surely burst. The watermelon knife clattered to the ground as he swiftly donned a sycophantic smile, employing his finest act of contrition, akin to a performer in a live stream receiving gifts. Desperately pleading, "Great one. I was wrong. We should not have set our sights on you. You are magnanimous. I failed to recognize your greatness. And I do not wish to perish. Please spare me." To spare you? That is not out of the question, Suyu responded. This statement left the yellow-haired man momentarily stunned. He had been convinced that his demise was inevitable, for in this apocalyptic world, his pleas for mercy were merely a formality. Typically, the protagonist would swiftly take action, leading him to his demise. After all, what hero was not a decisive figure of death? Why was this man deviating from the expected script? He never anticipated that Suyu would actually grant him mercy. You're not deceiving me, are you, Great One? The tremor in his voice betrayed his anxiety. I would never deceive you. Honesty is my virtue. Suyu replied earnestly, his smile radiating warmth. Indeed, Great One. I possess S-class talent. Spare my life, and I shall serve you loyally. The yellow-haired man chimed in, chuckling nervously. Yet, he could only perceive Suyu's demeanor as bright and sunny. However, in the next moment, Suyu struck. With a swift motion, he released an arrow that pierced the yellow-haired man's thigh, creating a gruesome wound that rendered him incapable of escape. The yellow-haired man let out an anguished scream. And after several more arrows, he was utterly incapacitated, his voice reduced to a feeble whisper. Great One, did you not say you were a man of your word? That you would not kill me? Indeed, I did say I would not kill you. Suyu replied, and then he activated the Hand of Plunder. Beep. You have used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Old Driver Explorer. Old Driver Explorer's current collapse level, 70, weakness level, 50, talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Beep. You have acquired S-class talent, Double Strike. Suyu turned and exited the room, leaving the yellow-haired man clinging to life, desperately seeking a way to escape. What does this mean? Has the Great One crippled me, wishing for me to perish on my own? 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. Once I escape, I shall seek vengeance. I possess S-class talent. I have a chance to turn the tides. Wait. Where's my talent? Zombies are coming. After Suyu left, he concealed himself in the shadows, using his bow to shatter the locks of rooms 1001 and 1002. The zombies within were finally liberated, and they instinctively set their sights on the two individuals in room 1004, who were on the brink of death. Suyu's intention to eliminate them was merely a matter of moments. However, what advantage would that yield him? Would it not be more beneficial to eliminate them once they had transformed into zombies? This, indeed, was the epitome of maximizing profit. While waiting for the two individuals to become infected, Suyu seized the opportunity to examine the recently acquired talent. Talent. Double Strike, S-Rank. Talent level, S-Rank. With a splash of ice in the cola, joy is doubled. Survivors endowed with this talent inflict damage twice with every attack. After having plundered 3 talents, Suyu finally secured his first combat-oriented ability. Truly worthy of its S-Rank, it is straightforward and unambiguous. 1 arrow equals 2 arrows. 1 slash equals 2 slashes. 1 shockwave equals 2 shockwaves. The absence of any restrictions implies that even ultimate moves can be joyfully doubled. Such simplicity is impressive. 9 cows and 10 bulls vying for supremacy. Suyu distinctly remembers that the first warrior god of Huaxia possessed this very talent. Chapter 11. Very risque, very violent. Suyu, armed with a longbow, stood at the entrance of room 1004. Inside, the yellow-haired man and the young delinquent had completed their infection. The attributes of the zombies are rather unremarkable. However, having been struck by Suyu's arrows, they are pinned in place, momentarily unable to escape. Now, Suyu intends to test the prowess of this weapon combined with the S-Rank talent. Just how formidable is it? Before him, the individuals are entirely unclothed, engaged in a rather intimate exchange amidst the apocalypse. How should one put it? They certainly know how to have fun. Quite risque and violent. The scene is utterly explosive. One pair consists of twin female zombies, engaged in a props contest at the onset of the apocalypse. Wearing masks, they are adorned with various items, small clips, bells, and sticks. Perhaps 7 or 8 in total. Another pair, a man and a woman, are racing together. The moment they transformed into zombies, they clung to one another and have yet to part. At this moment, they gather harmoniously, each rolling their eyes, mouths agape, drooling. At a glance, 2 of them appear to be familiar faces from a signboard. Clapping, clapping. Suyu taps his foot rhythmically, capturing the attention of the zombies. The pair of humans is evidently not agile enough, allowing the 2 female zombies to seize the initiative. The duo hastily raises their hands, swaying as they advance. Exposed to the air, the ashen rabbits of the zombified pair also move in rhythm. The crisp sound of the small bells follows suit. These 2 were accustomed to competition in life, and now both aspire to claim the fresh meat before them. Damn, this is too distracting for aiming. Luckily, Suyu harbored no bold thoughts. Drawing the bow, aiming, shooting, and reloading, each action flows seamlessly. With a whoosh, the arrow flies forth, striking true, piercing the skull of the female zombie. Her body collapses backward, lifeless, as the items she bore scatter to the ground. A kill notification echoes in his ears. This arrow has cleanly penetrated the zombie's head. Remarkable. A one-shot kill. With the longbow as his weapon, he no longer worries about weapon degradation. The act of remotely eliminating zombies can only be described as both effortless and delightful, particularly after acquiring the dual strike talent. A well-placed shot to the head essentially guarantees an instant kill. Moreover, Suyu's speed in loading arrows has significantly improved, reducing the time from an original 2 seconds to a mere 15 seconds, an achievement that nearly reaches the current limits of possibility. In the very moment when another zombie was about to charge forth, Suyu released his second arrow, aimed squarely at the beast's heart. The arrow struck the chest of the female zombie, causing her to stagger back several steps, nearly colliding with the zombie behind her. The arrowhead pierced through a small bell atop her head, embedding itself in the little gray figure. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated scenario of a heart pierced and blood gushing forth did not unfold. In fact, no blood was evident at all. Could it be that this peculiar creature had its heart situated on the right side? With a flick of his wrist, as the thought crossed Suyu's mind, he loosed another arrow. Yet again, the arrow sank only an inch into the creature's body before halting. The zombie clawed at its chest, where 2 arrows were lodged, leaving not a single drop of blood. Just moments ago, a kill had seemed assured. So why did it fail to penetrate its defenses? Had this zombie undergone a mutation? Was its chest armor exceptionally thick? How could it be harder than stone? Not wishing to dwell on the matter any longer, Suyu aimed for the creature's head, swiftly bringing it down. What could be the underlying issue? He would take a closer look shortly. Meanwhile, the remaining pair of zombies approached, with the male zombie finally arriving in a tank. This male zombie, in life, had been lean and was one of the few male streamers in the area. The tanking female zombie was his wealthy benefactor. The disparity in their weights was likely significant. With a slight exertion, this affluent woman could easily crush him. Remarkably, even in death, she showed no mercy, truly a torment for the male zombie. Suyu, ever benevolent, decided to send him on his way. 1 arrow to the head, and with a resounding BR, the little duck fell backward, lifeless. The battlefield now bore witness only to the wealthy benefactor, the main tank, left in a state of discomfort. However, Suyu had already prepared his next arrow, pondering whether in the afterlife, this affluent woman would be able to catch up with her little duck. Following that, Suyu efficiently dealt with the yellow-haired man and the young girl, collecting all the spoils into his inventory. For level 1 zombies and 2 level 2 zombies yielded a total of 80 experience points and 8 gold coins. Yet, to progress from level 3 to level 4, a total of 300 experience points was required. He had currently amassed 110. In the grand scheme of the world, this placed him among the elite. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to investigate the female zombie. What could be the reason for her resilience against 2 arrows? Drawing closer, he was reminded of the saying, from a distance, she appeared alluring, but up close, one would feel compelled to defend oneself. This pair bore the hallmarks of excessive cosmetic enhancement, sculpted features, double eyelids, and a glossy veneer of internet celebrity aesthetics. Although striking in appearance, they lacked any semblance of soul. Unsurprisingly, the arrowheads had lodged themselves firmly in the still erect peaks of her form, even in her fallen state. At the arrow's point, a yellowish liquid seeped from the pair of robust, rock-like gray rabbits. It is unclear in which nefarious hospital the surgery was performed, yet after their transformation into zombies, they have become harder than stone. Suyu chuckled wryly, remarking, "Indeed, it is as if shot into stone." Gazing out the window, the sky gradually darkened. Only an hour remained until 6 p.m. So far, the 8th floor and above had been thoroughly cleared by Suyu. However, the circumstances below the 8th floor remained shrouded in uncertainty. A sudden voice interrupted Suyu's thoughts. Is it already nearing 6 p.m.? Are you survivors having fun? This lord has come to spoil the surprise again. Daytime belongs to the survivors, while from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., it is the realm of the zombies. All the little zombie ones will grow slightly stronger at night. For those fearless survivors, feel free to give it a try. The simple phrase "hee" conveyed Suyu's disdain towards the orderer. Doubling attributes, amplifying the desire to attack, and extending the alert range are what you call a slight enhancement. Moreover, most zombies will evolve or even mutate during the night. There's strength rivals that have mutated zombies of the same level, and they tend to congregate. The challenge escalates without a corresponding increase in rewards. Unless one possesses absolute strength, it is utterly impossible to confront these zombies head-on at night. This remains an unchanging truth from a past life. Looking once more at the dimming sky outside, Suyu resolved to spend the night here. He closed the door and casually piled a few zombie corpses at the entrance, coupled with the strong traces of blood in the living and dining areas. This would suffice to mask his presence. It would ensure a degree of safety. Chapter 12. Skill Book. Arrow of Retribution. After completing his preparations, Suyu proceeded to the relatively cleaner master bedroom. This was the workspace of the guild's top player, who had met a tragic end at the hands of elite zombies outside when the apocalypse struck. With a critical eye, Suyu surveyed the interior. The room was filled with pink elements, adorned with various unsightly photographs. In the wardrobe, an array of uniforms and cosplay outfits lay scattered, alongside numerous props Suyu had never encountered before. Truly, this top player was an elite. One could only wonder how many battles had transpired on this bed and how many foes she had vanquished. Suyu changed out of his blood-stained clothes and retrieved one of the few clean garments from his wristband. He eagerly began to tally the spoils from the recent skirmish. In that encounter, 6 zombies had yielded 4 pieces of equipment and a total of 80 arrows, reflecting on the paltry rewards from his past life. This drop rate was astonishing. Was this the Ganges? One could only say that under the blessing of maximum luck, it was indeed quite bountiful. First, there were 2 resource capsules. The first one read, Steamed Yangqing Crab, authentic, not bath crabs. Excellent, quite a luxury. It was unexpected that such a rare delicacy would appear amidst the apocalypse. The second item, a 5-liter bottle of pure water, was indeed impressive, providing at least 2 days' worth of drinking water. Next, there was a ring that shimmered with a green glow. Upon closer inspection, the patterns and designs on it bore a striking resemblance to the vitality ring worn by Suyu. Her eyes sparkled with recognition. It was indeed the energy ring, an exceptional piece of equipment. This eternal ring, forged with a simple spell, granted the wearer enhanced vitality. Attributes: Constitution 5. Passive ability: after disengaging from combat, the wearer gradually restores energy points. Quite advantageous. This ring not only aids in vitality recovery, but also complements the vitality ring to form a set. Without hesitation, she adorned herself with the ring, as her energy reserves were nearly depleted. After all, the plundering skill required energy expenditure. Remarkably, on the very first day of the apocalypse, she managed to acquire this pair of set rings. Ding. The energy ring has been equipped. Ding. Set effect activated. Rejuvenation. Rejuvenation instantly restores a small amount of vitality and energy to the survivor. Cooldown, 1 hour. At last, she possessed a life-saving skill. Although Suyu was only level 3, her attributes now matched those of her level 10 self from her previous life. Basic attributes: Strength, 27, Spirit, 15, Constitution, 25, Agility, 18. Her gaze then fell upon an unassuming ancient tome. A skill book. Just when she was lamenting the lack of useful skills, this appeared before her. In this post-apocalyptic world, skills could generally be obtained through 2 avenues: reaching level 10 and completing a class transition quest to learn the respective class skills, or through skill books to acquire new abilities. Among these skill books, the most coveted were those that provided combat buffs, regarded as versatile skills. Others included general attack skills, which had specific weapon requirements. The least desirable were life skills, such as building, crafting, or alchemy. In theory, anyone could learn these skills, though their efficacy would vary from person to person. Regardless of the type, all skill books were exceedingly precious due to the considerable difficulty in obtaining them. She hoped for a useful combat skill or an auxiliary skill. Anything but a life skill would suffice. With fervent prayers, she opened the skill book. Arrow of Punishment, an exceptional general skill. Requires a bow or crossbow for use. Consumes a certain amount of energy points to charge, gradually increasing the range and damage of the next shot, with a maximum charge time of 4 seconds. During the charging process, one can fire a phantom arrow at any time. In a fully charged state, it can inflict 150 damage, diminishing slightly with each enemy it penetrates. A bow and crossbow skill. However, after carefully reading the details, Suyu formed her own evaluation. For others, this skill might seem somewhat impractical, as its use would lock them into the archer class. After all, one could hardly expect a mage to forsake spells and wield a bow or crossbow for attack. This skill is capable of executing long-range sniping while also delivering commendable area damage. For Suyu, who lacks area damage and must spend time loading arrows each time, it proves to be exceptionally practical. Moreover, under the dual strike of the S-class talent, a fully charged state results in a staggering damage output of 300. Ding. Congratulations. Lone Wolf, you have successfully learned the skill Judgment Arrow. Suyu felt a twinge of excitement and shot an arrow into the air. Without the need for physical arrows, he concentrated his energy to manifest a phantom arrow, radiating a purplish-red glow on his battle bow. During the charging process, he could move and adjust his direction at any moment. Remarkably, he could even look back while shooting. Su Yu's excitement grew. In a fully charged state, he altered his body's direction and shot the arrow from the balcony. In the apocalypse, the standard attack range for regular bows and crossbows is generally around 30 meters. Beyond that distance, the arrows would plummet sharply, with a maximum range not exceeding 40 meters. However, the phantom arrow he just unleashed in a fully charged state had a striking range of a full 50 meters. Although this skill has a relatively short cooldown, given his current energy attributes, he could only manage to release the skill 6 times at most. Were it not for the significant energy expenditure of this skill, Su Yu would have been tempted to stand on the 10th floor balcony and shoot down the zombies below. He restrained his impulses, promising to thoroughly test it out tomorrow. Su Yu felt thoroughly satisfied with today's gains. Not only had he reached a little over level 3, but he had also acquired a pair of rings and a battle bow, all of excellent quality, coupled with the various supplies he had collected. It was something he could have hardly imagined in his past life. Most importantly, he had plundered 2 S-class talents, Max Luck and Dual Strike. He had never experienced such a splendid beginning. At that moment, Su Yu took out the remaining half bottle of cola. He opened the capsules containing spicy hot pot and hairy crabs, ready to indulge in his splendid life. Since his rebirth, he had only managed a few bites and was famished. It must be said that although the orderer was somewhat unreliable, the culinary delights produced by the Apocalypse's supply capsules were indeed remarkable. The moment he pressed the capsule switch, an enticing aroma wafted forth. The food retained its optimal state upon emerging from the capsule. The flavors and textures were simply exquisite, though the combination of spicy hot pot and hairy crabs was rather peculiar. Su Yu swiftly devoured the delectable feast before him. After finishing the last sip of cola, he sighed contentedly. Chapter 13. Hidden Profession. God of Zombu. After rummaging for quite some time, he finally unearthed paper and pen from his room. Upon awakening his SSS class talent, the Hand of Plunder represented boundless possibilities. The first of these was the selection of a profession. The Apocalypse had simplified professions into 3 categories: warrior, mage, and Taoist. After the 7-day novice period, the safety zones of the cities would gradually open. All survivors who achieved level 10 would be able to transition to a new profession through quests. With each level gained, they would receive 5 points of free attributes. The path one chooses is entirely contingent upon personal attributes and skill sets, particularly concerning one's chosen profession. For instance, upon selecting the warrior class, a survivor aiming for a tank build would invest entirely in vitality, while one pursuing a brute force warrior path would allocate all points to strength. Conversely, rogues and archers would benefit from a dual focus on strength and agility. As for mages and priests, they predominantly enhance their mental faculties, although a smattering of agility and vitality may also be advantageous. Should an individual insist on adopting the warrior class, yet allocate all points to mental prowess, unleashing skills against zombies in a frenzied manner could be feasible, albeit ineffective. The damage output of warriors fundamentally relies on strength and agility, while one might manage initially. The despair of ineffectiveness will soon become apparent. It can only be succinctly described as exceedingly spirited. Those who relish such unconventional approaches often find themselves among the first to perish in a post-apocalyptic world. The majority of individuals in this dystopian setting gravitate towards one of the 3 primary professions, while a mere 1 in 1,000 may embark on the path of hidden classes. This distinction serves as a dividing line between the skilled and the ordinary, with the 1 in 1,000 not being an insignificant figure. For instance, the awakening probability for a C-class talent stands at 1 in 1,000. Thus, failing to meet even this threshold spells doom for aspirations of ascending to mastery. However, hidden professions also vary in caliber, and only the most elite among them are worthy of Su Yu's pursuit. The necromancer, for instance, has the ability to summon legions to fight on their behalf with a mere gesture. This was Su Yu's hidden profession from a previous life, specifically within the summoning branch of mages. Armed with the innate talent of a mage's heart, Su Yu triggered the quest chain for the hidden profession of necromancer, a process he has long memorized. For him, selecting this path poses no challenge whatsoever. However, the strength of his summoned entities is intrinsically linked to his own attributes, devoid of any connection to numerous exceptional talents. It is evident that he will never harness the power of the Hand of Plunder. Furthermore, even if he were to choose this profession, he would still require the plunder of an individual endowed with the mage's heart talent. Su Yu quickly enumerated a dozen hidden professions with which he was familiar: Dragon Knight, Shadow Assassin, Iron Walker, Yin Yang Sorcerer, and Spirit Medium, among others. These were the professions of esteemed war gods, mage gods, and Tao gods throughout the history of Huaxia, each renowned figures in their own right, albeit with their own advantages and disadvantages. To date, few have been able to maintain their divine status for an entire year. Historically, conquering the world is challenging. Defending it is even more arduous. No one can remain atop the pinnacle indefinitely, even with careful foresight and vigilance, surrounded by those filled with ambition, passion, and desire. Once one ascends to divine status, they become the subject of intense scrutiny. Their talents, equipment, and skills are meticulously analyzed. Consequently, Suyu decided to adopt a different approach. He resolved to first catalog the A-class talents and hire that he was familiar with, as these would eventually be the targets of his plundering endeavors. Defensive talents, such as reflective damage and blood bowl defense, are certainly viable, albeit in limited supply. Moreover, standing idly by, feigning weakness while biding one's time, does not quite align with Suyu's character. With a deliberate reduction in speed, blood loss, and silence, he rendered himself immobile, feeble, and disarmed, inflicting self-harm and fracturing the very essence of his being. After meticulously arranging all high-level talents, Suyu affirmed the profession he intended to pursue: archery. A single arrow, a guaranteed kill. Even in the unlikely event of not securing an instant kill, the prospect of instantly layering debuffs was undeniably enticing. Suyu recalled an old acquaintance. They had once engaged in a brief partnership within the Star City Museum. However, while Suyu awakened as a necromancer, his companion had emerged as a hidden class archer. The god of Zongbu. The god of Zongbu stood as the sole hidden profession in Huaxia, undoubtedly surpassing Suyu's necromancer by an immeasurable margin. Nonetheless, before their respective class changes, they had aided one another, yet after transitioning, the other harbored envy towards Suyu's equipment, severing ties, and launching an offensive against him. That confrontation culminated in a bitter victory for Suyu, marked by a final arrow that pierced his shoulder, leaving behind a permanent scar. To Suyu, one of Huaxia's strongest hidden professions, the god of Zongbu, had fallen before even making a mark, lost in the shadows of the museum. God of Zongbu, it is you. After much contemplation, Suyu finally encircled the name of the god of Zongbu. The night deepened. The zombies roamed the stairwell, patrolling back and forth. This night, they transformed into Suyu's guardians. Initially, the sounds of combat could be heard, but soon, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Before long, Suyu drifted into slumber. After many years, it was the first time he had not been plagued by nightmares. Gone were the burdens, the relentless pursuit, and the uncertainties of the future. The lightness of his being felt utterly sublime. Whoosh! Concealed in the stairwell, he released an arrow through the narrow gap of the fire door. The arrow struck with precision, penetrating the throat and directly piercing the zombie's brain. The creature fell silent, slowly collapsing to the ground. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Until its demise. The zombie remained unaware of the source of the fatal shot. Ding! Successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 20 experience points and 2 gold coins. Ding! Level increased to 4. Received 5 free attribute points. Ding! Talent Plundering Hand. Remaining uses: 1. Upon eliminating a zombie in the common area on the first floor, he reached level 4. After a night had passed, most of the zombies had ascended to level 2. Compared to their former level 1 selves, their intelligence had markedly increased. As the zombies on the first floor sensed the death of their comrade, they collectively moved towards the fallen body. Suyu knocked an arrow, his presence instantly capturing the attention of the zombies. The narrow corridor forced the 5 zombies into a single file, with his bow fully drawn. A phantom arrow radiating a purplish-red light was unleashed in an instant. The punishing arrow. This unadorned shot effortlessly strung the 5 zombies together like candied hawthorn on a stick. Although the damage slightly diminished with each successive shot, the impact remained formidable. Under the dual impact of his skills, the first 4 zombies were swiftly annihilated. The 5th, however, staggered after being struck by an arrow, and it was only after Suyu delivered a second shot that it finally succumbed. It appears that this ability can effectively eliminate 4 foes, but falters against 5. In accordance with the rules of the apocalypse, once a survivor's level exceeds that of a zombie by 3 tiers, no further gains can be acquired from them. Thus, after reaching level 4, Suyu recognized that remaining in this vicinity held little significance. After collecting his spoils, he departed from the residential complex. Despite encountering numerous items along the way, most of which were capsules of apocalyptic supplies, overall, his luck paled in comparison to the previous day. Additionally, he discovered a few consumables such as Silverbird Claw and Lure of the Enemy. Currently, these items were of no use to him. so he stowed them in his wristband. At the very least, Suyu had now resolved his basic needs. Having filled his belly, Suyu's focus shifted to a singular goal, the Star City Hospital, not far from home. His choice was motivated by two factors. First, he had heard in his past life that on the second day of the apocalypse, the Star City Hospital had opened a hidden dungeon that lasted for 24 hours. Those who successfully completed the dungeon would reap substantial rewards, and defeating the final boss would exponentially amplify one's gains. The second reason was that the future head of the Lin family, one of Suyu's enemies from his previous life, would also be present there. He aimed to eliminate them before they could pose a threat. Who would suspect someone would dare to act at such a time? The mere thought exhilarated him. On the streets, groups of survivors had begun to team up to clear out the zombies. Each time he passed these individuals, Suyu assessed their abilities. However, most possessed talents rated no higher than D level, offering little promise. As he approached the entrance of the Star City Hospital, he casually dispatched a wandering zombie in the parking lot. He paused to retrieve a supply capsule from the pile of corpses. According to the apocalypse's design, hospitals, nursing homes, and kindergartens typically housed individuals with weaker physiques. Yet, to balance the strength across various zones, the likelihood of encountering elite zombies was somewhat higher in these areas. Suyu was precisely in search of these elite foes. If he could slay one or two, his strength would undoubtedly surge. In the parking lot, two women were hiding in a large luxury SUV. Both were prominent socialites from Star City University, and when the apocalypse struck, they had been en route to the hospital's cosmetic surgery department. They had narrowly escaped a perilous situation, but had refrained from sleeping for an entire day and night, gripped by tension and hunger, leaving them somewhat dazed. Although the streets were now largely devoid of zombies, they still hesitated to exit the vehicle. Qing Huan, look. That boy just obtained a capsule capable of producing food, one girl pointed out, indicating Suyu. Though they dared not venture out, they had witnessed nearby survivors acquiring supply capsules. "Isn't that Suyu, Lin Rufei's boyfriend from our dormitory?" asked one Xian Ran. "It truly is. Do you think he's reliable? Should we seek refuge with him for our protection? Do you even need to ask?" Wan Xinran meticulously touched up her makeup using the car's vanity mirror. She was acutely aware that Lin Rufei often treated Suyu with indifference. Wan Xinran, confident in both her beauty and prowess, was certain that once she made her move, this insufferable man would be easily ensnared. Wan Xinran, renowned as the campus belle, had her reputation bolstered by the Lin family, yet she believed herself to be far superior. Huan continued to stoke the flames of ambition. "Indeed, today, I shall spread my legs wide, and Suyu will surely comply." Wan Xinran, perhaps you ought to temper your enthusiasm, Miao Huan remarked, pursing her lips as she began to touch up her own makeup. In terms of appearance, Wan Xinran was certainly comparable to Lin Rufei, yet her natural allure often manifested in a wild and untamed demeanor. Over the course of her university years, she had likely been involved with no fewer than 30 suitors. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, she lived for herself, embracing life with a sense of ease. Conversely, Lin Rufei, though seemingly innocent, had long become a mere plaything for Bai Shihao. Neither of them held the moral high ground. "Suyu, wait for us," the two women called out as they rushed to stand before him. "I am Wan Xinran, Lin Rufei's roommate. Surely you have heard my name. This place is teeming with zombies, and the outside world is terrifying. As a lone woman without support, could you possibly take us with you?" Wan Xinran's directness stemmed from the harrowing events witnessed during the first night of the apocalypse. The two had encountered too much violence from within the confines of the car. Just that morning, a vagrant had suddenly invaded the parking lot, committing unspeakable acts of brutality against a pregnant woman who was attempting to escape. This left an indelible psychological scar on the two women, who had only just emerged from a civilized society. As she spoke, she subtly displayed her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. Suyu had certainly heard of Wan Xinran's illustrious name, and the implications of their words were unmistakable. When Suyu remained silent, Miao Huan could no longer contain herself. "If you are willing, I am open to it as well. Why not give it a try? The three of us together. You can do as you please." Rather than succumb to the brutal intentions of those with menacing visages and risk losing their lives, they preferred to choose a partner of their liking while they still had the option. Moreover, Suyu's earlier display of skill and demeanor radiated an aura of strength. With that, Miao Huan mimicked Wan Xinran's approach, adopting a seductive posture. Indeed, one is influenced by their company. These two women were undeniably bold. They cast their bait with fervor, waiting for the hapless tomcat to take the hook. They believed that by offering Suyu a taste of sweetness, they could effortlessly ensnare him. However, when the opportunity presented itself before Suyu, he harbored no illicit thoughts. having been granted a second chance at life. He understood that in the apocalypse, the most untrustworthy beings were humans. To him, these two were less appealing than zombies. Upon reviewing their personal information, he noted that they had yet to awaken, rendering further engagement unnecessary. Disinterested in further discourse, Suyu swiftly vanished from their sight. Humph, I shall remember this grievance. Wan Shinran pointed in the direction where Suyue had vanished, her hands resting on her hips, exclaiming in a huff, "Who has upset our dear Shinran?" A man from behind placed his hand on Wan Shinran's shoulder and, under the scrutiny of many, extended his hand into the abyss. Lin Maron, what are you doing? Wan Shinran glared at her ex-boyfriend with disdain, but did not immediately push him away. How are you still alive? She retorted, her expression shifting to one of feigned charm upon noticing that Lin Maron was flanked by a cadre of well-trained subordinates. Lin Maron, a scion of the Lin family, though young, was perceived by her as someone easily manipulated. This fellow may have been youthful, but the power he exhibited far surpassed that of Suyue. How could I possibly die? My subordinates mentioned they spotted your vehicle, so I came to rescue you, Lin Maron fabricated nonchalantly, as he had merely come to fulfill a familial obligation. Ugh, you're still as charming as ever, Wan Shinran thought, seasoned in the art of pleasing men. With a mere smile, she ignited a fire within Lin Maron. Shinran, what are you doing? Lin Maron was no match for Wan Shinran, whose grip ensnared his left hand, guiding it to rest upon her curvaceous form. Do you crave a peach? A juicy, succulent one? Darling, I can't resist. Where's your car? Lin Maron effortlessly scooped Wan Shinran into a princess carry, ushering her into her off-road vehicle. Sweetheart, mine is quite ample. Bear with me. Chapter 15, Hidden Battlefield. Xingqing Hospital 2.5 minutes later, Lin Maron emerged from the vehicle, embracing Wan Shinran. How was that? Am I impressive? Yet. A nagging thought surfaced in Wan Shinran's mind. How could he have the audacity to ask such a question? Lin Maron never reflected on his own shortcomings, after all these years. Had Kuan grown? Was he eating well? If Kuan hadn't matured sufficiently, becoming formidable would be a daunting challenge. You are impressive, truly remarkable. Wan Shinran playfully poked Lin Maron's chest with her delicate finger. By the way, who was the fool that dared to provoke my darling? That would be my sister's boyfriend. Suyue. He was rather hands-on just now, she replied, her eyes reddening as if she had suffered a great injustice. That scoundrel didn't harm you, did he? Although he showed little concern for his sister Lin Rufei, if it came to defending his woman, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate Suyue. No. He merely tugged at me. Fortunately, Huan arrived just in time to scare him off. Are you referring to your friend? Lin Maron unabashedly revealed his desires, a greedy expression creeping onto his face as he extolled Miao Huan's physique, clearly intrigued by her voluptuous form. Wan Shinran understood Lin Maron's intentions. He had always been one to covet what was available while eyeing what was not. In this apocalyptic world, moral values had begun to erode, and he had grown increasingly unrestrained. Wan Shinran had grown accustomed to such contemptible men. She knew that in this harsh reality, survival was the paramount concern. I will inquire with Huan. The two of us are utterly alone, and to find a man of your caliber is indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Upon finishing her words, Wan Shinran began to chirp softly to herself. Lin Maron, upon hearing this, displayed a smug smile. Of course. Tonight, we shall engage in a delightful group activity. Rest assured, following my lead, you shall never go hungry. With that, he extracted a steamed bun and a small bottle of water from his wristband, extending them to Wan Shinran. Please have a bit of this. The meal will be more sumptuous later. Wan Shinran accepted the food, feeling a tinge of melancholy within. In this day and age, to be able to produce only such meager sustenance for oneself, while also needing to share it, is indeed a sign of declining times. Little did she know that this was all the rations Lin Maron had for the day. Their venture was primarily to fulfill the tasks assigned to them, while also hoping to scavenge some supplies from the zombies they encountered. Suddenly, a notification echoed throughout the area. A formidable little creature has arrived at Star City Hospital. I have decided to bestow some benefits upon my family. Many treasure chests have been placed within the hospital. First come, first served. As Suyu stealthily entered through the back door, swiftly dispatching the patrolling zombies outside, the voice of the order giver resonated in his ears. This was the hidden dungeon Suyu had been yearning for since last night. Should he successfully complete the challenge and emerge as the ultimate victor, his chances in the forthcoming revenge battle would undeniably be greatly enhanced. It is well known that in a post-apocalyptic world, anything associated with the concept of hidden often harbors extraordinary value. Soon after, a system notification sounded in the ears of all survivors remaining in Star City Hospital. Ding. Hidden battlefield triggered. Star City Hospital. Survivors can earn points by eliminating zombies or opening treasure chests. After the battle concludes, the system will tally the points. Settlement conditions. Eliminate the ultimate zombie within the scene, or the battle will automatically end after 24 hours. Survivors are strongly encouraged to team up for combat, but please act within your limits. As the words faded, the external walls of the hospital gradually blurred, ultimately transforming into a green, transparent mosaic wall, isolating the hospital from the outside world. Young Master, the system indicates that we cannot leave the battlefield. The escape route has been severed. Lin Maorong's subordinate attempted to leave, only to be met with the cold, unyielding warning of the system. Haha, didn't you hear? The order giver said a formidable little creature has arrived in the hospital. Why? That must be me. Come, let us seize the top position. Yes, young master. The group immediately straightened their posture, responding with respect. They then organized themselves into a battle formation, commencing their clearance of the hospital's periphery. However, the interior of the hospital remained a stronghold for the zombies. They relentlessly compressed the survivors' living space, with the wretched screams of humanity echoing intermittently. Most survivors, devoid of the courage to resist, chose to hide. Suyu pushed open the back door of the hospital, exerting great force to shut it behind him. The sound resonated starkly within the originally desolate hospital. In an instant, the zombies on the first floor surged toward the back door like a relentless tide. Suyu swiftly dashed into a room several dozen meters away, leaping through a partially open window. He had previously passed by this place and noted it was the only room devoid of any commotion or signs of battle. Suddenly, he felt something soft beneath his foot. Looking down, he discovered a zombie sprawled beneath the window. Upon noticing Suyu, it drooled profusely, then opened its gaping maw and lunged at his ankle. Good grief, what is this? Suyu exclaimed, quickly leaping aside. Simultaneously, he let an arrow fly from his battle bow. The projectile accurately pierced the top of the zombie's head, driving straight into its throat. Blood rapidly filled the creature's gullet, silencing it as it collapsed to the ground. If its sound reached the nearby zombies, they would swarm over, a most unfavorable outcome for Suyu. Ding. Successfully eliminated zombie LV1, earning 1 point. Reminder, survivors can check their current points and leaderboard via the wristband. The leaderboard is defaulted to anonymous status, but can be opted to display names. The rankings refresh every 10 minutes. Although defeating a level 1 zombie yielded no substantial rewards, the system nonetheless granted Suyu a point. Within a mere few minutes, a team boasting a score of 10 points had already appeared atop the leaderboard. The leading team was the Lin family's elite squad. It seemed they had arrived. Last night, Suyu had diligently recorded his targets for revenge in a small booklet. Among them was Lin Maorong, the scion of the Lin family, who had triumphed in this scenario in his past life. The Lin family had suffered immensely with the onset of the apocalypse, yet with the vigorous support of Bai Hao, Lin Maorong ascended to the position of family head. He became Bai Hao's most loyal lackey, vocally accusing Suyu of betraying Huaxia during those tumultuous times. However, Suyu was in no rush, as this scenario spanned a full 24 hours. Encountering them was merely a matter of time. He would ensure Lin Maorong experienced the depths of despair. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolved to employ his C-class talent, Disguise Mask. This transformation could only last an hour each day, but altering personal information was unrestricted. Thus, Suyu disguised his name as an unremarkable bystander. Given the multitude of individuals within the hospital, it would be counterproductive to allow news of the lone wolf's appearance in Star City to leak, hindering his quest for revenge. Surveying his surroundings, he found the room to be small, yet unexpectedly fortunate. It was the hospital's security office. The body sprawled on the floor belonged to the head of security. Suyu swiftly snatched the access card from around its neck and secured it to his forearm. With this card, he would have virtually unobstructed access throughout the hospital. Subsequently, Suyu locked all doors and windows and drew the curtains. From the depths of the office drawer, an entire fire evacuation map of the hospital was unearthed. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of chopping wood. As a student of civil engineering, Suyu meticulously examined the map. Within the span of a tea brew, he had comprehended the locations of hidden passages and potential places for concealment. At that moment, outside the door, the sounds of zombies rushing and howling echoed. Evidently having detected prey, peering through the crack of the door, Suyu seized the opportune moment and pushed open the door of the security room. Everything was in readiness. Only the east wind was lacking. Let the battle commence. Chapter 16. The blueprints are a farce. The onset of the apocalypse coincided precisely with noon, a time when doctors and nurses were transitioning shifts at the hospital. At this moment, the numbers of doctors, nurses, and patients reached their zenith. The corridor before him appeared ominously dark, with the ceiling tiles having collapsed, leaving only a skeletal framework. The flickering lights clinging to the remnants of the ceiling seemed to recite elegies for the deceased. A chilling breeze swept through, carrying the mingled stench of blood, decay, and the distinctive scent of medicinal solutions from the hospital. Blood and dismembered limbs adorned the walls, floors, escalators, and ceilings, rendering the entire hospital a veritable hellscape. Having endured a decade of apocalypse, Suyu was no stranger to such scenes. Despite the gathering of thousands of zombies, his perceptiveness had been enhanced with the aid of the silver bird's claws. Every step he took was meticulously calculated, allowing him to evade the gaze of patrolling zombies. Beep. Card swipe successful. Gradually, Suyu found himself in a narrow alley adjacent to the imaging center on the first floor. This area was characterized by high radiation, and the examination rooms within were remarkably sturdy. Compared to the dilapidated doors and windows of the security room, this location was far more conducive for Suyu's capabilities. Even in a war of attrition, he could still hold his ground. In no time, Suyu had discerned the circumstances inside and outside the imaging hall. He observed several zombies patrolling the waiting area of the imaging center. In the restroom, a few timid survivors were hiding. The interior of the imaging center was shrouded in a somber atmosphere, with scarcely any sign of life. What truly captivated Suyu was the powerful aura emanating from the depths of the center. Could it be that fortune smiled upon him? Was the final boss concealed within these walls? For now, if he could eliminate the zombies in the hall, access to the heart of the center would be within reach. Suyu crouched down, moving forward with utmost caution. 10 zombies? This number presented a challenge for him. These zombies varied in level and attributes, yet they moved in unison. Should one be attacked, they would collectively target the assailant. In ordinary circumstances, a single person facing one would need to exert all their strength, lacking a numerical advantage. Confronting 10 was akin to courting death. Even someone as formidable as Suyu, armed with a melee weapon, would tread carefully in the absence of skills. At this moment, the advantages of ranged weapons immediately came to the fore. However, 10 was nearly the limit of what Suyu could manage at present. After 3 swift turns, Suyu had become thoroughly acquainted with the patrol route of the zombie squad. At that moment, he held his breath. As they patrolled to their farthest point, the leading level 3 zombie turned its head, only to be struck with deadly precision by a hidden arrow from 30 meters away, piercing its skull. The head exploded instantaneously. Before the zombie could react, it staggered twice and collapsed to the ground. The other zombies immediately turned their gazes towards Suyu. 9 pairs of eyes fixated on him with lethal intent. In an instant, the sounds of running and roaring echoed throughout the hall. A swift resolution was imperative, otherwise, he risked attracting more zombies. Suyu unleashed a flurry of arrows, achieving a double kill, then a triple kill. After a spectacular display of archery, the horde had now encroached upon him. However, Suyu's positioning was exceptionally strategic. He stood at the end of the narrow corridor lined with waiting area chairs within the hall. Although the hall appeared spacious, the corridor was inherently constricted. The bodies strewn across the floor further intensified the feeling of confinement. The zombies, exhibiting a conspicuous lack of intelligence, instinctively formed a line, adhering to the shortest path between 2 points. Awaiting them was a shimmering arrow infused with a purplish-red glow, the punishing arrow. After leveling up to level 4, Suyu allocated his attribute points to strength. His strength now soared to 32 points, a formidable advantage over the zombies whose physical constitution did not exceed 20 points, resulting in a devastating disparity. The arrow pierced through 5 zombies in one shot, achieving a remarkable feat. Like a cascade of dominoes, they fell before Suyu's eyes. The remaining 2 zombies, stepping over their fallen companions, opened their gaping maws and lunged at him, seemingly unavoidable. Yet, Suyu stood resolute. His final arrow having awaited this moment. The arrow shot through the mouth of the foremost zombie and then pierced the mouth of the one behind it. A 2-for-1 triumph. The tremendous recoil, combined with the zombies' momentum, astonishingly neutralized each other mid-air. Both zombies collapsed to the ground, instinctively attempting to emit a sound, only to find their throats filled with blood and brain matter. Hearing rhythmic footsteps and roars approaching from behind, Suyu understood that lingering here was unwise. Without pausing to examine his spoils closely, he swiftly stowed his recent acquisitions into his wristband. He then swiped his card to enter the interior of the imaging center. The entire process took less than 30 seconds, indeed, quite swift. Shortly after Suyu departed, 2 survivors hiding in the restroom of the imaging center watched the entire spectacle. Their jaws agape. They had been wagering whether Suyu could withstand the zombies for 30 seconds. Unexpectedly, the zombies in the hall fell as if made of paper before him. Remarkably, it took less than 30 seconds. This formidable individual had triumphed. However, the personal information of this individual appeared to be shrouded in mystery, marked only by question marks. There must be something unknown about him. How does this powerhouse compare to the lone wolf? I stand as a solitary wolf, possessing an SSS-level talent, a notion that is truly remarkable. I believe the esteemed figure is even more formidable, capable of taking on 10 foes without so much as a shift in stance. Brother, look quickly. He has overlooked the treasure chest. He is departing. One individual exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. They scarcely had time to marvel at Suyu's prowess, for at that moment, a new objective had captured their attention. The two rushed eagerly towards a corner of the hall, where a chest emanated a blue glow. Ha, young lad. This must be the treasure chest spoken of by the Lord of Order. It surely is, my friend. It was not here before. What do you think lies within this chest? I wager it contains supplies. I suspect it holds weapons. Impossible. How can it be empty? As they spoke, the two had already unlatched the chest, revealing it to be entirely barren. I refuse to believe it. The Lord of Order would never deceive us. The young lad, undeterred, leaned half his body into the chest. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, the lid slammed shut, cleaving the lad in twain. The severed hand fell upon his companion, splattering blood across him. Help! The chest has claimed a life. The remaining survivors widened their eyes in shock, clearly paralyzed by the proximity of death. They collapsed to the ground, scrambling backward while frantically calling for aid. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of the zombies lurking outside the hall, who surged forward and tore them to shreds. In the midst of this chaos, Suyu, situated at the center, observed the unfolding events with a calm demeanor, remarking, "How naive." Chapter 17. Let your body thank me. What folly! With the enhancement of the Silverbird Claw, how could Suyu possibly overlook this treasure chest? Unbeknownst to many, in the apocalypse, typical treasure chests are dropped only upon the demise of boss-level zombies. These chests often yield substantial rewards. While there are numerous wild treasure chests, 99 manifest as chest monsters. These creatures are not only tough, but also yield no loot, presenting a cruel deception by the Lord of Order. Chest monsters mimic the appearance of chests, yet there are discernible differences. Soon, the Wild Treasure Chest Identification Guide began circulating among survivors. The Lord of Order engaged in a battle of wits with the survivors, continuously enhancing the art of deception. Now, merely 2 days into the apocalypse, the standard of counterfeiting remained alarmingly low. In Suyu's eyes, this chest resembled a shoddy artifact unearthed from a construction site, akin to a newly excavated crystal Ultraman from the Warring States period. To linger upon it further would be an affront to his dignity, an obvious forgery. Suyu gazed upon the ravaged imagery at the center, clearly a site of numerous fierce battles. He swiftly entered an adjacent office and retrieved a vial of blue elixir from his wristband. The previous punitive arrows had already been the fourth of the day, and his stamina had dwindled to less than half. Stamina elixir, a common-grade consumable that immediately restores 10 stamina, followed by a recovery of 2 stamina per minute for the next 10 minutes. In the apocalyptic world, there exists a vitality potion known as the Little Blue Bottle, which is effective only once for each type. This basic-grade vitality elixir restores 30 of one's energy within a span of 10 minutes. However, its availability is severely limited in stores, priced at 50 gold coins and often monopolized by scalpers. In the black market, its value can soar to 100 gold coins. After consuming it, Suyu felt a significant restoration of his energy. Seizing this moment of rejuvenation, he took the opportunity to assess his recent gains: 1 level 3 zombie, 6 level 2 zombies, and 3 level 1 zombies. Altogether, these yielded 150 experience points, 15 gold coins, and 10 points of merit, bringing his total score to 11 points and securing him the 4th position on the leaderboard. Yet, this was of little consequence to him. As he rummaged through his bracelet for his recent spoils, he discovered 1, 2, and surprisingly 4 capsules, a small red bottle, and a pot to lure enemies. Was that all? Was this the meager drop rate of a hidden dungeon? Disappointing, Orderer. Although the drop rate for hidden dungeons may see slight increases for an ordinary person, such a bountiful harvest in one go would warrant a heartfelt gratitude to the Orderer. However, with his maximum luck, Suyu found little excitement in the matter. He had already acquired 7 or 8 supply capsules on the route from his apartment to the hospital, ranging from Chinese and Western cuisine to beverages, snacks, and fruits. He had it all. Additionally, he had gathered a considerable number of various consumable items. Finally, From the corner of his bracelet, he spotted a necklace emanating a blue glow. What was this? A necklace of the exquisite grade. Fortune had smiled upon him. Was this not more thrilling than a tenfold draw yielding 3 yellows? My apologies for my earlier exuberance. Necklaces are among the rarest items in terms of drop rates. Their scarcity stems from the fact that, in addition to enhancing attributes, they invariably come with an active skill, specifically an offensive ability. Chain of sacred arrows. Exquisite grade equipment. The ranger imbues the ancient power within this relic necklace, dedicated to purging all darkness from the world. Attributes: Strength 3, Spirit 2, Constitution 2, Agility 3. Attached skill: Sacred Arrow Slaughter. While moving freely, within 3 seconds, aim forward and unleash a barrage of 20 wind arrows with a 25 critical hit chance, each arrow dealing 30 damage. Required weapon: bow or crossbow. Cooldown: 12 hours. This skill is an exceptionally potent single-target attack, truly befitting an exquisite grade item. Setting aside the critical hits, should all 20 arrows hit their mark, that would amount to a staggering 600 damage. With the enhancement of double strikes, this could escalate to an astonishing 1200. Theoretically, when facing survivors adept in evasion, the opponent could dodge a significant portion of the arrows. Yet, against those mindless zombies, who charge forward without a hint of strategy, one could easily envision them riddled with arrows. Impatiently, Guyu adorned himself with the necklace. Unexpectedly, on the second day of the apocalypse, a necklace and 2 rings had been gathered, completing the collection of all ornamental gear. With the accessories in place, how far could the remaining foundational equipment be? Suddenly, a sound of banging echoed from the depths of the imaging center CT room. Guyu recalled that it was the location from which a formidable aura had emanated. It appeared that the powerful zombie could no longer contain itself, launching an assault on the innermost CT room. In the corridor outside, the sound of falling plaster ceiling panels echoed continuously. Guyu felt the entire room tremble in response to the pounding on the door. However, the door of the radiology department was not so easily breached. Ha! Come and kill me. You foul creature, you've bitten off a piece of my ear. This is a solid lead door designed to withstand radiation. You cannot open it. A man shouted defiantly at the zombie battering the door. The source of this calamity stemmed from the CT room half an hour prior, where a girl and a doctor were hidden. The girl, a high school student, was petite and compassionate, aspiring to become a pediatrician. Hailing from a modest background, she had earned a recommendation to medical school through her own efforts. Recently of age, her future seemed bright. The radiology doctor, however, had been reprimanded for accepting bribes from medical representatives, exaggerating the costs of equipment maintenance and supplies. Upon being discovered, he received a severe warning from the hospital and was fined heavily. Deprived of this illicit income, the nurse with whom he had been having an affair distanced herself from him. Awaiting him was seemingly only darkness. As the apocalypse unfolded, the world had irrevocably changed. The lone man and woman had spent a day and night in the CT room, both weary and famished. They had narrowly escaped the horrors of the previous night, believing that brighter days were ahead. However, since the order had transformed this place into a dungeon, the surrounding zombies had multiplied. The girl gazed out through the observation window, helplessly confronted by the snarling zombies beyond. Unbeknownst to her, the true danger in this apocalyptic world was not the zombies, but humanity itself. Doctor, what should we do? We can't die here, can we? Wasn't it said that a powerful individual would come? Perhaps they could rescue me. I'm so glad to have met you. Doctor, I don't know how to thank you. Thank me? Heh, just offer your body as gratitude, replied the doctor with a sinister grin. Chapter 18, Skill Necklace, Holy Arrow Massacre. The doctor peered through the small window, witnessing former colleagues turning on one another, a wave of exhilaration washing over him. Who instructed you to betray your own? The sight of the naive girl before him revealed his true nature. In this moment, even if he were to kill the girl, he would face no repercussions. Why not indulge himself first? The GI suddenly, she appeared to lose her mind, pressing the switch from within the CT room, becoming engulfed by the horde of zombies at the entrance. The doctor, quick-witted, managed to shut the door. Despite his prompt reaction, one zombie slipped through. After a harrowing struggle, he ultimately dispatched the creature within the CT room. Little did he know, during the fierce confrontation, the despairing girl had succumbed to infection, evolving into an elite zombie. It annihilated every living being within the imaging center with ruthless efficiency. Such overwhelming bloodlust was enough to deter the other zombies lurking outside. Once Guyu had gathered himself, he emerged from his office. There, he beheld a petite female zombie, her entire form drenched in blood, darting through the corridor like a nimble leopard. Utilizing the rebound force, she repeatedly slammed against the CT room door, causing it to warp slightly, while smoke began to emanate from the surrounding frame. It would not be long before this elite zombie would obliterate the door. Inside the CT room, the man had sensed something amiss, and the cacophony of screams had ceased. Broken Zombie Elite, Level 4 Elite, Base Attributes, Strength, 30 Spirit, 0 Constitution, 25 Agility, 30 Talent. Soul of Revenge. Although the body has perished, the shattered soul endures, with a thirst for vengeance that surpasses all else. When engaged in battle with foes, all damage is increased by 100. Special Talent, Born of Hatred. Cannot be plundered. Compared to Suyu, its strength lagged by 7 points, yet its agility soared by 9. However, the glaring 0 in spirit was particularly striking. 0 spirit? Heaven knows what it experienced before becoming a zombie. Suyu appeared silently, evading the elite zombie's notice. Drawing his war bow. Just as the door was about to give way, a violet-hued phantom arrow struck the elite zombie's head. Although the judgment arrow could inflict considerable damage on ordinary zombies, it was woefully insufficient against an elite foe. Yet, Suyu's second arrow was already en route, striking the zombie's left shoulder. Sensing the threat of death, the elite zombie finally abandoned the quaking man in the CT room. With a bizarre contortion of its face, eyes rolling back, it twisted around, emitting a chilling shriek from its drooling mouth. Accompanied by a series of convulsions, its body seemed to move beyond its control, darting down the corridor towards Suyu at an astonishing speed. Suyu, readying his bow, anticipated the elite zombie's movements. Just as the arrow tip was about to make contact, the creature executed an uncanny twist, causing the arrow to narrowly miss it. Such swiftness. Suyu couldn't help but marvel. I forced you into the air. Let's see how you evade this. Another arrow was loosed, aimed at the elite zombie's abdomen. To his surprise, the elite zombie emitted a terrified scream. Originally intending to seamlessly follow up with a holy arrow barrage, the scream disrupted his rhythm. Like a startled bird, the elite zombie dove headlong into the ceiling's suspended structure, vanishing from sight. The ceiling reverberated with the sound of rapid footsteps, rendering the prospect of eliminating the target exceedingly difficult. Suyu understood that, at this moment, the elite zombie harbored no desire to slay him. It was essential to acknowledge that elite-level zombies, capable of awakening latent abilities, were exceedingly rare. In a previous life, Suyu had vanquished no fewer than several thousand elite zombies. Was it vengeance that drove this creature? It seemed that the man in the CT room, who had been incessantly shouting, was indeed its nemesis. The man lurking in the shadows had witnessed Suyu's formidable prowess. Upon observing Suyu's direct approach toward the CT room, he immediately advanced. Hey there, I'm the doctor here, very familiar with this place. Could you possibly take me along? Oh, a doctor? Is this your doing? Suyu cast a glance at him. With ordinary attributes and unremarkable talents, he bore the rather uninspiring name of Bai Yuntao. Whether it was intentional or accidental remained unclear. If it were his real name, it would indeed be quite explosive. Come on, brother, with your skills. Those little nurses in this hospital would be an easy catch, especially that beauty in pediatrics. How about I take you to experience it? Since you're here, would you mind being bait for a little entrapment? Suyu interjected, suddenly extending his hands to seize the doctor by the neck, lifting him as one would a mere chick. He then slammed him heavily to the ground, aiming his battle bow at the man before him. Hey, what are you doing? Please don't kill me. Bang. The ceiling above the doctor shattered unexpectedly, as the elite zombie observed Suyu attempting to attack the doctor. It could no longer contain itself. How could its enemy perish at the hands of another? The elite zombie opened its gaping maw, emitting a piercing scream as it lunged forward with its sharp claws, targeting the trembling doctor. As death approached, the doctor was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. I was wrong. Please spare me, brother. Help. Just as the claws were about to make contact with the doctor's head, Suyu finally sprang into action. Holy Arrow Massacre. A purging of all darkness from the world. The elite zombie, suspended midair, became a living target. Within 3 seconds, a barrage of 20 light blue crystal arrows rained down upon the elite zombie. Its body stiffened in midair, forced backward by the impact of the holy arrows. Its cries weakened, yet its gaze remained fixed on the doctor, who was laughing heartily not far away. In its final moments, as the elite zombie lay on the verge of collapse, Suyu abruptly halted his assault. The zombie, now riddled with arrows, fell heavily to the ground, motionless. You nearly scared me to death. You must have done that on purpose, right? The doctor, disregarding the foul odor emanating from the fallen elite zombie, crawled toward it. How dare you kill me? Now you're dead, huh? Ha! As the doctor mocked the lifeless zombie, he prepared to deliver a kick to its body. In a moment of fleeting clarity, the elite zombie opened its eyes. With the last remnants of its strength, it slashed at the doctor's lower body with its claws. In an instant, separation of man and machine ensued. Chapter 19. The secret of the fourth floor of the hospital. Before him lay the remnants of his 2 legs, severed cleanly at the thighs. A torrent of blood gushed forth from 3 gaping wounds, saturating the ground in an instant. "Ah, you wretched fiend." The excruciating agony compelled him to scream uncontrollably on the floor, trembling in despair. Yet, the elite zombie, having executed its act of vengeance, displayed an unexpected serenity in its gaze, as if liberated from its torment. It turned its eyes towards Guyu, and finally, with a slow and deliberate motion, closed them for the last time. Beep. Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained 80 experience points, 8 gold coins. Beep. Successfully killed elite zombie LV4, gained 50 points. Perhaps death is your most fitting destination, Guyu remarked coolly, observing the fallen elite zombie. After a decade of apocalyptic existence, he had cultivated a philosophy of survival that allowed him to avenge the elite zombie while simultaneously transforming this beast into a mindless creature, achieving dual objectives. "Brother, I beg you, save me." The doctor, acutely aware of his waning life, crawled towards Guyu, his face a mask of terror, pleading incessantly. Meanwhile, Guyu had already aimed his arrow at the doctor's head. "Save you? What benefit would that bring?" he mused with keen interest. It would not be long before the doctor himself would succumb to the fate of becoming a zombie missing 3 limbs. "Brother, the hospital harbors a colossal secret. It's on the 4th floor." The doctor's words were abruptly cut short as his eyes rolled back, and in that instant, he transformed into a zombie. An arrow had already found its mark in his brain. With the demise of the elite zombie, a palpable aura of menace dissipated among the remaining zombies. The territory that had once belonged to the elite zombie would soon fall under the dominion of others. The distant echoes of growls and footsteps from the imaging hall suggested that there were dozens of them approaching. At this moment, Guyu found himself devoid of energy, rendering him devoid of any fighting chance. The 36 stratagems dictate that retreat is the best option. With no time to spare, Guyu hastily stowed his spoils back into his storage ring and sprinted towards the office he had previously occupied, slamming the door shut behind him. However, his actions had not gone unnoticed by the encroaching zombies. At that moment, over 30 zombies surged forward like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering against the office door. The door, already flimsy, soon succumbed to their repeated assaults, yielding to their onslaught. The zombies poured in, filling the modest office to the brim. Curiously, the man who had just hidden within was now inexplicably absent. They exchanged glances, searching the room in vain. Low growls erupted intermittently as they communicated, yet they remained unable to uncover any trace of the man. Thud. Over 3 centuries ago, an apple fell upon Newton's head, leading to the discovery of universal gravitation. Today, a plaster ceiling panel fell upon a zombie's head, yet it failed to reveal anything of significance. Little did they anticipate that the recently fallen elite zombie had inspired Guyu. He had already slipped away from the office, navigating through the ceiling space along the direction of the partition. However, the ceiling was not an infallible sanctuary. Many ceilings were severely damaged during the onset of the apocalypse, posing an imminent risk of collapse. Unbeknownst to Guyu, following his recent battle, his score had reached 62 points, placing him 35 points ahead of the second-place contender, establishing a significant lead. Outside the emergency hall, Lin Maorong's team had unexpectedly discovered a material capsule containing a less-than-sweet sugarcane. At that moment, more than 10 individuals sat in a line on the steps outside, each gnawing on a piece of sugarcane. They swallowed the fibrous remnants of the cane, their faces flushed and straining, nearly choking in the process. "Young master, the leaderboard has been updated. Old 8, I don't even need to ask. We must still be in first place. Young master, we have been overtaken." Old 8 exclaimed, nearly dislodging his recently repaired tooth. "Oh, how intriguing. Let me see. Could it be that group from the Hishima family?" As he gazed at the leaderboard, Lin Maorong's facial muscles twitched in agitation, and he suddenly found the sugarcane in his hands unappetizing. The name at the top was unfamiliar. An ordinary passerby? 62 points? With no team? How did he achieve this? "Do you still remember, young master? The strong one mentioned by the order, could it be him?" "Nonsense. The only strong one can be me. Hurry up and eat. We need to continue fighting." Meanwhile, Guyu had located a relatively sturdy concrete platform. The recent battle had drained much of his stamina. He indulged in a delicious serving of crispy pork, sipping on kvass, occasionally belching contentedly. Each belch attracted the attention of the zombies in the office, who looked around but could not discern Guyu, shielded by a pillar. Before his meal, Suyu downed the last of his small blue bottle. The skills he acquired after his class change had kept his energy levels nearly full throughout the beginner phase. Now, 2 skills had depleted his energy entirely. At this moment, he recalled the words of the doctor before his demise. It is said that when one is nearing death, their words are sincere, yet the truth of this remains uncertain. Secrets? The 4th floor? In this apocalypse, what value do secrets hold? However, this notion piqued Suyu's curiosity. Regardless, he was determined to forge ahead. After satisfying his hunger, Suyu retrieved his recent finds. A capsule, which he carelessly pocketed without inspection, followed by a beautifully crafted ancient key. Universal key. Well done. Universal key, an excellent grade consumable. The lock king of Yokohama. There's no lock he cannot open. Upon use, it can unlock mechanisms or locks of excellent grade or below. Such an item is immensely useful for exploring hidden dungeons and activating concealed mechanisms. The more of these, the better. Suyu then unveiled his final piece of equipment, an exquisite pair of shoes. He nearly burst into laughter, but when he noticed the distinctive red hue, his smile vanished instantly. How could it be this? The flamboyant red leather emitted a unique blue glow indicative of high-quality equipment. On the sides of the shoes, 2 circular steel pipes resembled a pair of missiles poised for launch. It is indeed the super rocket boots, whimsically referred to as Russian roulette. The super rocket boots are exquisite grade equipment, essential for fleeing, pursuit, and acts of violence or theft. They embody the concept of arriving and departing without a trace, capable of executing a kill from 1,000 miles away without leaving a mark. Occasionally, they may encounter minor malfunctions, but such matters are trivial. Attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5. With a 10 increase in movement speed. Usage: Here comes the little flying stick. Consuming a certain amount of energy, the rocket boots activate, significantly enhancing speed for 3 seconds. Cooldown time: 10 minutes. They seem quite impressive, don't they? Yet, in truth, they lack the finesse of the Germanic Europa contraption, with a failure rate soaring to 16. Every activation is a gamble with 1's life. At times, they might explode outright, leading to an instant demise. On other occasions, once activated, they may refuse to cease. The most exaggerated instances involved individuals being propelled into the air, only to crash down in a shattered heap. Chapter 20. Children only make choices despite his vocal disdain. Suyu was quite honest and removed his sneakers. The skills may be lacking, but there was no need to fret. With a constitution of 5, agility of 5, and a 10 boost to movement speed, was this not enticing? Upon donning the boots, he felt his entire body becoming remarkably light. However, a grown man in crimson leather shoes resembled a goat adorned with the flamboyant airs of sheep. In this post-apocalyptic world, wearable equipment, aside from jewelry and accessories, encompasses both basic and special gear. Basic equipment includes weapons and armor. The weapons hardly need elaboration, while the armor is divided into 6 parts: headgear, chest armor, leg armor, shoulder armor, gauntlets, and footwear. In addition to augmenting fundamental attributes, these pieces of equipment, as their quality increases, bestow additional properties. Furthermore, there exists a category of special equipment such as glasses, capes, and fishing rods. While they do not enhance base attributes, they provide unique effects, such as night vision or reduced threat levels. After equipping the new gear, Suyu reviewed his personal information: name, lone wolf, an unremarkable passerby, level 4. Basic attributes: strength, 35, spirit, 17, constitution, 32, agility, 26, luck, 9, storage space, 1 cubic meter. Equipment slots: Huaxia War Bow, Ring of Vitality, Ring of Energy. Holy Arrow Necklace, Super Rocket Boots. Primary talent: Hand of Plunder, SSS level. Secondary talents: Maxed Luck, S level. Disguise Mask, C level. Double Strike, S level. Skills: Utilitarianism, 14. Holy Arrow Slaughter, Cooldown, Rejuvenation, Punishing Arrow, Little Flying Stick is here. These attributes are indeed terrifying to such an extent that Suyu could scarcely believe them. They surpass even the stats he achieved upon reaching level 10 and completing his job transition years ago. 5 pieces of equipment and 5 skills, equally luxurious. In the entirety of Star City, and indeed all of Huaxia, it is improbable that anyone could reach such heights on the second day of the apocalypse. The most formidable aspect remains Suyu's currently plundered talent. It is worth noting that the awakening probability for S-level talents is merely 1 in a million. Closing the attributes panel, Suyu cast a glance around the office, where a horde of aimless zombies lingered. To his surprise, even after all this time, their persistence was unwavering. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He directed his gaze toward a jar within his wristband. Enemy luring jar, a common consumable. It consumes a small amount of energy and can be thrown to attract the attention of humanoid zombies within a range of 10 meters, lasting for 1 minute, and vanishing upon taking damage. This item holds a deadly allure for zombies. Even those clustered together may abandon their companions for the lure of the jar. All that was needed was to maximize its effective range, drawing the zombies crowded in the office out one by one to eliminate them. Without hesitation, Guyu leaped into the corridor, his feet deftly landing upon the corpses of the zombies, making not a sound. He then retrieved the enemy luring jar and placed it on the ground, precisely 10 meters from the office door. The previously lethargic zombie at the entrance suddenly brightened, exuding an unmistakable excitement. It rushed forward, its gaze greedily fixed on the jar. Its growl ceased as it madly lunged toward the enemy luring jar. Just as it was about to make contact, an arrow struck, shattering its skull. Notification: successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 20 experience points and 2 gold. Notification: successfully killed zombie LV2, gained 1 point. Guyu extended his leg, nudging the enemy luring jar forward half an inch. Another zombie emerged. Thus, a continuous stream of system notifications regarding kills and points flooded his ears. Within the 1-minute duration of the jar's effect, dozens of notifications appeared on the screen. A total of 27 points were earned. At this moment, the ground was strewn with the corpses of zombies, and Guyu felt as if his battle bow might ignite from overuse. Mission accomplished. It was time to collect the spoils and relocate. Guyu repeated the process, skillfully avoiding the crowds on the first and second floors, roaming within the hospital to strike and move. On the third floor of the Yenti department, he secured 32 points. In the stairwell between the third and fourth floors, he netted 23 points. On the fourth floor in the neurosurgery department, he earned 19 points. While slaughtering zombies, Guyu also sought the secrets mentioned by the doctor before his demise. However, he found no anomalies on the fourth floor. Nevertheless, through relentless effort, his level finally rose to level 5. At this juncture, given that he was 3 levels above the zombies, he could no longer gain any rewards beyond points. Glancing at the time, it was approaching 6 p.m. With 168 points amassed, he was significantly ahead. Noticing that less than an hour remained, Guyu decided to withdraw. While effective, the method was rather labor-intensive. After all this, his arms felt as if they belonged to someone else. His energy and stamina were nearly depleted, and even his wristband was filled to capacity. The pressing matter was to find a safe refuge. He planned to resume his activities at 6 o'clock the next morning. Meanwhile, on the second floor in the obstetrics and gynecology department, Lin Maorong and his team arrived. They decided to take this place as their refuge for the night. Old 8. Take a look at the leaderboard. Read me the name and score of the one in first place. Lin Maorong gazed incredulously at his wristband, rubbing his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. Young master, it's just an unremarkable passerby with a score of 168, Old 8 whispered as a reminder. And what about our score in ranking? Lin Maorong's expression darkened considerably. After all, they hadn't paused, continuously eliminating zombies. Young master, we currently have 68 points, ranking 3rd. A delusion. It must be an illusion. Orderly, I want to report this. Someone here is cheating. Young master, how shall we arrange tonight's matters? You will take turns keeping watch, and tomorrow we head straight to the 4th floor. Do not forget, this mission involves young master Baisher. Understood. Seeing the young master still fuming, Old 8 quickly withdrew. Lin Maorong paced back and forth in the office, his face a shade of iron. Suddenly, he overheard 2 women arguing in the adjacent room. Upon seeing Lin Maorong enter, Wan Xinran seized his arm. Darling, help me settle this. Who looks better? Whoever looks better gets my company tonight. Lin Maorong's eyes widened. He was taken aback by Wan Xinran's uniform, which was a doctor's coat unbuttoned at the top, revealing a striking red lace bra underneath. She wore a gray mini-skirt and black stockings, which were torn in several places. With glasses perched on her nose and a stethoscope in hand, she exuded an alluring charm. Lin Xiao, you better choose wisely, or else I'll have to give you an injection. Looking over, he noticed Miao Huan was dressed even more provocatively, clad in a pink nurse outfit. Her ample chest was evidently bare beneath. The hem of her dress bore clear signs of tailored alterations, fitting perfectly and seemingly designed with care. A goddess with striking features. Tall and graceful, I adore. A delicate beauty with a devilish figure, I cherish. So who is better? The 2 women asked in unison. Who is better? That can only be determined through experience. Children make choices, but adults desire them all. Chapter 21. Is it pleasant to the ear? If it is pleasant, then it is auspicious. Young master, 2 survivors have come seeking refuge. Can't you see I am busy? Lin Maorong, engaged in an intense moment. was interrupted by old 8's voice from outside, his irritation palpable. All right, I won't disturb your enjoyment. Unexpectedly, this interruption allowed Lin Maorong to perform exceptionally well. This time, he lasted a full 5 minutes before entering a state of tranquility. Darling, you are so brave. That was double the usual time. I've long heard Shinran speak highly of you, but I underestimated your prowess. Don't call me Lin Xiao, that feels so distant. Lin Maorong reveled in the massages from the two women, feeling somewhat elated. Miao Huan Huan, the proprietor, immediately corrected herself, which pleased Lin Maorong immensely. The two women had witnessed the remarkable strength of Lin Maorong and his companions today. Their actions were swift, their cooperation seamless, and their methods ruthless. They were far from ordinary servants. They had come to recognize the reality that although the man before them might not satisfy them in bed, in this apocalyptic world, they had witnessed far too many scenes of madness. Survival is of paramount importance. Lin Maorong, the scion of the Lin family, is bolstered by the support of the Baishir clan, which compels him to unwaveringly accompany Lin Maorong. Together, they offer each other a semblance of security. In a haze of slumber, Lin Maorong found himself abruptly awakened by the sounds of a man's laughter and a woman's cries for help emanating from the adjacent room. Old 8. What is going on? Lin Maorong inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Old 8, who stood at the doorway. Master. 2 surviving refugees have caught the eye of the brothers. They look quite appealing. Old 8 responded with a smirk. Damn it. What are you doing? That was the last woman, and you've killed her. An irate voice erupted from within the room. My apologies. This ugly woman dared to bite me. I accidentally ended her life. The perpetrator chuckled, his tone devoid of any remorse. Clearly, this was not their first encounter with such brutality. During the day, the two women Lin Maorong had brought along had already ignited the ire of the group. As Lin Maorong entered the room with the two women, the beasts continued their frenzied release of pent-up desires. Each man was as robust as an ox, and the two young nurses were no match for the relentless assaults. In a mere half hour, the 2 survivors were tragically played to death. Notification: successfully eliminated all members of the Dermatology Mutual Aid Team, acquiring their accumulated points. This unexpected act of murder had inadvertently allowed Lin Maorong to claim all the points garnered by the Dermatology Mutual Aid Team. It dawned upon him that taking lives could indeed yield points, a revelation akin to stepping into a new epoch. What if he were to eliminate inconspicuous bystanders? However, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, he waved dismissively. Dispose of the bodies, it's bad luck to linger. Wan Xinran and Miao Huan Huan, as women, felt no pity. Rather, they experienced a sense of relief. The deceased girls possessed a modicum of beauty. Had Lin Maorong not been steadied by them earlier, with his flirtatious nature, who could predict the chaos that might have ensued? Cease at once. Someone is coming. The He Shi Ma family. Old 8 bellowed from the doorway. Let us confront them. Lin Maorong responded, casting a significant glance at Old 8 while making a gesture indicative of a beheading. At this juncture, Suyu had arrived at a storeroom tucked away in the corner of the 3rd floor, having fortuitously discovered a hidden refuge. This location was chosen due to its position atop the auxiliary building, connected by a narrow corridor stretching over 10 meters, resembling an isolated haven within the hospital. After dispatching the last few zombies that had followed him, Suyu opened the door at the end of the corridor. Ding! Access successful. This access card proved remarkably effective. Throughout his journey, there had been no door it could not unlock. In stark contrast to the carnage outside, this place felt like a paradise, eerily serene. With each step, the echo of his footsteps resonated within the silence. With the assistance of the silvery bird's claw, all the happenings within the storeroom were laid bare before him. Moments ago, while he was dispatching the zombies behind him, the 2 individuals inside the storeroom had been peering at him through the peephole. However, at this juncture, they had concealed themselves away, evidently unwelcoming of Suyu's arrival. From his wristband, Suyu retrieved a mask of unadorned black, a peculiar piece of equipment that he had recently acquired as a trophy. Ghoul mask, special equipment, crafted by a mad inventor after 10,007 trials. Once donned, it transforms the wearer's eyes to a blood-red hue. Attribute: at night, when worn, it conceals one's human essence from zombies. Any attack or movement will negate this hidden state. Indeed, as Suyu took his 3rd step, his adversaries sprang into action. 2 men, one in front of the other, brandished gleaming surgical knives directed at Suyu. Who are you? How did you acquire a key card for the storeroom? Stop wasting time. Eliminate him. A faint smile crept upon Suyu's lips. He held a deep-seated disdain for 2 types of individuals, those who brandish knives at him, and those who prevent him from wielding one in return. Suyu chose not to respond to the man. After all, he had just demonstrated his prowess in the corridor. What audacity did this man possess to confront him? In the next instant, both men lunged forward, one aimed for his neck, the other for his abdomen. Just as their blades were about to find their mark, a pair of powerful hands seized their wrists with an iron grip. Under the force of 35 points of strength, the two men felt as if they were caught in a vice, utterly immobilized. As Suyu exerted his strength further, beads of cold sweat formed on their foreheads. Their mouths agape in horror. They were on the verge of crying out, which would surely attract the zombies outside. With a sudden surge of power, Suyu snapped their arms, yanking them together. Their heads collided with a dull thud. Isn't that a delightful sound? A lovely head indeed. Blood streamed forth as their skulls cracked, leaving them dazed and unconscious. As per his usual practice, Suyu inspected their personal information. Wearing small-size underwear, level 3. No occupation, E-class talent, enhanced attack. Living the grand life, level 3. No occupation, E-class talent, enhanced defense. These two, aside from their names which barely left an impression on Suyu, were utterly worthless. Their E-class talents for enhancing attack and defense merely increased their values by 10, of no practical use whatsoever. With such meager capabilities, how audacious they were to attempt a sneak attack. Though the storeroom bore no signs of battle, it was in disarray from having been rummaged through. Just as Suyu prepared to finish off the two men, a heavy breathing sound emanated from a corner of the room. There, two women lay bound and discarded. By their attire, one appeared to be a doctor and the other a nurse, seemingly abducted by the two men from outside. It must be noted that the method of their binding was exceptionally professional. The ropes had cut through their clothing, revealing their exposed forms. It appears that Suyu has inadvertently interrupted the pleasant interaction between the two individuals outside. Suyu scrutinized them thoughtfully. Chapter 22. Encountering an acquaintance, indulging in barbecue, and savoring gossip unexpectedly, he found himself in the presence of a former acquaintance. Yin Yubing, LV2, no occupation, S-class talent, benevolent healer. The young doctor before him, in a previous life, had attained the hidden profession of ghost doctor within the Taoist realm. Unlike her future self, who bore a countenance as frigid as ice, the current Yin Yubing appeared somewhat youthful. The ghost doctor possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased and restore the bones of the fallen. As long as there remains a flicker of breath, she can bring a person back to life. The noble duty of a healer is to save lives and alleviate suffering. Yet, no one truly comprehends the peculiarities Yin Yubing developed after the apocalypse. Her temperament has become exceedingly eccentric, and her conditions for offering assistance diverge significantly from those of other healers. Anyone whom Yin Yubing has saved finds themselves inscribed upon her ledger. In addition to demanding exorbitant fees, she requires the signing of a rather outrageous contract, stipulating that within 1 year, the client must slay any survivor listed on her roster. Consequently, few seek her services. They are either individuals of exceptional prowess or possess powerful backing from influential families. Otherwise, attracting unwanted attention is a perilous predicament. In his past life, Suyu sustained severe injuries while attempting to save Lin Rufei. In his dying moments, he encountered Yin Yubing, who granted him a second chance at life. In accordance with her customary practice, she requested a staggering fee and executed a contract. However, upon fulfilling his obligation by dispatching a survivor, he could no longer locate Yin Yubing. It was only after the contract's dissolution that he learned of her unfortunate fate. In a world where the innocent can suffer due to the possession of something valuable, he later discovered that her formidable medical skills had attracted the attention of powerful families. Although the ghost doctor could save lives, those from influential lineages regarded her merely as a more advanced healer. If they could not possess her, they would ensure that no one else could either. After multiple failed invitations, she vanished entirely. One must admit, the world is indeed small. However, due to Yin Yubing's aloof demeanor, she did not attract the admiration of the two men, especially when compared to the youthful, voluptuous nurse beside her, whose attire was tattered yet alluring. Was his sudden appearance a disruption to Yin Yubing's original course? Though Yin Yubing possessed an S-class talent, it was in the healing domain. This specialization proved rather impractical for survivors unwilling to transition into the Taoist profession, essentially a redundant skill. Even if one were to acquire her abilities, their utility would be minimal. In contrast, the nearby nurse was of a more mediocre caliber. Star City Little Fairy, LV2, no occupation, F-class talent, auxiliary healer. With both individuals possessing healing talents, one at S-class and the other at F-class, the disparity in their potential was stark. How could two individuals awakened together exhibit such a vast difference in their fates? As the little nurse noticed Suyu gazing intently at them, her crimson eyes appeared rather fearsome. How formidable is this stranger, effortlessly breaking the hands of the two? At this moment, her heart was filled with trepidation, and she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Excuse me, could you possibly help me?" Meanwhile, Yin Yubing, with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, emitted muffled sounds of distress. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Yu, then fixated her gaze on the nearby nurse, sensing an evident discord between the two. Clearly, there was a story beneath the surface. For Su Yu, eliminating these two was a matter of utmost simplicity. He was not driven by an overflowing benevolence. Rather, he felt that sparing her life was a way to repay the life-saving grace he had received in his previous life. However, as Yin Yubing matured, she would undoubtedly possess her own utility. Furthermore, it required neither much time nor effort on Su Yu's part. Ignoring the nurse, Su Yu approached Yin Yubing, crouching beside her and saying, "I will remove the cloth from your mouth, but you must not scream loudly. We don't want to attract any zombies." "All right." Yin Yubing looked at Su Yu, her eyes brimming with tears, and nodded slowly. "Thank you, kind stranger." Once the cloth was removed from her mouth, her lips were sore, and as soon as she could speak, she and the nearby nurse began to exchange quiet insults. From his wristband, Su Yu retrieved a sumptuous barbecue feast intended for 4 and placed it on the office desk nearby. Although the two were astonished by Su Yu's seemingly magical display, questioning whether he could consume such a quantity, their argument consumed their attention. Thus, Su Yu nonchalantly enjoyed skewers while eavesdropping on the unfolding drama. Little did they know, it was a revelation akin to a rolling pin discovering a hidden truth. It turned out that both Yin Yubing and her fiancé worked in dermatology. And after the apocalypse struck, Yin Yubing was dining in the cafeteria while her fiancé and the nurse, as survivors of their department, huddled together for warmth. After enduring countless hardships, when Yin Yubing finally returned to the third-floor ward, she inadvertently stumbled upon her fiancé and the nurse engaged in a passionate affair. Upon noticing her, the nurse turned her fiancé's head away, shielding him from Yin Yubing's sight, while continuing their tryst and verbally encouraging him. From their conversation, it became evident that her fiancé had harbored grievances against Yin Yubing over the years. It was then that she realized she had been betrayed by these two beasts for 2 long years. No wonder her temper had become so erratic thereafter. Su Yu savored the delectable skewers before him, gradually unraveling the story behind these events. It was a far more intricate narrative than the mere betrayals for survival he had encountered in his past life. This tale was laden with gossip far more riveting, captivating even Su Yu's attention. Suddenly, their stomachs growled in unison, a reminder of their plight. It had been a day and a half since the onset of the apocalypse, and they had consumed not a single grain of rice, leaving them famished. They turned their heads, swallowing hard, revealing the extent of their hunger. Their conversation ceased as they glanced behind Su Yu, where a bloodied and disfigured man approached menacingly. He raised his index finger to his lips, signaling the two women to silence. Outside the door, the duo included the formidable figure of the Great Eagle, who had regained consciousness. One arm hung limply, the wrist clearly severed from its connection. With the other hand, he stealthily brandished a knife over a foot long. The expressions on the women's faces shifted, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. Was that not the very assailant who had stabbed her fiancé and taken them hostage? "Danger!" Yin Yubing exclaimed. But it seemed too late. The knife was poised to strike Su Yu's back, and the two women shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. "Haha, kid. You're done for. I will kill you." Yet, despite the hand reaching out, an inexplicable void of sensation enveloped him. Why did the anticipated scene of bloodshed not unfold? In the next instant, the knife clattered to the ground with a crisp sound. The Great Eagle beheld Su Yu's faint smile, feeling the world spin around him before collapsing to the floor. "Ah, my hand." Regarding this character, the young brother wishes to express a thought and clarify a doubt. In his worldview, the protagonist is a lone wolf, self-serving, yet fundamentally, he must be an individual. Upon encountering others, he would mercilessly kill and seize their talents. The young brother can only remark that this does not align with his perspective. He truly cannot fathom the thought processes of such individuals. Chapter 23, Because I Am Daring. The Great Eagle clearly did not anticipate that this individual seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. Moments ago, adrenaline had surged through him, causing him to momentarily forget the pain. Su Yu astonishingly retrieved an arrow from his quiver and, utilizing sheer physical strength, forcibly pierced it through the Great Eagle's arm, driving it into the floor. Yet, at the moment of the Great Eagle's anguished cry, he felt an abrupt tightening around his throat. It turned out Su Yu had executed a bare-handed arrow strike, akin to dispatching an eel. The arrow entered through his throat and exited at the back of his head, instantly obliterating the brainstem, extinguishing his life. He lay sprawled on the ground, sleeping peacefully. "Are you polite? You've interrupted my show," Suyu remarked coolly while wiping the blood from his hands. At that moment, his gaze shifted to another assailant behind him, the little Code. He had awakened slightly later than the Great Eagle and stood at the door, frozen, clutching a baseball bat. This weapon was of superior quality, perfectly balanced in size, length, and weight, making it an excellent tool for dealing with both zombies and humans alike. Little Code had just witnessed Suyu's swift actions, which had transpired in an instant. The Great Eagle was a seasoned fighter with notably robust arms, yet he had been effortlessly pierced by Suyu's bare-handed arrow. To penetrate an arm with an arrow and embed it into concrete required immense strength. The arrow aimed at his throat was even more astonishing, moving so swiftly that the action appeared almost blurred. Though the baseball bat in Little Code's hands was longer than Suyu's arrow, he dared not take the risk. With merely 2 simple maneuvers, Suyu instilled immense shock within the individual clad in small underwear. He believed that if he truly engaged in combat, in an instant, he and his companions sprawled on the ground would be indistinguishable. Imagine, after committing murder in the afternoon, his hands would still tremble uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the murderous intent emanating from Suyu's eyes surpassed his own 1,000-fold. Under the influence of the ghoul mask, the blood-red pupils sent chills down the spine of the individual in small underwear. Merely locking gazes with Suyu felt akin to witnessing the summons of the King of Hell. This man was, in fact, more terrifying than the zombies lurking outside. Instinctively, the individual in small underwear probed into Suyu's personal information. Ordinary bystander, LV5, no occupation. A level 5, a formidable figure? You are merely an ordinary bystander? The top-ranking individual on the leaderboard? A wave of existential questioning washed over him. The duo, comprising the individual in small underwear and the big bird, were originally scavengers near a hospital. They engaged in a modest business of collecting waste paper, which had honed their binding skills. After the apocalypse descended, they managed to survive through the physical prowess developed during their scavenging days. When Suyu triggered a hidden quest, fortune smiled upon them as they stumbled upon a genuine treasure chest. Not only did they acquire supplies, but they also obtained 2 exceptional weapons. As the saying goes, a full stomach stirs desires. After satiating their hunger, armed with weapons procured from the treasure chest, they effortlessly dispatched several zombies, leading to an unprecedented sense of invincibility. They reminisced about the disdainful expressions of the hospital's fair maidens, now yearning to overpower them in a frenzy. Emboldened, they ventured into the dermatology department, only to witness a quarrel involving 2 women and a man. A minor conflict ensued, resulting in the unwitting killing of the fiancé. Despite the women's desperate resistance, they ultimately succumbed to the duo's superior strength. Consequently, the 2 men abducted them to a storeroom, a secluded place rarely frequented, ideal for nefarious deeds. Just as they prepared to act, Suyu entered, much to their dismay. Thus unfolded the preceding events. The individual in small underwear finally buckled, collapsing to the ground in submission. "Brother, I was wrong. I'll handle it myself. You 2 carry on." The younger brother arrived at an inopportune moment. He then executed a rather explosive action. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his strength and brought the baseball bat crashing down upon his own head. Thud! His body convulsed a few times before falling silent, leaving his fate uncertain. Please, continue. Such a captivating story must not meet an untimely end. It cannot be left incomplete. Suyu interjected. As he gazed upon the 2 corpses within reach, terror swiftly enveloped the heart of the young nurse. She bit her lip tightly, striving to suppress any sound. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure. Though Yin Yubing also felt a hint of fear, her eyes reflected a mix of relief and regret. Remarkably, the 2 women shared an unspoken understanding, choosing not to utter another word. After a heated argument with the nurse, Yin Yubing finally gained clarity regarding her fiancé. Her eyes seemed to brim with despair, as if she had unraveled the intricacies of life, rendering her unwilling to continue the quarrel. The nurse, on the other hand, refrained from further confrontation out of fear. Not long ago, night had fallen. The zombies, already a dominant presence within the hospital, grew increasingly frenzied. The recent roar had been alarmingly loud, attracting nearby zombies that surged towards the corridor in a frenzied rush. The incessant banging on the door left the nurse pale with fright, as the noise intensified, suggesting the door could not withstand the assault for long. She felt fear creeping in, despite her earlier resolve to endure the 2 thugs, believing that surviving another day was worth it. However, the appearance of Suyu completely disrupted her thoughts. She possessed a typical admiration for strength and realized that the man before her was the very one ranked at the top. Although Su Yu's mask obscured much of his face, his voice, physique, and the small portion of his features that were visible indicated that he was youthful and remarkably superior to the thugs surrounding them. Consequently, the nurse altered her perspective, aspiring to align herself with this seemingly ordinary passerby. He appeared so composed. Even if the zombies broke through, he surely possessed a means of escape. Yet, it seemed that this passerby's gaze was solely fixated on Yin Yubing, ignoring her entirely. Just as she prepared to speak, Su Yu stood up. Both women turned their attention towards him. With a flourish, he produced a matching mask from his wristband and casually approached, severing the ropes binding the two women. During this process, the nurse, with a hint of cunning, puffed up her pride, letting out an inappropriate snort. After all, this life-saving mask was singular. Why should it be given to her? The nurse boldly stood up, asserting that there was no man she could not handle. When she had been playing her little games earlier, this man had not objected, which was rather telling. Wasn't it obvious? What was so special about Yin Yubing? Surely, he sought to humiliate the high and mighty woman. Thus, she puffed out her chest, the holes in her nurse's uniform revealing glimpses of lace lingerie. Hey, handsome. Take notice of me. The nurse chirped, because I'm alluring. Su Yu was left speechless, astonished that internet memes had manifested in reality. He turned to look at Yin Yubing, who wore a look of exasperation. Are you sure she was hired through proper channels at your hospital? Chapter 24. A surprising revelation. Yin Yubing shrugged her shoulders in resignation. The nurse, noticing that Su Yu not only remained indifferent to her advances, but also joined Yin Yubing in mocking her, felt a twinge of doubt. Perhaps this man did not favor those who were overtly proactive. She resolved to remain silent for the moment, waiting to see what Yin Yubing would say before making her next move. The storage room fell into a profound silence, interrupted only by the relentless banging on the door. Su Yu glanced at Yin Yubing. Survive? I have lost everything. I no longer see the meaning in continuing. Upon hearing Yin Yubing's words, the nurse couldn't help but chuckle softly. Any rational individual would find such a response utterly absurd. Su Yu thought to himself, this is disastrous. It seems that my presence has indeed disrupted the course of events from my previous life. In a world teetering on the brink of despair, such hopelessness is utterly intolerable. Su Yu's expression darkened, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. If Yin Yubing truly succumbed to despair, then there would be no need to spare her life any longer. Yin Yubing cast a glance at the nurse nearby, whose self-satisfied demeanor filled her with disdain. She had stolen her man and now sought to usurp her very space for survival. In this apocalyptic landscape, was it only such wretches who deserved to live? Gradually, a chilling resolve settled in Yin Yubing's gaze, reminiscent of a look Su Yu had witnessed years prior. Yet, even if she were to perish, she would ensure that this wretch accompanied her to the grave. Yin Yubing glared fiercely at the nurse. Dear boy, is there even a need for competition? I am well versed in the ways of intimacy, far more than this frigid wench who possesses no sense of allure. Despite her aloof facade, she is surely tarnished. Rumor had it that she had relied on her body to bribe her professors for graduate school. In the hospital, her entanglements with the director, the chief physician, and some dashing interns were far from innocent. After 5 years with her fiancé, on the cusp of marriage, she still denied him any intimacy. There must be something amiss with her. The nurse transformed into a relentless mocker, unleashing a torrent of caustic jibes. Her words, a blend of truth and fabrication, bore an uncanny resemblance to reality. Yet, most of it was merely her own narrative, thus allowing her to speak so freely. Yin Yubing could hardly step forward to assert that she was still a pure maiden, could she? Faced with the nurse's barrage, Yin Yubing's face flushed crimson with rage. After a moment of struggle, she could only manage a rather vulgar retort. You vile creature. However, the potency of their exchanges was worlds apart. Suddenly, in a fit of frenzy, Yin Yubing lunged at the nurse, toppling her to the ground, and they quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle. As the quintessential obedient girl, Yin Yubing had never engaged in a brawl before. Despite her inherent advantages, she found herself at a distinct disadvantage in this confrontation. The nurse, emboldened by her upper hand, straddled Yin Yubing, hurling insults as she did so. Seizing the baseball bat that had been dropped by the assailant earlier, she swung it menacingly at Yin Yubing. A blow from that bat could undoubtedly induce a concussion. Seeing this, Su Yu instinctively reached for the combat bow at his back, only to discover that, at some point, a dagger had inexplicably appeared in Yin Yubing's hand, shimmering with a blue luminescence. The weapon he possessed was merely of excellent quality. To his astonishment, Yin Yubing had obtained a finely crafted melee weapon. Intrigued, she instinctively raised the dagger to parry the incoming bat. With a resounding crack, the excellent quality baseball bat shattered into 2 pieces. As the nurse stood there, Dumbfounded, Yubing thrust the dagger into her abdomen, causing a torrent of blood to erupt. The icy demeanor that had once graced Yubing's face began to thaw. Yes, this was the sensation she craved. The taste was intoxicating. Brother, come quickly. This wretch has deceived me. After the little nurse was stabbed, she attempted to flee. Yubing swiftly seized her calf, causing her to collapse onto the ground. With one knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, the little nurse wailed incessantly, her struggles gradually subsiding until she finally lay limp. She could never have imagined that her life would be extinguished by Yubing's hand. After slaying the nurse, Yubing sat on the ground, drenched in blood. There is still one here, Suyu pointed to the fallen assailant. From their previous conversation, Suyu had learned that this individual was responsible for the death of Yubing's fiancée. Are you a devil? I just took a life, Yubing exclaimed, disbelief evident in her voice. You will become accustomed to it, Suyu replied nonchalantly. As for her fiancé, Yubing had long since abandoned any thoughts of him. Nevertheless, this assailant had taken advantage of her on numerous occasions. While Yubing verbally rejected the notion of violence, her hands moved with unwavering determination. Truly, as a doctor, she possessed an intimate understanding of human anatomy. With a few precise strikes, the unconscious assailant succumbed, a pool of blood forming beneath him as he drew his last breath. 2 words, absolutely delightful. What do you mean, kind sir? The system notification indicated that she had earned points from these assailants. Just keep them for yourself. This was a significant gift that Suyu offered to Yubing. Adding to her previous score, she now possessed 26 points, astonishingly placing her among the top 10. This would surely yield a handsome reward. Why are you being so kind to someone you hardly know? You once saved me. Suyu replied truthfully. Save me? I don't believe it. I'm merely an ordinary dermatologist. Have you ever suffered from such an ailment? Would you like me to conduct a follow-up examination now? It is often said that in a post-apocalyptic world, a person's character may shift after committing murder. This sentiment perfectly applied to Yubing. Listening to her words, Suyu felt a pang of frustration. Meanwhile, the storeroom door was on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand the pressure any longer. With little regard for delicacy, he pressed a ghoul mask against Yubing's face. Infuriated, she wondered why he abruptly resorted to such measures while they were in the midst of conversation. What a lack of decorum this man possessed. As the door was about to give way, a voice commanded Yubing, remember, do not move, do not attack. With a resounding crash, dozens of mutated zombies surged in. Goodness, a horde of entirely level 3 mutated zombies. Even in peak condition, Suyu would not stand a chance against them. The critical point was that, despite their mutations, their drops were no different from those of ordinary zombies of the same level during the day. Engaging in such a thankless task would be folly. The zombies scanned their surroundings, noticing the still warm corpses on the ground. Were they perhaps engaged in infighting? Yet, the zombies continued their search for living beings, completely disregarding the presence of Suyu and Yubing standing in their midst. In that moment, the two appeared to vanish from the zombies' sight. The unmistakable stench of decay wafted over them as the zombies drew near. Suyu had long since acclimated to this sensation. However, as a doctor, Yubing found her courage bolstered after taking a life. However, in such close proximity to the zombies, fear consumed her mind. At this moment, Yubing clenched her teeth, tightly shut her eyes, and struggled to suppress any sound. After several minutes, just as the zombies began to disperse, unexpectedly, Yubing found herself unable to control her sense of smell and caught a whiff of the neglected barbecue. Instantly, her hunger stirred within her. In the next moment, her stomach audibly grumbled. The nearby zombies, upon hearing the sound, turned their heads in unison. Chapter 25. A night of restlessness. The zombies immediately followed the sound, quickly surrounding Yubing. They scrutinized her from head to toe, unable to comprehend why this individual, who appeared to be one of their own, was emitting a distinctly human sound. At that moment, the nearest zombie was merely an inch away from her. A wave of nausea washed over Yubing, and she resigned herself to fate. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic footsteps echoed from the corridor outside, intermingled with the screams and sounds of struggle from humans. Upon hearing this commotion, the zombies promptly turned their heads and bolted outside. In a world where competition for survival was fierce, they knew that if they didn't act swiftly, even the remnants would be out of reach. In an instant, the room was vacated of zombies, and silence enveloped the storage area once more. At this juncture, Suyu was observing Yubing with keen interest. The woman before him was only half a head shorter than himself, and her previously youthful visage now radiated a newfound vigor. Her tightly pressed red lips exhaled a soft breath, and one of her tightly shut eyes slowly opened to reveal Suyu staring intently at her. It seemed that this was the first time he had seen her in such a manner. Have you had your fill of staring? Yubing's frustration bubbled forth, though she dared only to voice it softly. Is there a safe place nearby? Suyu disregarded her question and shifted the topic. If you turn left upon exiting, there's a spare office. I wonder if it will suffice? The door is damaged, and remaining here is not a wise choice. If patrolling zombies return, our escape will be further hindered. After all, not everyone can remain still like me for hours on end. Suyu retrieved a silver bird's claw from his wristband and prepared 2 lures for the adversary. He turned to Yubing and asked, have you ever played the game red light, green light? Yes, I know it. Yubing replied, her expression tinged with discomfort. Watch my gestures. When I raise my hand, you must freeze. All right, but could you wait for me for a moment? Yubing's face flushed as she lowered her voice. What is it? Is something wrong? Suyu inquired, puzzled. My legs have gone numb. Yubing had been so tense while confronting the zombies that her body had momentarily stiffened. Then hurry. Now that there are no zombies outside, Suyu urged. As he turned back, Yubing attempted to shift her stance, her gaze drawn to the remnants of food scattered on the ground. The recent encounter with the mutated zombies had left the area in disarray, and her eyes nearly glimmered with greed. How careless. She had forgotten all about this. Why not have a bite to eat first? With that, he produced a handful of capsules from his wristband, selecting 2 at random and offering them to Yubing. Yogurt? Banana? Was that intentional or merely a coincidence? A surge of frustration welled up within her, causing her breath to catch. Who would have imagined that someone who appeared so congenial could harbor such ulterior motives? Was he sending her a veiled message? If he had such a penchant for these items, why not choose the young nurse at the outset? Even a fool could discern that her survival was solely due to Suyu's shameless double standards. Yet, he persistently engaged in inexplicable antics, deliberately or otherwise. In truth, Suyu had no particular intentions. He merely selected these items because they could stave off hunger and swiftly replenish energy. Not wishing to complicate matters further, he tiredly handed the capsules to Yubing. You figure it out. Her cheeks flushed as she glared at Suyu, devouring 2 bananas with a ferocity that was almost primal. She intended to express her anger through her actions. To Suyu, it seemed that Yubing was dangerously close to becoming unhinged from hunger. He couldn't help but exclaim, slow down. I still have more bananas. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt a sense of unease. It was as if he was digging himself deeper into a hole. With the assistance of the silver bird's claws and the enemy luring pot, they finally reached the office Yubing had mentioned. The room was a gruesome sight, stained with blood and remnants of battle, a place that had borne witness to fierce combat. Suyu quickly shut the door and drew the curtains, finally feeling a sense of safety after a day fraught with chaos. To his surprise, the first thing Yubing did upon entering the office was to prepare a resting space for him. This action reminded him of how he had once catered to Lin Roof's every whim. In every safe zone they reached, he had acted like an eager servant, ensuring everything was in order for her. Thank you, kind stranger. Yubing's tone softened as she recognized the reality of their situation. This mask must be quite precious. Please take it back. I have nothing of value, so how about I give you this instead? She then revealed a finely crafted dagger she had obtained from her treasure chest. She understood well that without Suyu, she might not have survived at all. Are you looking to express your gratitude? Suyu pushed the mask and weapon back toward her. Yubing nodded. You possess limitless potential in this apocalyptic world. You will undoubtedly become the strongest healer. In the future, should you need my assistance, I hope you will lend me a hand as well. Kind stranger. You are so remarkable. Will there ever be a day you require my help? Perhaps. Kind stranger, you are truly a good person. Suyu sneezed, uncertain whether Yubing's comment was intended or inadvertent. He never imagined that by saving her, he would be awarded a good person card. Suyu spent nearly the entire night stationed at the office door, resting with his eyes closed. Although the place seemed secure, it could not withstand the relentless onslaught of zombies. Initially, Yubing kept him company, but eventually, exhaustion took its toll on her. The previous night had left her shaken and sleepless. However, Suyu, either intentionally or unintentionally, imparted to Yubing some fundamental survival principles for the apocalypse. With Yubing's intelligence, she would undoubtedly find these insights invaluable. In truth, it would be effortless to eliminate her. Suyu pondered whether all this effort was truly worthwhile, especially as she heard the soft snores emanating from the sofa nearby. At that moment, Suyu finally found the time to reflect on her gains. Upon leveling up to level 5, she allocated all 5 of her free attribute points into vitality. After all, she already possessed 35 points in strength, 32 in constitution, and 26 in agility. The meager 17 points in spirit seemed somewhat lacking, particularly after acquiring 2 attacking skills, which made her vitality seem insufficient. The material capsules were plentiful. Even if she indulged in them, they could last her a week. Unfortunately, apart from the 2 ghoul masks that she had obtained, she had not secured any equipment. Chapter 26. Plundering S-Class Talent, Max Level Agility. The regional announcement. Dear friends, did you have a joyful day yesterday? Some of you may have already uncovered the hidden rules. Time is of the essence, so let me offer you some benefits. Hurry aboard, everyone. Let us go wild. Let's party. The survivors of Star City Hospital received mocking messages from the Orderers. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying aspect is always the human heart. The Orderers have consistently awakened the darkness that lies deep within humanity. Subsequently, a chilling system notification followed. Ding. Hidden dungeon rules updated. Hidden rule. Killing survivors also grants points. By eliminating survivors, you can seize double their points. All survivors receive a temporary skill, hunting instinct, allowing them to sense other survivors. At the time of settlement, survivors without points will be eliminated. The system notification was broadcast 3 times in succession. A group of strangers huddled together for warmth, hiding in the bathroom of a patient room. What does elimination mean? Does it mean leaving this wretched place? No. Elimination must signify death. The man analyzed calmly. What do the Orderers mean? Are they encouraging us to kill? It appears to be the case. After saying this, the man emotionlessly disbanded the team. Why are you disbanding the team? Why are you holding a knife? Oh, you're so gravely injured. Rather than letting someone else benefit, why not let me take advantage? This was merely a microcosm of the current dungeon. How many individuals, who just a moment ago were calling each other brothers and sharing mutual support, instantaneously turned against one another? Those without points only wished to survive, while others sought to thrive. Even those who had initially remained hidden began to emerge. Rather than face the terror of death, it was better to take the initiative. Last night was not just a restless one for Suyu and Yin Yubing. For the Lin family, led by Lin Maorong, and the Ma family of Hushi, it was also a sleepless night. The relationship between the 2 families prior to the apocalypse was rather delicate, characterized by a blend of partnership and rivalry. The influence of the Ma family is confined to the Western River, while the Lin family holds sway over the Eastern River. This time, the Lin family has ventured into the Western territory, marking it as an away game. However, within the confines of Star City Hospital, the numbers and strengths of both factions are relatively comparable. Consequently, they have been alternating leadership in the scoring table, competing fiercely. It was not until Suyu emerged unexpectedly that he seized the lead. When Ma Xiaowei, the second in command of the Ma family, sought to discuss an alliance with Lin Maorong. Their conversation was initially cordial. Yet, without warning, Lin Maorong launched an unexpected assault. Caught off guard and losing the initiative, the Ma family was soon in disarray. After eliminating 3 members of the Lin family, only Ma Xiaowei managed to break free. He spent a night trembling and hiding, and now, due to grave injuries, he is on the brink of death. Upon hearing the system notification, Ma Xiaowei attempted to utilize the temporary skill granted by the system. Hunting instinct. Consuming a small amount of energy, this skill allows the user to sense the locations of survivors within a 50-meter radius for a duration of 10 seconds. With a cooldown period of 1 hour. Instantly, the layout of the 4th floor materialized before Ma Xiaowei's eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered over 30 red dots within the 50-meter range, each marked with varying numbers, indicating current scores. The red dots that suddenly vanished signified that those survivors had perished. The fact that Ma Xiaowei could see others implied that they could also see him, though his current refuge was surrounded by zombies. Once the other survivors caught sight of his score of 72 points, it was inevitable that someone would dare to take the risk and come for him. Could it truly be, as the Orderer claimed, that everyone would descend into madness? Moreover, the frenzied members of the Lin family would undoubtedly not spare him. Just as the map began to fade, a prominent number emerged in his field of vision, 177 points. It was that man, the only individual in Star City Hospital with a score exceeding 100. With this revelation, Ma Xiaowei's previously despondent heart was ignited with a glimmer of determination. On the 3rd floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong and his group continued their search for Ma Xiaowei. Haha, double points? Fortune truly favors me. That old fool, heavily injured, must be hiding on the 3rd floor. Whoever finds him shall be generously rewarded. He declared, "You all, take turns using your skills. Anyone who surpasses 20 points will be eliminated." Having procured some supplies from the Ma family the previous night, the Lin family was now brimming with energy. Meanwhile, Suyu was wandering the 4th floor, intrigued by the secrets it might hold. Suddenly, a barely conscious middle-aged man came into view. Suyu inspected the man's personal information. Ma Xiaowei, LV4, no profession, S-Class talent, maxed agility. This talent was one that Suyu had noted as essential in his records. The man before him appeared to be on the verge of death. Such a fortuitous opportunity to acquire a coveted talent could not be passed up. Ding. You have used the Hand of Plunder on the survivor, Ma Xiaowei. Current collapse level of Ma Xiaowei, 30, weakness level, 99, talent plunder successful. Remaining attempts, 1. Ding. You have attained an S-level talent, maxed agility. Fellow bystander, I am Hishi Ma Xiaowei, and I wish to propose a transaction with you. Perhaps weakened by his circumstances, he remained oblivious to the loss of his talent. Hishi Ma Xiaowei? I have not heard of such a name. Suyu replied nonchalantly. Suyu initially intended to kill and depart, but Ma Xiaowei continued, imploring, grant me vengeance. My resources, my life, all for you. 72 points shall be yours. Though Suyu's words left Ma Xiaowei momentarily speechless, his singular desire for revenge overshadowed all else. He realized that Suyu had no interest in negotiation. Not interested. You have but a minute left to live. Suddenly, Ma Xiaowei's eyes brightened, as if a spark of hope had ignited within him. Since dawn, he had observed Suyu wandering the 4th floor, seemingly in search of something. Oh, you seek the secret of the hospital's 4th floor? Oh, pray elaborate. Suyu's interest piqued. It was unexpected that the same words had now crossed the lips of a second individual. If you eliminate the young master of the Lin family, I shall divulge all that I know. Lin Maorong. Suyu's brow furrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent dancing in his eyes. His visit to the Star City Hospital was indeed to eliminate Lin Maorong. Indeed, upon witnessing Suyu's expression, Ma Xiaowei felt a surge of reassurance. Very well. Suyu, observing that Ma Xiaowei's strength was waning, promptly responded. I too heard from the young scion of the Lin family, who spoke of the matter in the principal's office. The principal's office? How intriguing. Suyu accepted Ma Xiaowei's points and gazed towards the end of the 4th floor. At the tightly locked office. That was the only door Suyu could not access with his access card. Chapter 27. The Hidden Room. Curse it. Have you yet to locate the old man? Young master, the old man remains elusive. That office has been occupied for nearly 30 minutes. It appears there is only one person inside. This is untenable. There are too many zombies in that vicinity. At least 20 individuals are required to breach it. What they referred to was indeed the room where Guyu Bone resided. Suyu anticipated the frenzied actions of the orderers the following day. He was all too familiar with their mindset. Thus, he had cautioned Guyu Bone the previous night that they must delay leaving until the instance concluded. He even orchestrated a significant number of zombies to be drawn in early, effectively barricading the necessary route. Now, the survivors were gripped by fear, making it exceedingly difficult to organize a collective offense. Young master, a brother has reported that Ma Xiaowei has been located on the 4th floor. That old man. Where can you possibly flee? Old 8, why are you still dawdling? Move quickly. There's no rush. Old 8 replied with a wry smile. Lin Maorong, momentarily puzzled, failed to grasp Old 8's meaning. Upon reaching Ma Xiaowei's side, they discovered he had already breathed his last. A slight smirk graced Ma Xiaowei's lips, as if mocking Lin Maorong. In his final moments, he had exerted his last bit of strength to etch 5 bloodied characters onto the ground. Lin Maorong is a fool. The insult, though not physically damaging, was profoundly humiliating. Enraged, Lin Maorong's face turned crimson as he surveyed his surroundings. Aside from the distant zombies, not a shadow was in sight. Who could have done this? Just as he opened his mouth to unleash a tirade of curses, Old 8 and several subordinates swiftly clamped a hand over his mouth, forcing him to stifle his rage. If a sound were to escape, it would be utterly disastrous. How frustrated Lin Maorong must feel. Dear, the leaderboard is about to be updated, reminded Wan Xinran, as she and Miao Huanhuan lacked any combat prowess. Thus, she volunteered to record the fluctuations of the leaderboard with her notebook and pen. Indeed, by noting any anomalies in scores, they could identify the culprit. Honey, the top scorer is an inconspicuous passerby with 326 points. We are in 2nd place. Damn it, I lost 3 individuals yesterday, and he managed to eliminate them? Lin Maorong immediately realized he had been outmaneuvered. Young master, what should we do now? Should we head to the dean's office and report to young master Baisher? To hell with that. Let us go hunt him down. I refuse to believe he can take us all on alone. Despite the Lin family's team holding a steady 2nd place, Lin Maorong was solely focused on eliminating the unremarkable passerby. 10 minutes prior, Matthew was still alive, indicating that the passerby had acted during that brief interval. We have been stationed on the 3rd floor. He certainly hasn't gone far. He must still be on the 4th floor. Spread out, utilize your hunting instincts, and find him, as the young master commands. Old 8 promptly ordered. After bidding farewell to Matthew, Suyu traversed through the ceiling towards the corner office of the dean. Matthew's gear and supplies were inferior to what had been given to Ian Yubing the previous night. However, he had acquired the S-grade full-level agility talent, the very skill possessed by the first Bao God. Talent, full-level agility, talent level, S-grade. Swiftly, each level gained permanently increases agility by 5 points. At the moment of seizing the talent, Suyu felt as light as a feather. The 20 points of agility gained from advancing from level 1 to level 5 were instantly credited. Agility primarily influences movement and attack speed, unlike strength, which correlates with physical damage, and spirit, which is linked to magical damage, as well as constitution, which affects defense. Agility does not boast a particularly high cost-performance ratio among the 4 main attributes. Only warriors, rogues, and archers tend to stack agility, as other professions require merely sufficient agility. For Suyu, acquiring the S-grade full-level agility talent was akin to receiving a free 5 points of agility with each level gained. Future attribute allocations would be entirely at his discretion. With full-level agility, Suyu began to fantasize about the remaining enhancement talents: full-level strength, full-level spirit, full-level constitution. When would he ever amass them all? As he pondered, he crossed the grand hall and navigated a narrow path, ultimately arriving at the door of the dean's office. He had tried before, but the access card had proven ineffective, and he was too apathetic to concern himself with it now. Concurrently employing the silverbird claw and hunting instincts, he ensured there were no survivors within a 50-meter radius. Yet, his perception could not penetrate the interior of the dean's office, obstructed by a layer of barrier. Suyu instantly understood. This was a hidden chamber of the dungeon. No wonder it was inaccessible. The boss battle must lie within. Thus, he retrieved an ancient, exquisitely crafted key from his wristband. An item obtained from an elite zombie the previous day. Universal key, an exceptional consumable. The king of locks in Yokohama, capable of unlocking any lock. Upon usage, it can open locks or mechanisms of superior quality or below. A radiant green glow emanated from the door lock, pulsing in synchrony with the universal key. Suyu inserted the key and gently turned it, producing a creaking sound as the door swung open. A swirling blue-black vortex materialized at the threshold. Ding! Hidden room unlocked. Universal key has vanished. Countdown to entry. 5, 4, 3. Taking a deep breath, Suyu stepped inside. The scene before him gradually sharpened into focus, enveloping him in a grim, apocalyptic tableau. The door behind him slammed shut with a resounding thud. An eerie silence enveloped the interior. Aside from the load-bearing columns and walls, not a single complete wall could be found. Doors, windows, brick walls, and ceilings lay in ruins. The air was thick with a suffocating atmosphere. The mingled scents of blood, rotting flesh, and charred remains assaulted his senses. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the stench directly to his nostrils. Everywhere he looked, remnants of limbs and organs lay scattered about. There were both human remains and those of zombies. The entire room, spanning an expansive 200 square meters, was littered with these dismembered remains in every corner. Without exception, not a single body remained intact. From the expressions of agony and terror frozen upon their faces, one could glimpse the struggles and despair that transpired. It seemed that when the apocalypse unfolded, this place had been a gathering of sorts. Judging by the attire, there were doctors, nurses, and several outsiders, nearly 100 individuals in total. The once vibrant red carpet was now stained black with blood. In some areas, it had even pooled into small puddles. Brain matter, organs, and eyeballs were strewn across the ground. Stepping on them felt disturbingly sticky. Such a hellish scene would surely cause the faint-hearted to explode with dread at just a glance. Yet for Suyu, a decade spent in the apocalypse, navigating through mountains of corpses and seas of blood had become the norm. Clearly, the devastation before him could not have been wrought by mere mutated zombies. With the aid of a silverbird's claw, Suyu finally discerned a clue from the chink in the farthest broken wall. From there, a faint voice resonated. Another vibrant day. Chapter 28. The Cold-Blooded Silver Ring Zombie Leader. Suyu understood that the ability to utter human speech was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary zombie. In the apocalypse, the classification of zombies ranged from the lowest level to the highest: ordinary, elite, leader, lord, and emperor. Zombies above the leader level are commonly referred to as boss, marking a significant threshold. At this level, zombies possess innate abilities and skills, resulting in a dramatic increase in combat prowess. An ordinary zombie's fighting capability is roughly equivalent to that of an average person of the same level. However, an elite zombie's combat strength is at least comparable to that of a 10-person elite team. As one ascends through the ranks, their combat abilities can increase at least tenfold. More importantly, the higher the level, the greater their intelligence, with a few even capable of comprehending human language. It was evident that the adversary Su Yu faced was a formidable one. Gazing at the firmly shut door behind him, it became evident that the only path to escape lay in vanquishing this formidable boss and completing the level. From the crumbling wall emerged a bespectacled, middle-aged man clad in a blood-soaked white lab coat, his tall frame imposing. His nails had morphed into lethal claws, each extending a full foot and radiating a sinister emerald glow. The length of his claws compelled him to push his glasses upward with his palm rather than his fingers. In stark contrast to ordinary zombies, he exuded an innate aura of dominance that was suffocating. However, Su Yu had long grown accustomed to such sights and promptly assessed the basic attributes of the zombie. When examining a zombie's attributes, if the opponent exceeds his level by 3, only the name is displayed, with no additional information revealed. Yet, as Su Yu stood at level 5, this creature, precisely at level 8, teetered on the threshold of that 3-level gap. Cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, level 8, leader class, basic attributes, strength, 35, spirit, 35, constitution, 40, agility, 35 talents, lethal venom. The claws of the cold-blooded silver ring contain a potent toxin that inflicts a vitality damage of 1 per second upon hitting a target, lasting for 60 seconds, and it can stack, a special talent that cannot be plundered. Absolute subjugation, capable of enslaving zombies to become obedient servants. Those subjugated will unconditionally obey their master's commands. Skills, silent steps. The cold-blooded silver ring has mastered the essence of assassination techniques, honing agility to move with feline grace, enabling high-speed single-target assassinations. Instant kill. The ultimate move employs silent steps for indiscriminate attacks, utilizing rapid movement and claw strikes to decimate large groups of enemies, so swiftly that even the attacker may be unaware of their own targets. The silver ring snake, seemingly docile and lacking sensation even when biting, possesses lightning-fast reflexes and a high fatality rate, earning the title of the foremost snake in Asia. It is not only the most venomous snake in China, but also the one responsible for the highest number of fatalities. Zombies of the leader class and above no longer follow the previous naming conventions, but instead hold unique titles. The use of cold-blooded silver ring as a name signifies its potent toxicity. In terms of level and attributes, it stands as a formidable adversary among leader-class zombies. Its strength and constitution are nearly on par with Su Yu, while its spirit exceeds Su Yu's by 13 points, and its agility lags behind by 11 points. For the boss, this battle may afford numerous opportunities for error, yet for Su Yu, only a singular chance exists. With the backing of the lethal venom talent, being struck by its claws would yield dire consequences. The neatly severed corpses and rotting flesh scattered across the ground clearly bore witness to the devastation wrought by its claws. Analyzing its skills, it became apparent that agility was paramount, suggesting a roguelike archetype. Given the cold-blooded silver ring's skills and talents, it seemed that only by rallying survivors within the confines of the hospital and employing a strategy of sheer numbers could it be defeated. After thoroughly assessing the boss's capabilities, Su Yu mused that this orchestrator of chaos was akin to leaping through filth in a restroom. However, if the lethal venom talent could be plundered, it would indeed be an exhilarating turn of fortune. Only one absolute enslavement can be plundered, and Su Yu felt little interest in it. However, on the 3rd day of the apocalypse, he had yet to encounter a battle of any significance. In the next moment, rather than feeling any trepidation, he became exhilarated. It was as if a boss had been tailor-made for him. As long as the attributes were somewhat comparable, there was a fight to be had. Beep. A lone wolf has encountered the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader, triggering a hidden quest, the secret of Star City Hospital. Quest description: the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader was once the director of the hospital, a physician renowned for his exceptional medical skills, having saved countless lives and earned accolades as an outstanding medical professional. He appeared refined, yet harbored a profoundly dark heart. For many years, he served a certain family, engaging in unspeakable activities. Following the onset of the apocalypse, he succumbed to zombification and immediately unleashed a one-sided massacre upon those gathered in a meeting. Quest requirements: eliminate the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader and uncover the secrets hidden within the director's office. Quest rewards: 500 gold coins, 500 reputation points, 1,000 experience points, and 1 legendary treasure chest. Quest time limit: 2 hours. Quest penalty: failure or abandonment of the quest will result in automatic transportation out of the hidden room, along with a reduction of 1 level. Beep. Would you like to accept the quest? The opponent is too powerful, Select no strongly. Advise me to abandon it. It seems this system is rather benevolent. I shall accept the quest. Suyu decisively replied, effectively sealing his own escape route. A legendary treasure chest is worth a try. The 2-hour time limit corresponds precisely to the final duration of this Star City Hospital instance. With that, Suyu's attention returned to the boss before him. The two locked eyes, and it was evident that disdain radiated from the opponent's gaze. Did it think that a battalion of hundreds had come to vanquish it, only to be confronted by this mere fledgling? To its eyes, although the human attributes were somewhat comparable, the physical prowess of zombies far surpassed that of humans. Zombies charged forth without pain or fear, while such negative emotions could lead humans to reveal vulnerabilities in battle. Thus, one human and one zombie found themselves in a delicate balance. Suyu took his first step forward, heralding the commencement of the battle. Guests have arrived. A shrill voice emanated from the director's mouth. As an archer, how could he allow the rogue to close the distance? At the instant the director spoke, Suyu had already released his arrow, testing the waters. The arrow flew straight towards the director's face. However, he made no attempt to evade. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. From the house behind him, a massive zombie sprang forth, using its body to shield the director from Suyu's arrow. Protecting the director? Quite intriguing. In truth, Suyu had long suspected that the house harbored a considerable number of zombies. Elite Zombie Enslaved Level 6 Base Attributes: Strength 25, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 25. Subsequently, the Dean stood his ground, eager to witness Suyu's demise. A smirk graced Suyu's lips. Are you truly so confident? Though the elite zombie was formidable, its primary attributes were utterly overshadowed by Suyu. With a swift motion, the zombie yanked the arrow embedded in its chest and locked its gaze onto Suyu. The once vibrant eyes of the elite zombie had turned hollow and devoid of emotion. Obedient solely to the Dean's commands, it opened its gaping maw, brandishing sharp claws, and lunged towards Suyu. Its massive form resembled a small mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura that would have easily unsettled an ordinary person. Having navigated the apocalypse for a decade, Suyu had slain countless elite zombies, now devoid of any sentiment. To Suyu, who boasted an agility of 46, this was merely a large plaything. Drawing his bow, he released an arrow with astonishing swiftness, striking the elite zombie squarely in the right eye. Almost instantaneously, a second arrow followed. As Suyu had anticipated, the zombie's head would jerk back due to the force of the impact. With impeccable precision, he hit its remaining eye. After losing both eyes, the elite zombie instinctively attempted to pull out the arrow with its hands. In doing so, it inadvertently dislodged its own eyeballs. Yet, bereft of sight, the elite zombie did not flail about like a headless chicken. Instead, it continued to attack Suyu as if it were a marionette, still under control. Blindness did not hinder its aggression. The talent of absolute servitude was indeed intriguing. Chapter 29. I can't seem to get it out. Then came the third and fourth arrows, striking its knees and rendering its legs useless. The fifth and sixth arrows found their marks on its wrists, incapacitating its hands. The arrows seemed to possess an automatic navigation system, hitting their targets with unerring accuracy. After landing 4 more arrows, the elite zombie resembled a kite severed from its string, teetering precariously. Just as it was about to regain its balance, Suyu unleashed his final arrow, fully charged with power, the arrow of retribution. A purplish-red projectile pierced the heart of the elite zombie. However, Suyu's true target was the Dean, positioned behind the zombie. As the Dean became aware, a gleam flickered in his eyes. In the room behind him, under his command, 10 agile zombies leapt forward, attempting to intercept the arrow. The arrow of retribution felled 6 zombies before it finally came to a halt. A resounding thud echoed as the formidable elite zombie collapsed to the ground, causing the entire floor to tremble. After all, Suyu's current strength had reached an impressive 35 points. With the enhancement of his S-class talent, Double Strike, 2 arrows had struck vital points, while 4 arrows had hit its limbs. These seemingly ordinary 6 arrows equated to 12 under normal circumstances. Most critically, the seamless connection of the arrow of retribution became the final straw that broke the camel's back. From the moment Suyu initiated his assault to the instant the zombie crashed to the ground, the scene unfolded with dramatic intensity. Even when accounting for the time spent on drawing the bow, knocking arrows, aiming, and the charge time for the punitive shot, the total duration was less than 10 seconds. As for the remaining 4 zombies, Suyu showed no mercy, taking them down one by one. Throughout the ordeal, Suyu's feet remained firmly planted in their original position. At a distance of 20 meters, the elite zombies could not even approach him under the relentless barrage of his firepower. They failed to force Suyu back even a single step. With his agility enhanced, Suyu's speed increased further, and an arrow suddenly shot towards the Dean's face. The Dean instinctively raised his blade to form a protective net, yet the arrow slipped through the gaps, shattering his glasses, stopping nearly a millimeter from his eye. Faced with such audacity, the Dean's anger surged. Crack! The arrow shaft was severed by the blade, falling to the ground. The claws of his hands rubbed against each other, akin to sharpening a knife. The sound of metal grinding was jarring, stimulating the human brain, causing ordinary people to feel intense discomfort, a sensation that made their hearts uneasy. Teeth ache, and even induced nausea. However, Suyu, seizing the advantage, transformed into a ruthless archery machine. Every shot was precisely aimed at the Dean's vulnerabilities. Although the arrows could not pierce the Dean's skin, they still turned his coat into a sieve. Suyu was mentally prepared. The body of a leader-class zombie differed significantly from that of ordinary ones. Unless one targeted its vital spots or softer areas, breaking through its defenses was nearly impossible, resulting in minimal damage. Thus, the Dean could only shield his face. Gradually, as the arrows accumulated, the strategy of wearing him down began to take effect. The number of zombies shielding the Dean dwindled. As he beheld the growing number of corpses before him, the Dean's expression began to twist, his patience waning. He shook off the arrows embedded in his body and muttered, "Foolish insect, you have successfully enraged me." Collapse level, 10, weakness level, 1, current plunder success rate, 11. Suyu understood that while the Dean possessed a modicum of intelligence, it was quite limited. He had yet to do anything significant, and the collapse level had already reached 10. Unlike the Lord and Emperor levels, from Suyu's extensive experience, this Dean's intellect could at most be compared to that of a 3-year-old child, naive and playful. It is crucial to remember that even when hunting a rabbit, one must exert full effort. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic world, it would be akin to an elderly immortal consuming arsenic, lamenting their longevity. Moreover, he was facing one of the most cunning humans in this desolate era. Had he unleashed his full strength from the onset, along with all his zombie minions, even 2 additional Suyus would not have sufficed to contend with him. But now, his minions were nearly exhausted, like mere expendables. Why had he not taken action sooner? The Dean clutched a zombie, using it as a shield. After a few steps, he summoned more zombies from behind, collectively making it increasingly difficult for Suyu. Suddenly accelerating, the Dean finally evaded Suyu's arrows, discarding the zombie in his grasp as if he had become ethereal. Once within a 5-meter radius, he could unleash his silent steps. Just 2 strikes. It would take merely 2 strikes to extinguish the life of this insect. The Dean danced left and right, and in the fleeting moment before entering the 5-meter range, whoosh. The angle of the arrow was exceptionally cunning. Should the Dean wish to continue his charge, he would undoubtedly be struck in the face. Cunning insect. The Dean's expression morphed into one of immense fury. He was merely half a meter away. As he faced the imminent threat of being hit by the arrow, a flash of brilliance ignited in his eyes as he attempted to use his zombie minions to block the shot. Yet, he discovered that the few zombies charging alongside him had severed their connection. Could it be? The arrows he had dodged earlier were not aimed at him, but were instead intended to eliminate his minions. No matter. What difference would it make without minions to absorb the arrows? It was merely an ordinary attack from the insect, even if he bore the brunt of it. What could it change? In the next moment, the arrow struck true, piercing the forehead of the zombie and causing the Dean to momentarily falter. Even as the critical area was hit, he swiftly regained his composure. Collapse level, 22, weakness level, 3, current plunder success rate, 25. At last, he had entered the 5-meter attack range. A sharp blade in his hand emitted a burst of green light just as he was about to unleash his skill. At that moment, Suyu, who had remained immobile, sprang into action. As the primary skill of the rogue class, Suyu was well aware of the release distance for silent steps. Having been a mage in his past life, he had engaged in numerous duels with masters of the rogue class. As long as Suyu could manage the distance and stretch it to the limit, he would certainly be able to outmaneuver his opponent. The only disadvantage for Suyu was the cramped space of the Dean's office, which tested his skill to the utmost. Retreating sideways in the direction of the Dean, he deftly created a distance just beyond 5 meters. This movement disrupted the Dean's spellcasting. He stood frozen in place, caught in an unbearable limbo. The Dean paid homage to the principal's classic line, "I can't unleash my power." In a duel between masters, every detail mattered. While the Dean stood dazed, Suyu continued his relentless assault on the Dean's face. Chapter 30, Plunder S-Class Talent, Absolute Domination. With agility surpassing that of the zombie leader, Suyu's movement speed exceeded that of the Dean. At this extreme distance of 5 to 10 meters, he repeatedly engaged and disengaged with the Dean. Suyu seemed to have peered into the Dean's script, predicting his every maneuver and action, maintaining distance while remaining tantalizingly close. It was as if he danced on the edge of a blade, effortlessly manipulating the Dean. To illustrate, it was akin to tying a stick to a dog's collar with a piece of meat dangling just out of reach. The meat was tantalizingly close, yet the dog chased in circles, forever unable to grasp it. This method of walking the dog persisted for some time, and the Dean, whose vitality had waned significantly, finally sensed something amiss. Is this truly the work of a human? If this continues, he will be utterly toyed with by this creature. With a lamentation from the Dean, he ultimately relinquished his relentless pursuit of Suyu and darted back into the room behind his office, thus vanishing from Suyu's sight. As he departed, Suyu noted a hint of a shattered mentality in this boss. Mental breakdown level, 33, weakness level, 23, current plunder success rate, 56. Suyu was aware that numerous zombies were lurking within that room. Hence, apart from a few arrows aimed at the drowning dog, he refrained from hastily pursuing him. In their initial confrontation, the Dean suffered a considerable defeat, and his once proud abilities could not close the distance, proving utterly ineffective. It had already been 3 days since the Dean transformed into a zombie. He had hunted countless survivors and zombies, but had never encountered such a significant setback. Rather than fleeing, the Dean hid in the shadows, glaring at Suyu through the gaps in the crumbling wall with a fury. The latter, wearing a smile, raised a middle finger in the direction of the Dean, a gesture so insolent it seemed to say, "You dare to strike me?" How could the Dean endure such provocation? Suyu heard the metallic door crash open, and from within the room, dozens of zombies surged forth. The Dean, losing his composure, unleashed all the zombies in one breath. This was the boss's final trump card. Unexpectedly, these zombies were all mutated. They were predominantly young women, mostly bare. Some with gags in their mouths, others donning blindfolds, and even a few sporting tails. Despite their transformation into zombies, it was evident that before their metamorphosis, they possessed notable beauty in both appearance and physique. However, some bore collars around their necks, while others were shackled with iron locks and chains, their bodies marred with bruises and lash marks. They resembled demons, their eyes bloodshot, as they attempted to pounce upon the Dean. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the Dean's eyes, and in an instant, these zombies froze in place. The once fiery eyes of the zombie women dulled to emptiness once more. It appeared that the Dean had enslaved these creatures. Perhaps it was the Dean's sadistic delight. For under his deliberate control, they eagerly threw themselves at his side, some licking his shoes, others writhing in an ecstatic frenzy, emitting soft whimpers intermittently. This alluring scene, at that moment, appeared profoundly bizarre and chilling upon deeper reflection. These women had been a group of slaves nurtured here long before the apocalypse descended. Without exception, their mental attributes were exceedingly low. Who knows what the Dean had subjected them to during his life? Having endured abuse, even in their zombified state, they remained within the grasp of the Dean, transformed into the Dean's ultimate slaves and servitors. How tragically pitiful and absurd this reality was. Suyu's expression shifted. He had no time to pity these women and inadvertently struck with greater force. Under the manipulation of the director, dozens of zombies formed a flesh-and-blood shield, relentlessly advancing towards Suyu. The glimmer in the director's eyes sparkled, and a disbelieving smile curled upon his lips. Each time Suyu attempted to launch an attack, a zombie would interpose its body to absorb the blow. Indeed, he was ruthless. Suyu shook his head. With his current skills and damage output, eliminating this horde of zombies was utterly impossible. Since you relish in enslaving these undead, let you taste the same bitterness. With a plundering probability of 56. According to the calculations of the Bei method, consecutive strikes would yield a probability of 112, wouldn't it? Ding. You have used the hand of plunder on the cold-blooded silver ring zombie leader. Collapse rate, 33, weakness rate, 23, current plundering success rate, 56. Talent plunder failed. Talent plunder successful. Due to the lethal poison being a special talent, plunder is not possible. Plunder of the second talent successful. Remaining attempts, 0. Ding. You have acquired an S-rank talent, absolute domination. Instantly, the light faded from the director's eyes, and the smile vanished from his face. Talent, absolute domination, talent level, S-rank. Life and death control. Control 1 ordinary level zombie, or exotic beast, whose strength cannot exceed that of the host. The controlled zombie will obey the host's commands unconditionally. Only one controlled zombie can exist. If a new zombie is controlled, the previous one will immediately perish. If the host dies, the zombie will also die instantly. Suyu had witnessed the taming of exotic beasts before, but this was his first encounter with a talent that could subjugate zombies. Curiously, why was it an S-rank talent, yet could only enslave ordinary-level zombies? He had hoped to plunder the talent and control all surrounding zombies like the director. It was unexpected that this precious opportunity for plundering talent would be squandered on a seemingly useless ability. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. After all, the strength of a zombie's talent far surpasses that of a survivor. Imagine if one could, in an instant, enslave a legion of zombies, akin to wielding an invincible cheat code. Thus, after being plundered by Suyu, the strength of this talent was adjusted accordingly. Yet, at that moment, Suyu had no time for regret, for as soon as the director's talent was plundered, chaos erupted on the scene. All the zombie women lost their enslaved state. Their vacant eyes transformed back to a fierce red, even more vibrant than before. Their faces twisted into grotesque forms, yet their gaze was solely fixed upon the director, completely disregarding Suyu. It appeared their hatred for the director was ingrained in their very bones. They surged forward, ravenously clawing at the director with all their might. Once they sank their teeth in, they would not relent. Soon, the director was overwhelmed by this throng. At this moment, while taking a break to shoot arrows, Suyu also took on the role of a coach for the zombies, urging them to bite with even greater fervor. These zombie women possessed considerable attributes, and their sharp fangs and claws served as formidable weapons. Their attacks proved to be more effective than Suyu's own efforts. He could even hear the sound of their fangs piercing flesh and the tearing of skin. Suddenly, from within the horde of zombies, Suyu sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Instant kill. The director finally found an opening to unleash its most powerful move. The zombies piled on top of it were subjected to indiscriminate assaults from its claws. In a mere 3 seconds, the zombie women on the director exploded into a shower of gore, scattering body parts across every corner of the room. At the center, the director had lost all semblance of its former self. Its body was a gruesome blend of its own blood and that of the zombie women, with claw marks and bite wounds marring its flesh. Chunks of skin and muscle had been torn away, revealing glimpses of bone beneath. One eye was blinded. One hand rendered useless. It could not even manage to retain its footing. Where was the slightest hint of the zombie leader's imposing presence? Suyu noted that the director's collapse level had reached 60, with its weakness soaring to 50, leaving it in a state of near ruin. It must be said that Suyu's timing for seizing the opportunity was impeccable, despite a previous failure that cost him some energy. It was during this moment that the director found itself surrounded by the horde of zombie women. Overwhelmed, it was unable to launch a counterattack in time. A zombie head rolled to Suyu's feet, and he suddenly realized. No wonder it had been bitten by the older sister. It turned out to be just a little toothpick. With a sarcastic tone, Suyu chuckled. How could it be small? It has been this size for many years, hasn't it? The director was infuriated to the point of wanting to spew blood. At this moment, its mobility had diminished, making its attacks exceedingly haphazard. Eventually, after several rounds, it made a desperate escape to the secret chamber where the women were confined. Using the silverbird claw, Suyu discovered the director dangling from the ceiling by the door. Once Suyu entered its range, it would be poised to launch a silent assault. I know you're in a hurry, but please, don't rush. Suyu seemed to tease the director, standing 5 meters away, darting from side to side in a frenzied manner. Die! The director's gaze regained its confidence, believing the insect had finally made a mistake. Its eerie green claws tore through the doorframe, lunging towards Suyu. However, this was merely a ruse devised by Suyu. In the next moment, the director beheld a flurry of exquisite blue arrows. Holy arrow massacre. In just 3 seconds, 20 pale blue crystal arrows were unleashed. If this had occurred on flat ground, the director's agility would have allowed it to evade at least half of them. But now, with its mobility diminished and suspended in midair, despite its desperate attempts to twist its body, it could not alter its fate as a living target. The 20 arrows rained down, delivering 8 critical hits, all striking the director. The body was jolted back by a tremendous impact. As the instinct to struggle arose, it became apparent that one was pinned firmly against the wall. Unable to move, Suyu raised his battle bow, aiming directly at the creature's head. Insect! You wretched insect! The director's eyes were filled with despair. He could never fathom how he had fallen victim to a mere insect. Outside the director's office, several members of the Lin family team were gathered. Young master, the system prompts that we must either wait for the dungeon's time limit to expire or find the key, Old 8 remarked, wielding a fire axe and striking the door several times, yet it did not budge. No need to rush. The nearby survivors have mostly been eliminated by us, right? Indeed. However, Old 6 was ambushed and is no longer viable. expel him from the team, and finish him off. It will at least serve as a final contribution to the Lin family. Understood, Old 8 replied expressionlessly. My dear, the first place remains an ordinary passerby, with a score of 345, unchanged. We are currently in second place with 340 points, just 5 points short. Time is running out. What shall we do? Wan Xinran and Miao Huanhuan reminded. Lin Maorong gazed at them impassively, sending shivers down their spines. They had witnessed his ruthless killing firsthand. He spared neither the elderly nor the young. Thus, he had rapidly ascended the leaderboard. At present, all easily dispatched zombies had been cleared, and the remaining survivors were few and far between. Their scores had stagnated for some time. My dear, your gaze is quite terrifying. If, in the end, we are merely 1 or 2 points short, I believe he could indeed resort to eliminating us. The two women clung to Lin Maorong's arms, their minds cursing his heartlessness. Lin Maorong, with a grim expression, commanded his subordinate, let us go. Time to kill. Whoosh. An arrow pierced the heart. Just before the countdown for the dungeon expired, Suyu put an end to the director's nefarious existence as both a human and a zombie leader. Ding. Successfully killed the cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie leader LV8, earning 800 experience points and 80 gold coins. Congratulations, Survivor Lone Wolf, for becoming the first in the apocalypse to single-handedly slay a leader-class zombie. Earning the exclusive achievement, Lone Hero. A world announcement is imminent. All survivors simultaneously received a world announcement from the Order. In that moment, the previously dull world erupted with excitement once more. World announcement. Survivor Lone Wolf has become the first to independently slay a leader-class zombie in the apocalypse, earning the unique achievement, Lone Hero, alongside a substantial reward. Ah, it's that little fellow again. Other survivors, keep up the good work, you can do it. The world announcement played 3 times in total. Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf. Once again, the name of Lone Wolf entered the public consciousness. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the illustrious name of Lone Wolf resounded across Blue Star. During this time, numerous survivor factions had organized many survivors from Blue Star, challenging the formidable boss of leader rank. All returned defeated. Yet, Suyu not only succeeded but achieved a solitary kill. This left those who fancied themselves as experts utterly speechless. This illustrates the remarkable worth of Suyu's accomplishment. Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. How could it be that yet another lone wolf from Huaxiao emerges? Investigate this matter. He must surely be a descendant of our Dahan Ming kingdom. A 100-man team was engaged in the challenge against the leader-level boss, and the leader expressed his frustration vehemently. Damn it, another lone wolf? Utilize all available resources. Spare no expense, and ensure he serves our beacon of humanity. Pondered a leader of the Squid Warriors. Lone wolf brother, my dear, I am on the verge of succumbing. I command you to ride forth on a white steed, treading upon clouds of rainbow, and appear before me at once. The little fairy, blessed with ample fat reserves, remained remarkably spirited even after 3 days without sustenance. Baka, once again, this Huaxiao lone wolf has outpaced us. Are you all utterly useless? Have you managed the affairs entrusted to the Lin family? By sure how, Suyu's adversary scowled upon hearing the world announcement, manifesting his displeasure. Young master, according to reports from subordinates, Star City Hospital is currently inaccessible, likely due to the activation of a hidden dungeon or something similar. A trembling servant replied, wary of the young master's unpredictable temper. Chapter 32. Secrets of the Hospital. Meanwhile, the system notification sound belonging to Suyu continued to flood the screen. Ding. Successfully defeated the final boss of Star City Hospital, earning 1,000 points. Ding. Hidden dungeon. Star City Hospital dungeon has concluded. All survivor points and rankings have been locked, proceeding to the settlement phase. Within Star City Hospital, survivors who were enemies just moments ago finally laid down their defenses. Those who had not earned points were summarily stripped of their lives by the enforcers. The living, almost simultaneously with the world announcement, received the notification of the dungeon's conclusion. Yet, their primary concern was not the news of the lone wolf's triumph over the leader-level boss, but rather checking their own points and rankings at the earliest opportunity. In the hall on the 1st floor of the hospital, Lin Maorong twisted his neck, revealing a profoundly sinister smile. Beneath his long blade lay Miao Huanhuan, lifeless in a pool of blood, her eyes wide open in death. Wan Xinran was struck with terror as her worst fears materialized. In a desperate bid to surpass Suyu by even a single point, he had not hesitated to kill Miao Huanhuan. Had it not been for their prior romantic connection, she might have been the one lying there. Xinran, are you frightened? Your useless friend consumes far too much. It would be wiser to conserve some rations, Lin Maorong remarked nonchalantly. Yes, I had told her to lose weight. Yet she refused to listen. Wan Shinran, too distraught to mourn the deceased, nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. Shinran, tell me, how many points do we have now? Although checking the points was a simple task, Lin Maorong relished the adulation from those around him. Darling, we currently have 346 points. Haha, an inconspicuous passerby. Your points have remained stagnant for 2 hours. You must have sustained serious injuries, hiding somewhere to recuperate. I wonder what you think can enable you to triumph over me. A mere 345 points? My dear, am I seeing things? Wan Shinran widened her eyes, meticulously counting the numbers on the leaderboard. Over 1,000 points. Are you jesting? Clearly, this figure surpasses Lin Maorong's comprehension. At this moment, the combined total of all the zombies within the hospital might not even reach that number. Moreover, is it truly feasible for a single individual to achieve this in just 10 minutes? Subsequently, the Lin family gathered to inspect as well. The group exchanged glances, their faces etched with grim expressions. Indeed, the leaderboard still displayed that unremarkable passerby, 345 points. At this moment, not a soul felt a twinge of regret for Miao Huan, who lay in a pool of blood. Secure the hospital entrance. Upon encountering the inconspicuous passerby, kill without hesitation. Young Master, what about the directives from young Master Baisher regarding the dean's office? A subordinate foolishly reminded. Lin Maorong, his face darkened, kicked him to the ground. Are you instructing me on how to perform my duties? Ding. Hidden mission. The secret of Star City Hospital. Mission requirements have been updated. Mission requirements. Eliminate the cold-blooded Silver Ring zombie leader. Completed. Uncover the secret hidden within the dean's office. Mission rewards. 500 gold coins, 500 reputation, 1,000 experience. 1 legendary treasure chest. Mission time limit, 5 minutes. Mission penalty. Failure or abandonment of the mission will result in automatic removal from the hidden room, along with a level decrease of 1. With only 5 minutes remaining, Suyu plunged into the inner room. The previous battle yielded no drops. Failing to complete the mission would render all efforts futile. Suyu discovered that the inner room resembled a miniature base, significantly larger than the previous dean's office. Before him lay a sterile operating room, where surgery was underway at the onset of the apocalypse. Inside the operating room, the remnants of severed limbs and lifeless bodies were scattered. On the whiteboard outside, someone had inscribed information regarding the sale of human organs with a marker, while a nearby cold storage unit was neatly stocked with various organs. Adjacent to it was a room designated for the breeding and training of slaves. Numerous iron cages of varying sizes lined the walls, adorned with instruments of violence. The floor was littered with torn clothing and discarded tools. To describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood would be an understatement. Bodies of women, dismembered and grotesque, hung from the ceiling, walls, and shelves. On a nearby blackboard, various symbols of righteousness were inscribed in differing quantities. Beasts. Suyu lamented. It seems this is where the dean engages in human trafficking and the sale of human organs. After a fruitless search, Suyu arrived at the final small room. This was a clean office, seemingly the only sanctuary within the entire hospital since the apocalypse had begun. On the desk lay a neatly arranged document, concealing the hospital's darkest secrets. The moment Suyu opened the document, the system emitted a notification sound. Ding. Hidden mission. The secrets of Star City Hospital have been completed. You have received a reward. 500 gold coins, 500 reputation points, 1,000 experience points, and 1 legendary treasure chest. From the moment my gaze fell upon the words Black Death emblazoned on the cover, I could not divert my eyes. Black Death. The Black Death Organization. It is they again. Within the files lies a record of every transaction conducted in the hospital's secret chamber since its inception: drugs, arms, human trafficking, and the sale of human organs, even offering live hunting experiences. They lure innocent civilians to a deserted island under the guise of recruitment, enticing wealthy elites and nouveau riche to indulge in the thrill of the hunt. The hunted are none other than these civilians. The content is all-encompassing. Anything you can conceive is present, and what you cannot fathom is even more terrifying. It is a narrative beyond words. In the apocalyptic world, Suyu had once engaged in battle with them. Yet, what he vanquished was merely the tip of the iceberg. The more he delved into the documents, the more exhilarated he became. To his astonishment, the director holds citizenship from Sakura country and is a descendant of a Class A war criminal who once invaded Huaxia. It turns out the Lin family are their accomplices, and the financial backers are the Baisher family. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from the documents, capturing Suyu's attention. He slowly closed the file, his eyes now brimming with murderous intent. The Lin family and the Baisher family had unwittingly provided him with yet another reason to eliminate them. In an instant, a fierce aura of killing intent surged from Suyu. The countless souls that had perished at his hands in his previous life wailed and roared in unison. This was the first time since his rebirth that he unleashed his full killing intent. In his former life, when he fully released his murderous aura, even zombies of lower ranks would faint on the spot. Though many possessed a formidable killing intent, the majority could only wield it superficially. Truly adept individuals who could control their aura were exceedingly rare. Only those who had made a name for themselves in the apocalypse possessed such prowess. When released, this aura could intimidate and terrify foes without the need for physical confrontation, demanding immense mental strength as its foundation. Indeed, Suyu felt instantly drained of energy. Only after utilizing the rejuvenating skill from his ring set, the rejuvenation technique, was he able to regain a modicum of vitality. Rejuvenation technique instantly restores a small amount of vitality and energy to survivors. Cooldown, 1 hour. It appears that unleashing my full killing intent is best reserved for midday, lest I draw unwanted trouble. Suyu mused as he prepared to depart. Unbeknownst to him, a diminutive zombie had fixated its gaze upon him from behind. Chapter 33. The little lowly in the secret chamber. This petite zombie, known as Lu Wei in life, or the name of a flower that symbolizes a fairy tale love, which now seems deeply ironic. Lu Wei was born in the research facility of the Black Death organization, along with a group of children, all named after flowers. She had no childhood. From a tender age, she was subjected to various injections and substances for human experimentation. As Lu Wei watched all her companions gradually vanish before her eyes, she made the decision to escape the research facility. Thus began her tumultuous journey through various foster families and orphanages. After enduring more than a dozen adoptions, she found herself returned each time. For those yearning for acceptance, being adopted usually brims with hope. However, Lu Wei's physique was somewhat unconventional, starkly contrasting with her appearance. This discrepancy led to the inappropriate advances of many guardians. Without exception, she vehemently resisted. On the brink of the apocalypse, during one such act of defiance, she twisted the hand of her guardian. In response, he contemplated sending her to the director for reformation. Suddenly, a zombie version of Lu Wei appeared, resting on Suyu's shoulder. She opened her mouth wide, and Suyu felt a chilling sensation on his neck. He thought, what a blunder. On just the third day, am I to meet my demise? Little did he expect that a formidable adversary awaited him here. Time was of the essence. The only skill at his disposal was one of life and death. Beep. Successfully controlled the zombie. Please name the enslaved zombie. Suyu broke into a cold sweat as he swiftly removed the zombie from his neck. He touched the spot where he suspected he had been bitten, finding smooth skin, devoid of any wound. I wasn't bitten, was I? Observing his hand, which was smeared with saliva, he noted a lack of pain in his neck. Upon checking his personal panel and confirming his safety, he was filled with perplexity. This creature appeared to be a mere child. Beneath the dim light, there stood a girl with gray hair styled in twin ponytails, her hands and feet shackled. She possessed delicate features, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age. It appeared she had only recently been abducted before the world descended into chaos. This girl was distinct from the other zombies. Her eyes, clouded and lifeless, tilted her head as she blankly gazed at Suyu. If one did not observe her mouth, it would be impossible to discern that she was a zombie. At that moment, a paper slipped from the files in his hands, revealing a photograph and information about the girl. Name, Lu Wei, age, 18. At the bottom, a handwritten note read, VIP client. Suyu brushed aside the girl's bangs, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. The zombie girl before him was indeed the Lu Wei mentioned above. Yet, how could she be labeled as just having turned 18? Suyu wore a skeptical expression, reminiscent of an old man scrutinizing a phone. Such a farce. This must be a mistake, he thought. But as he followed his gaze downward, he realized he had been hasty in his judgment. Bloodstains marred the corners of her mouth and her clothing, while her frozen, pale thighs were exposed. Despite her oversized sweatshirt failing to conceal her prominent features, this young girl possessed an innate allure, far beyond any technological enhancement or external augmentation. Let us name her Lu Wei, Suyu declared earnestly after reading the information regarding Lu Wei. Beep. The zombie has been successfully named Lu Wei. She will absolutely obey any command from the host. Beep. The system will generate a personal panel for Lu Wei. As soon as the words fell, Lu Wei's panel materialized before Suyu's eyes. Simultaneously, a new option appeared on Suyu's wristband, allowing her to summon Lu Wei into her exclusive space. Reminiscent of the growth-type summon, Death Knight, from a past life. Within this space, Suyu could place various items for Lu Wei, who could independently cultivate and gradually recover. This evoked memories of a 3D game from decades ago. It was undeniably impressive and powerful. She could easily treat Lu Wei as a hunter's pet for training. In the next moment, Suyu opened Lu Wei's personal panel. Name, Lu Wei level, 4, ordinary, strength, 40, spirit, 3, constitution, 3, agility, 3. Equipment, none talents. Innate divine strength, S grade. Titan's grip, S grade. Skills, charge, bloodthirst. Suyu gasped in astonishment. This panel was quite revolutionary to her understanding. Setting aside the 40 points in strength, a level 4 zombie possessing only 3 points in spirit, constitution, and agility was astonishing. This implied low spell damage, minimal defense, and sluggish movements. Not to mention, in Suyu's recollection, she had never heard of an ordinary zombie possessing skills and talents beyond clawing and biting, especially 2 S-grade talents. It seemed a waste of such attributes and abilities. She had never encountered such a specialized zombie. No wonder, with dual talents and dual skills. It was still merely an ordinary zombie. Fortunately, with low agility and slow movements, it had failed to bite. Otherwise, her neck would have been severed. Suyu felt a mix of despair and confusion regarding the situation. With such constitution and agility, wouldn't it shatter at the slightest touch in a dungeon? Wait, could it even equip items? In the next moment, Suyu discerned a pivotal insight. Despite Lu Wei's subpar base attributes, if she adeptly utilized the bonuses from equipment, couldn't those lower attributes be compensated and made effective? Just then, the completion of the dungeon triggered a cold system notification that interrupted Suyu. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor Lone Wolf, an unremarkable passerby, for achieving 1345 points in the hidden battlefield, Star City Hospital, ranking first. Ding! Rewards for ranking, 1,345 gold coins. 1345 experience points. Choose one reward from the following options. 1. Apocalypse Supplies Universal Capsule X100. 2. Random Skill Book X1. 3. Exquisite Treasure Chest X1. Most survivors who persevered to the end would opt for the supplies capsule. However, Suyu had little need for that. A random skill book? Suyu admitted to feeling a flicker of interest. She chose the exquisite treasure chest. She relished the thrill of opening chests. With the dungeon closing in a few minutes and this area being completely safe, Suyu decided to first claim the combat rewards. She began by claiming the World Announcement rewards, claimed the Lone Hero Achievement reward, Reputation 1000, Gold 1000, wristband storage space expanded to 2 cubic meters. Acquired title, Pioneer. The Pioneer, the one and only title in the world, an everlasting designation, marking the first survivor to single-handedly vanquish a boss-level zombie in the apocalypse. Attributes, permanent 5 across all categories. Upon acquiring this title, damage inflicted on zombies of boss level and below is increased by 20. Remarkable, yet again. A permanent 5 across all attributes. However, compared to the title of the Chosen One, which simultaneously boosts damage by 10 and reduces damage received by 10. The Pioneer solely enhances damage. Let's switch it. Who cares? In my past life, I played as a mage, and in this life, I am an archer. Both are seasoned classes. Who needs defense? If someone gets close, what difference does it make if I die? Chapter 34, Mythical Skill, Death Mark. Next, I am to receive an exquisite level treasure chest from the leaderboard. Theoretically, an exquisite level chest guarantees at least one fine quality piece of equipment or item. If luck is exceedingly favorable, one might even unearth a legendary item. This is the reasoning behind Suyu's choice of the exquisite chest, taking a gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Suyu rubbed his hands together and opened the chest. No surprises, no unexpected outcomes, just 2 identical hammers. To procure 2 fine quality weapons in one go is not too shabby. One might say, black iron hammer, fine quality equipment, a 2-handed weapon. Forged from black iron, the hammer is hefty, weighing over 80 pounds, with a length exceeding 3 feet. Originating from the Warring States period, often used for personal defense and ambushes. Attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 3. Passive, there is a 10 chance to inflict a 15-second stun upon attack. The increase in strength and constitution is just right for Lu Wei to utilize. With 40 points in strength, don't tell me these shackles can bind you? Suyu handed the hammer over and noticed that Lu Wei still had shackles binding her limbs. With a swift motion, she effortlessly shattered the shackles into 2 pieces. One hammer is not enough. How many do you wish for? Suyu was taken aback, observing Lu Wei tilting her head, extending her other small hand. This black iron hammer stands over a meter tall, each weighing more than 80 pounds. Moreover, it is a 2-handed weapon. Can those slender arms wield it? Is one not sufficient for her? Furthermore, Suyu had never heard of anyone capable of wielding a two-handed weapon with one hand. Only then did he realize, truly, the innate talents possessed by zombies. Titan's Grip, S-level talent, grants the ability to equip and wield two-handed weapons with one hand. Lu Wei, with an expressionless demeanor, tested the pair of large hammers, swinging them with such vigor that it left Suyu utterly astonished. The contrast was striking. Yet here was a petite girl handling enormous hammers. Ponder that for a moment. If these small hammers were to strike her chest, one could imagine the bloodshed that would ensue. Well then, consider this as Lu Wei working for free, perhaps? No. It must be that the chest-opening posture was incorrect. Surely you will obey my commands, right? Lu Wei, may I propose something? With a mischievous grin, Suyu suggested trying a different stance. She immediately halted, the pair of hammers crashing down beside Suyu's feet, creating two sizable craters in the ground. A saying from my past life comes to mind. To open a chest, one must jump through the third subject. The rewards will undoubtedly be extraordinary. I shall demonstrate only once. The extent of your understanding depends upon your own insight, Suyu stated with an air of pretentious profundity. Consequently, he threw himself into the motions as if engaging in rehabilitation exercises. Under Suyu's direction, Lu Wei joined in, performing with crisp precision and fluid grace. A true embodiment of elegance and vitality. One could hardly blame those who might be tempted by such youthful beauty, paired with an innocent demeanor. This is what one would call professionalism. Seizing the opportune moment, Suyu unveiled the legendary treasure chest bestowed by a hidden quest. Inside lay two exquisite items, the Hunter's Cloak and the Hunter's Greaves. Hunter's Cloak, an exquisite piece of equipment. Only the most formidable and seasoned archers are deemed worthy to don the Hunter's set, which offers remarkable offensive prowess and agility. Attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5, Damage Reduction 5. Hunter's Greaves, an exquisite piece of equipment. Only the most formidable and seasoned archers are deemed worthy to don the Hunter's set, which offers remarkable offensive prowess and agility. Attributes: Constitution 5, Agility 5, Damage Reduction 5. What a splendid find. Though the third subject was somewhat trivial, the rewards were undeniably substantial. From now on, you must leap like this every time we open a chest, understood? Suyu added. One breastplate and one leg guard, both part of the archer's set. Sets are notoriously rare among all equipment, as such items are typically only obtainable from treasure chests. Individually, they lack superiority compared to standard pieces. But the true strength of a set lies in its combined attributes. Upon acquiring a requisite number of pieces, one can activate the set's effects, leading to significant enhancements. Particularly when all 6 pieces are gathered, a transformative change occurs. Eagerly, Suyu adorned himself with the equipment. Ding. Hunter's Cloak equipped. Ding. Hunter's Greaves equipped. Ding. Congratulations, survivor. You have successfully activated the 2-piece effect of the Hunter's set. Hunter's set. 2-piece bonus. All attributes 2. Increases your chance of acquiring the Hunter's set. Such splendid attributes. Yet the surprises were far from over. Suyu's pupils dilated in astonishment as he discovered a skill book nestled within the chest. A skill book radiating with a golden glow. Previously, he had received the Exorcism Arrow, which was merely of excellent quality, but the golden hue signified a mythical level. In his past life, Suyu had witnessed grand spectacles, yet upon reading the details of the skill book, his emotions remained tumultuous. Death Mark, a mythical universal skill. It is said to be a technique left behind by the Netherworld, employed to mark foes for a duration of 10 minutes with no cooldown. This skill cannot be dispelled, and only one target can be marked at a time. The marked target suffers a 30 increase in damage from ranged weapons. A mark will materialize above the head of the targeted individual, always visible to the caster. When the marked target is within a 50-meter radius of the caster gains increased movement and attack speed. What an extraordinary ability. As a support skill, it is truly divine. Once a target is locked, even if they enter an invisible state and hide in the shadows, they can be detected by Suyu at the first moment. After studying the skill book for Death Mark, Suyu was astonished to find that he had already reached level 6. Within just a few minutes, he received experience rewards from defeating the boss, hidden quests, and ranking first in the dungeon points. Simultaneously, he also gained another opportunity for plundering talent. Without hesitation, Suyu allocated all 5 attribute points to Spirit. At this moment, the transformation of Suyu's attributes was nothing short of monumental. Name: Lone Wolf, an unremarkable passerby. Level: 6. Basic attributes: Strength, 42, Spirit, 34, Constitution, 49, Agility, 68. After equipping Lu Wei with 3 excellent grade scattered pieces, her attributes also showed considerable improvement. Although her spirit and agility remained low, her constitution had caught up. She was no longer a fragile little zombie that would shatter upon impact. Name: Lu Wei. Level: 4, ordinary grade. Strength: 56, Spirit: 6, Constitution: 18, Agility: 3. Equipment: Black Iron Hammer, Boots of Strength, Gauntlets of Spirit, Chest Armor of Constitution. This turn of events was akin to Qin Shi Huang indulging in Sichuan peppercorns. Suyu had also reviewed Lin Maorong's ranking, where he stood second. At this moment, he glanced towards the door, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Lin Maorong, have you been waiting long? Chapter 35. Let us make an appearance, my precious. Suyu placed the ghoul mask on Lu Wei. Though her pupils appeared somewhat peculiar, with her sharp fangs concealed, she looked no different from an ordinary person. She was merely a shade paler, slightly stronger, and her figure more appealing. Come, take a few steps. Suyu scrutinized every movement of Lu Wei. Everything seems normal, aside from a hint of stiffness in her actions. Follow me. With a flick of his wrist, Suyu set the dean's office ablaze, allowing the flames to spread and the remnants of the past to disperse with the smoke. Creak. The door to the dean's office swung open as Suyu pushed it. Instead of drawing Lu Wei into his space, he released her to test her strength, carrying a pair of large hammers. Lu Wei followed closely behind him like a little duckling. From a distance, one might mistake them for siblings. As the dungeon concluded, the lurking monsters emerged from the shadows. They discovered a survivor named Sky-Digging Monkey being pursued by an elite zombie. Several other survivors lay nearby, barely clinging to life, evidently having suffered attacks from the elite zombie. Elite Zombie, Level 5, Elite, Basic Attributes, Strength, 40, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 20, Agility, 30. Most of these survivors were Level 3, possessing only E and F grade talents. When faced with the elite zombie, they were utterly at a disadvantage. Yet this is, in fact, the typical initial state of survivors. Under normal circumstances, the sum of their 4 fundamental attributes seldom exceeds 40. This elucidates why these individuals become so vulnerable when confronted with zombies. However, the attributes of this elite zombie, just yesterday, would have garnered some respect from Suyu. Today, however, his perspective has broadened, and he now regards such zombies with a hint of disdain. Nevertheless, the elite zombie boasts superior experience and drop rates compared to ordinary zombies, making it worthy of pursuit. When the agile monkey discovered the presence of Suyu and his companion, he scrutinized the duo. The pair before him, adorned in antiquated attire and intricate accessories, evidently bore the marks of post-apocalyptic gear. Apart from the crazed faction from the Lin family, he had never encountered such an array of equipment. Haha, a big catch indeed. He mused, his eyes twinkling as he swiftly turned to run towards Suyu. Clearly, his intent was to lure the elite zombie to attack Suyu. This was not the first time the agile monkey engaged in such antics. Leveraging his agility far surpassing that of the elite zombie, he had repeatedly led it into crowds, subsequently delivering the killing blow and mercilessly scavenging from the corpses. In this apocalyptic world, only the brave can survive. The weak are left to fend for themselves. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid perish. He had grasped this truth early on. As long as he evaded the man's arrows, all the gear would be his. Unfortunately, he had set his sights on Suyu. My apologies, old friend. The agile monkey jested lightly, a sly grin adorning his face. As he spoke, he had already entered Suyu's range. Suyu, disinterested in idle chatter, calmly raised his battle bow. Observing the adversary before him, he couldn't help but ponder who had bestowed such audacity upon him. Was it Liang Jingru? With a playful tone, he remarked, "Old friend, this one truly strikes a chord." No sooner had the words left his lips than he released the bowstring, and the arrow soared forth like a cannonball towards its target. Suddenly, the agile monkey halted, unable to evade in time, and collapsed to the ground. He convulsed, lowering his gaze to his chest, where a gaping wound had appeared, blood gushing forth. Suyu was indeed correct. A heart-wrenching reality. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I possess 34 points of agility. How could I not evade? The agile monkey screamed with the last of his strength. Yet, his gaze swiftly dulled, having failed to comprehend Suyu's movement. The witnesses, barely clinging to life, observed the demise of the agile monkey, yet they quickly rallied. Their conversations revealed that these individuals were also victims of the agile monkey's antics. Leader, what a relief this is. One exclaimed, damn that agile monkey for his misdeeds. Another chimed in, Leader, the agile monkey had 34 points of agility. No wonder we couldn't catch him. However, with the agile monkey now deceased, the question arose, Who among them could possibly defeat the elite zombie? Those two children. How could they stand a chance against such an adversary? Let the leader escape first and leave this mess for the kids. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances as a portly, middle-aged man was helped to his feet, gradually making his way towards the staircase. Following the collapse of the agile monkey, the elite zombie scanned its surroundings in confusion. Upon locking eyes with Suyu, it lunged towards him without warning. Beneath her mask, Lu Wei tilted her head, appearing to be a careless girl devoid of any remarkable traits. However, Suyu keenly detected the spark of eagerness in her eyes. "Reveal yourself, Lu Wei." Suyu nodded, gripping his bow tightly, ever ready to shield her. Lu Wei deftly retrieved a hammer from behind her, her movements somewhat clumsy, evidently lacking agility. Yet, with each step she took, the floor trembled slightly beneath her. The moment she entered the zombie's attack range, an ethereal shadow materialized behind her, marking the signature displacement skill of a warrior. Charge. Once locked onto by this unstoppable force, escape was futile. The elite zombie, devoid of any fear, exhibited an even more ferocious demeanor, its claws raised high and jaws agape. The combination of its sharp fangs and claws had previously shattered countless human and zombie bodies alike. Yet this time, it faced the mighty hammer wielded by Lu Wei. At the instant of collision between 56 points of strength and 40 points of strength, it was a complete domination, an overwhelming force. The powerful impact surged forth like a torrent, sending the elite zombie crashing into the wall beside the onlookers. Their jaws dropped in disbelief at the astonishing scene before them. There stood Lu Wei, hammer in hand, relentlessly striking down upon the elite zombie. Though it did not perish immediately, blood gushed from its orifices as it struggled to escape the wall. However, the sheer weight of the 80-pound hammer rendered it immobile. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The elite zombie's form gradually became unrecognizable, its bones shattered, losing all semblance of humanity. Subsequently, the entire concrete load-bearing wall was pulverized, leaving only a few solitary rebar rods standing. A gentle breeze swept by, ruffling Lu Wei's gray hair, while her porcelain complexion and pristine white dress bore the remnants of the elite zombie's blood and shredded flesh. Truly terrifying. Ding. Lu Wei has successfully slain elite zombie LV5, earning 10 gold coins. Friendly reminder, Lu Wei's leveling method is the same as that of ordinary zombies. She cannot gain experience from tasks or defeating zombies, but enjoys the same gold, equipment, and item drop rates as the host. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Suyu couldn't help but furrow his brow. The zombies slain by Lu Wei grant neither of them experience? What does this mean? Am I destined to do all the fighting myself? Thankfully, he realized this early on. If Lu Wei were to deliver the final blow to a boss, it would be a significant loss. Nonetheless, it was somewhat expected. Having a free fighter was indeed advantageous. Moreover, this fighter was terrifyingly powerful. However, Suyu soon discerned a loophole. Since Lu Wei's leveling method mirrored that of ordinary zombies, she could ascend and level through nightly evolution as well as by slaying foes, even elevating her rank. Upon contemplating this, Suyu stepped forward. The several leaders, now on the verge of collapse, were rendered utterly speechless by the formidable prowess displayed by Lu Wei. Chapter 36. Without morality, one cannot be shackled. They were profoundly shaken by her earlier demonstration of strength. Suyu picked up an item dropped by a mutated zombie, a universal resource capsule. Meanwhile, the privileged leaders, who had previously sheltered on the rooftop of the hospital for an entire day, began to stir. During their stay, the 5 of them had managed to secure only a single can of herring. Imagine the consequences after going 3 days without food, only to consume a can of herring. Accustomed to lavish seafood feasts, their stomachs churned, leading to a dire state of affairs. They could barely move. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered a formidable opponent. A minor disagreement ensued, leading to a confrontation. When they noticed the universal capsule in Suyu's hand, their eyes widened in astonishment. The capsule bore the simple inscription, "Roasted Suckling Pig." Without a glance, Suyu stowed it away in her wristband. Truly, the droughts starve the parched, while the floods drown the inundated. The onlookers swallowed hard, exchanging glances. It was evident that this young girl possessed an abundance of resources. "I need that capsule. No matter the means, you must secure it for me. The one who succeeds will have Secretary Guan accompany them tonight. I only care for results. Do you understand?" The leader murmured, punctuating his words with a firm squeeze of his voluptuous secretary. Secretary Guan had been with him for 2 years and had long since grown weary of such antics. Bartering women for resources was a commonplace transaction in the early days of the apocalypse. During this exchange, the mayor's gaze also drifted towards Lu Wei. contemplating the delightful allure of the young girl's hammer. Secretary Guan, with tears welling in her eyes, gasped, "District Chief, why? Guan Xiaoyu, cooperate well. Otherwise, your brother will be left unattended." "All right, I understand," Secretary Guan replied, lowering her head in silence. "Under a generous reward, valiant men shall emerge." Moments before, these men had nearly lost their lives to elite zombies. The echoes of the past few nights, filled with the secretary's sultry cries, lingered in their minds. In the next moment, their eyes fixated unashamedly on Secretary Guan's alluring physique. TCH, what in this apocalyptic era? It is imperative for everyone to unite and endure the hardships together, would you not agree? Once the world regains its normalcy, we shall arrange for reporters to interview you at school, shall we? Observing Lu Wei's vacant expression, tilting her head in a daze, they shifted their focus to Suyu. "We are the officials of Hushi District. You must surrender all the material capsules in your possession to us. We will manage and distribute them uniformly," they urged, considering the many elderly and children still awaiting rescue, emphasizing that this would enable them to assist more individuals. "As an elder brother, should you not set an example for your younger sister?" Suyu nearly chuckled, recalling the document in the dean's office that detailed numerous corrupt practices among Hushi officials. Each one present here could easily be found listed within that file. Moral coercion? By this bunch who appeared as if they were salivating over livestock? Suyu maintained a calm demeanor, silently observing these individuals. As they noticed his silence, their frustration erupted. In this apocalyptic world, how can one be so selfish, only considering personal gain? By the heavens, should I return to the bureau? I'll ensure you have a permanent record. How ungrateful you are, considering we, the department-level officials, have approached you. Coughing. As Suyu prepared to issue a command to Lu Wei, the district chief glared fiercely at his subordinates before approaching to mediate. "A bunch of inept fools. I must intervene personally. Director, you are frightening the children. Stand straight, young ones, and respect your elders," he commanded. "Trust me, I am the head of Hushi District. The nation will not forget you, nor will the people of Hushi." True to his title, the district chief elevated Suyu to a matter of national and communal significance. He squatted down, extending his arms in a seemingly benevolent manner, ostensibly allowing Suyu time for contemplation, yet harboring intentions to exert his influence over the girl before him. "Little sister, you look so adorable. Come here, let uncle give you a hug. Speak to your brother on my behalf, and this little gift shall be yours." The district chief perceived the girl to be robust, and, bolstered by his authoritative facade, believed she would readily comply. Surely, this little darling must be delicate and easily swayed, right? His performance was flawless, without a hint of flaw. As the multitude faced their demise, they remained perplexed by the actions of the young man before them. What, pray tell, had he done? How could this generation of youth escape the shackles of moral obligation? "Oh, dear brother, dear sister, spare us." Such brutality. Their physicality paled in comparison to that of the mutated undead. Under the relentless onslaught of the hammer, they were reduced to naught but a puddle of blood, their bones entirely obliterated. In mere seconds, silence enveloped the world. Moral coercion? How absurd. In this apocalyptic era, was such a notion even necessary? Ding. Lu Wei has slain survivor LV3, earning 30 evolution points. The successive notifications validated Suyu's musings. Indeed, as anticipated, it appears that Lu Wei could acquire the so-called evolution points through the act of killing.